I think it is. All right. We're going to do a cold start. We're going to forget that any of that happened and start the show again.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yes, we are, because now we are up and running, hopefully. Fingers crossed, everybody, collectively. Good vibes, all the good vibes for the stream. Let's hope that this actually works. Okay, so I did a lot of troubleshooting. If this doesn't work, then unfortunately, I might have to try something new where I go live from my phone or something, because this is new. I think that it's gonna be okay though. I think it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Anyway, oh my God, what's happening? Wish I could have come on, but your Wednesday 2 p.m. slot is the only one where I have time that overlaps. Oh, I'm sorry, Sylvie. Well, then next Wednesday. We'll do it next Wednesday. I'm on it too next Wednesday. Today was just kind of a, I had the appointment to get the new internet. So I had like this weird thing where they were definitely in the their time slot, but they showed up like at the latest point of it, so it was it was ridiculous. Zach, you might know something about this. I had my old router going. I'm not gonna say what company. I might tell it here. You know what? I'll tell you privately. But yeah. Oh, come on. No. It's doing it again over on Twitch. Hold on. I just lost my player, so. And there goes the stream. It's the fiber. God damn it. They killed my internet. They totally killed my internet. Well, it looks like I'm just going to be live on YouTube until I'm not. I don't know what to do, guys. This sucks. Like, what's up, Bryant? How's it going, bro? Unfortunately, I'm having some severe internet issues. Sucks. Yeah, speed test is working fine. Speed test is literally showing that I'm all aces right now. That's why I don't understand what's happening. It makes absolutely no sense. I made sure like to take care of everything on that end. Did they splice or do a quick connect? I think they spliced. Or wait, no, they did a quick connect because they just put in a new outlet and then they just ran it outside. Because that was the whole thing. Like they, do you have a new router? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And that's where I thought that was the issue where, because I'll admit that this was where I was like, oh, maybe this is causing the problem because I still had my old router hooked up. Like, I totally forgot to unplug it. So I thought maybe it was like doing this thing where it was like competing signals or whatever. Port forwarding probably needs to be configured. Port forwarding. What's that? port forwarding. I don't even know what that is. Man, I asked these guys like to get everything, in tip-top shape. Or ports need to be open to broadcast. What do you mean? I don't know how. What do you mean? What? Nah, not for streaming. I don't think so. And I'm not even the thing is, I'm according to this, I'm using less bandwidth, so I do not understand what's happening. Yeah. But if I lose stream again, guys, just know that that's what we're dealing with. And yeah, very, very worst case, I just go live on my phone and just chat with y'all for a little bit. Because I know that one works. Well, actually, no, I don't. Crap, I just thought about that. Because no, like, you got the new freaking Wi-Fi, too. Which, I should have saw the writing on the wall with this one. Like, because I tried the Wi-Fi, I was listening to something, and it kept skipping, so... maybe Twitch getting confused with the new IP addresses. Oh! That could be it. Yeah, because YouTube's fine right now. And saying that I am in tip-top shape. But I'm also not going to... I'm going to take that with a grain of salt right now, because, yeah. There we go. Either way, guys, thank you for your thank you for helping. And giving me your hypotheses about what this could be. Do you have two Wi-Fi networks, one for regular and another for 5G? No. I mean, I don't like answering all these questions about my internet. I'm gonna be completely honest. I just want you guys to know, like, if you guys want to help me troubleshoot, DM me, please. Over on Discord. Or if you have a question that you think is applicable to this, as far as, like, knowing what company I'm with and all that kind of stuff, then yeah. Do you have a friend? I mean, I have... What? I have many friends, but you mean a friend that works for the company that just installed my internet? No. No, what happened is they just, like, it was a big deal. Like, our entire, I was about to say entire region, but, like, our neighborhood and, like, the adjacent, like, town, well, township, I guess. Subsection. I don't even know how to classify it anymore. But it was a big deal where we all were like, oh, shit, we have fiber now. And I had a lot of people just saying, like, how much, like, how this was going to be so much better and blah, 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 blah. And I don't know, man. I'm not sure if the guy that talked to me about this was, like, on the take or something, but who knows? Who knows? Either way, we're going to try this again. We're just going to go for it and see what happens. Okay? Anyway, I was talking about the thing that's going on in Dallas because it's kind of obvious that that is a what it is. I don't know how Alex Jones isn't losing his just literally losing his mind at this, because, dude, it's almost like they listened to everything that he was saying and took it as the playbook to just be like, hey, this is Alex Jones said this is what we should do. Here, let me see. Oh, well. I don't know. I don't have the option to really do any of that, any of the troubleshooting right now, Zach. So I would like to continue stream. Because, yeah, gotta try. I gotta get my stuff out there. Like, that's why I was so pissed about this. I was just, like, having such a good day, too. I wanted to go into that, too, where I had a good day. I had a really good day. Despite everything going on with me, it looked like it was a great thing. I have been wanting to get away from the company that I was with for a long time. And I'm happy to have done so. Well, I thought. But now I'm like, oh God. There's a non-zero chance that that's actually what happened. Here, give me 1 second. Alrighty. Bitrate is higher than recommended? Why is my bitrate so high over on YouTube? I set it to way lower than that. And usually I would ignore this. Like, if I had my old internet, I would just ignore all of this because it worked. You know? My stream still got out there. I was able to multi-stream with no issues, but today seems to just be a day that's going to test it, so. But how's it look, though? Like, on your end, guys, is it high def? Like, am I actually high def right now? Like, is this working? Because if it is better, like in my upload speeds and everything are better, then yeah. Sometimes these newbie companies oversell what they can actually do. Oh, trust me, I called them on some of their shit. Oh, my favorite thing that happened is because I've explained this to you guys. I am one of those people that reads the terms of service because I'm not one of those guys that does it like, you know, like a lawyer, but I at least try to look for the layman speak where I'm just like, okay. And then I call them and ask them about that. It's like, what is this? So in this case, I looked at every term and I was like, okay, so what's this mean? What's this mean? These speeds, are these guaranteed? Blah, blah, blah. They did. You could tell they were getting a little annoyed with me, but it looks good. Okay. I'm happy about that then. As long as the stream looks good, sounds good, mostly sounds good, because even if I lost video, I could still maintain doing the stream if I just had audio. But oh man, thank you for bearing with me through this trying time. Let's see, how's this stream? Oh, let's do this real quick. You know what? No, you guys put up with this. I'm gonna leave it completely alone. We're not gonna have any commercials on the stream for the rest of the hour here, because man, this sucks. Lost somebody over on Twitch because I lost stream and it was a new viewer. Didn't even get to welcome him in or give him the vibe of the show. What you gonna do? Either way, I also want to smoke this because I was getting a little stressed out. The second that I took that hit, though, that's when it happened. So now I'm a little, I don't know. No touchy. Exactly. Just, I don't want to touch anything. I don't want to do anything that will disrupt the stream. So, I will say this much. I was just about to say, thank you for hitting that like button, because there's a few you that have not done so. Come on, let's go. Hit the like button and let's get this stream going. Especially because I just had some major technical difficulties. It seems like we're getting over them, though. If we get over this hurdle, if I start playing videos and then all of a sudden everything like starts fritzing, then yeah. God telling you can't get raptured with reefer lungs. You know what? We had a guy here, I'm not sure if you were here for him, Pinkerbell, named Repentant Man, that would be elated to hear you, see you say that. He'd be just like, see? She gets it. He was here to save my soul, guys. I'm still confused by that one. I'm like, was he actually serious? I don't know. I wonder. But no, guys, I want to talk about this, like, false flag thing, because I've been trying not to use that language because, trust me, when you start using language like that, it calls out all sorts of people that you don't necessarily want to interact with. You know, all of a sudden they're just like, yeah, the moon, flat earth, and like this, they just keep going where you're like, no. And it's like, dude, I was always about this too with like the Gulf of Tonkin thing where I'm like, well, that one was proven, so blah blah blah. What up, Hermit? How you doing? The stream might be having some hiccups here and there. There it goes. There it goes. We're on Twitch. Let's go reload the player. Let's see if it stays or if it's just gonna go boom. There it goes. All right. Yep, lost Twitch. Let's see, do I get to keep this up? The weird part is I'm getting no error messages through my stream. So that's crazy. I have to say, like, this is the weirdest part. Usually I get my all my error codes and everything like fed to me. Yeah, this is weird. Oh hey, this one actually kept up though. Fake cheese like Kraft mac and cheese powder. Dude. Okay, so I could talk about this a little bit. I was gonna try and bring up something else, but fuck it. My wife is on a diet that she cannot have like normal cheeses really. She can have like really low fat and then Velveeta, which oh man, I realized how much I am not a fan of that cheese today, specifically for cooking. Holy crap. You'd think that it would melt. It did not. It took forever to just like even get it to the point where it was a little melty. That was insane. And I'm, as I said, not a fan. And I know, hot take here, F margarine. Oh my god. Like, I can't believe it's not butter. Well, I totally can. What up, nerd? 313. I'm glad that you're back. Sorry that my Twitch keeps bouncing in and out, but I'm having major internet issues, so yeah, sorry, Uni. Yeah, her whole thing. You know what though? I have to say, she's handling it like a champ. She really is. Because she said something really funny to me that really stuck, where she was talking about how she went from, you know, taking for granted everything that she could eat. So when she was in the hospital and all she could, like, she couldn't have food. I think it was what, 2 or 3 days. So when she could finally have food, she was just like, oh, something as simple as chicken broth. You know, that was enough for her, where she was just like, oh, I was so happy just having that. You know, she had chicken broth and apple juice, and she was just like, or something else too. I forgot what it was, but either way, she was just like, that was enough for me to understand how much I appreciate just being able to eat in general. So 36 hours, no food or water. Yeah, that's crazy. Yep, lost Twitch again. There it goes. Well, I'm going to be calling this internet company tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be able to stream tomorrow, because this is insane. Like, I'm definitely having some complaints where it's just like, guys, this is preventing me from doing my job. Which, oh god. Oof. Yep, lost it again. Let's see. Nope, not back. Okay. Now I'm a little worried. Because I have 0 error reports right now. Man, I give up. I give up caring about that. You guys kind of know that Twitch is my backup, so it's saying that I'm live though. This is really weird. I've never had this one happen before, where it goes into dormant mode or whatever. Like, it just goes completely dead. Yeah, let's see. Maybe I can just... Oh, I can't even end stream over here, can I? Oh, no, I really can't. That sucks. Velveeta is one of my favorite cheese-like products. I mean, I'm happy that you like it. Today was the day where I put it on some eggs and I was just like, this does this it doesn't work. I don't know. The craft singles, if you're gonna go for cheese-like product, fine, go with that. But I like to use cheddar cheese. Yeah, see, well, yeah. You have to admit that having a grilled cheese with some craft singles, it's not, it's a little taste of comfort food right there. Good for you. Most of the yellow cheese are the ones that I can't eat right now. Ah, that sucks. Cheese pocket Velveeta. Oh, look at that. Lost Twitch again. Whatever, man. I give up. Okay. I think we're back. I'm literally half-assed tempted just to like put you guys on mute and just call these assholes and just be like, yo, what the fuck is going on? You need to get somebody here now. This is ridiculous. Because, gee, I wonder what the common thread could be. Is it the fact that I just got this new internet service that, again, Try, you nailed it. If you're still here, Try, you nailed it hard here, where they oversold this shit fucking so much. Holy crap. Thank God I'm in a trial period. That's something, like, I made sure to look into that and make sure it was ironclad, where it's just like, okay, so money back guarantees, cool. Cool. All right. But yeah, I don't know, man. This is rough. Okay. And on top of it, now getting no data. Awesome. I'm getting data over on Twitch now, though. That's fun. Yeah, guys, I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually stream tonight. I don't know what to do here, because I tried to go back to my old connection. That didn't do shit. Like, now I'm just... They did something to my internet here. I mean, this is just... It's a lot of fun to watch a guy, you know, have a borderline meltdown over this shit, because, dude, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Do I just end stream? Because I would love to talk about this. Like, I have a lot to talk about here. You know what? Fuck this. Am I getting DOSed because, like, of the name of the stream? Makes you wonder. No. How can you DOS me? I don't even know my fucking stuff. Anyway, guys, here, I'm gonna just put this little disclaimer. Having issues with internet. Bear with me. Help me keep calm. There we go. Okay. At the very least, I know that this issue is, yeah, they're definitely going to hear about it tomorrow. If I lose stream one more time, though, like if I have to end stream, holy crap, dude, I'm gonna lose my shit on these guys. Oh man. Because for real, everything was fine until I did this. So I'm starting to really have that. Your tech might be horrible compared to a god like me. The tech definitely seemed a little. Lost Twitch again. All right. Trying to cancel this. Hold on. Oh, I love how Twitch is still trying to run ads over there, though. Like, my connection pretty much died, and it's just like, nah, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna run an ad. Good for you. Hey, just turn that off. Go ad free over here. Maybe that'll help. Quick Connect Fiber or ass. Splicing are the best. Again, I don't understand dude, would this be making that big of a fucking difference? Again, Zach, I don't mean to be a prick here, but I was running fine on a cable system. Okay? I had fucking broadband internet. It was fine. But now I'm having major issues, and this was, I hate to say it, I kind of took a little bit of it where I'm like, well, you know, he really does kind of say how much fiber is better. You know, I'm not putting this on you, but I'm going to just say you did contribute that little bit where I was just like, yeah, you know what? I should go with fiber. I am not impressed in the slightest. In the slightest. Again, how in the fuck am I supposed to be? I'm a streamer and I can't, like, you're telling me that this is a problem? And I had everything set up the way that I was supposed to. It sounds like a quick connect was placed correctly. That will cause interrupted connection, or incorrectly, and microbend in the fiber will cause issues or a hairline crack. I got the best install tech I work with watching the stream. Yes, I know you're talking about yourself there, dude. I'm very happy for you, but you know what? You know, you are not of any help when you are nowhere near my area. And also, yeah, I probably wouldn't even do that, but let's be real. No, this is something where I'm going to have to contact them and be like, hey, you need to send somebody out, like, immediately to get this taken care of, because I need this taken, like, if this does not get resolved, then we're done. I'm not doing this, like, it was fine before. You've been working with fiber for almost 10 years. Okay, thank you, Ethan. I appreciate that, but yeah. Hairline crack, great. Like, he's the best dude. Trying to help you out. For sure, if you stream, I'll watch and see what happens. I mean, I am streaming. No, thank you, Ethan. Oh, are you actually, like, who Zach's talking? See, Zach has this thing where he talks about, like, him being the best. Unless this just is a happenstance and you're just like, no, I've been working with fiber for way longer. Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Sorry, man. Oh, wait. Ah, man. I am not in the mood to deal with your shit right now. Fuck it. Let's see. Hello. Welcome, everybody. Having a little bit of a technical difficulty over on my side, so if you guys are experiencing any connectivity issues, if you guys have any spinning wheel of death, yeah. I'm trying to send the best people I work with to help you out. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, well then, Ethan, I appreciate that too. Like, I appreciate the help, guys. Thank you. But, okay, so if it is quick connect and it has, so sounds like it was a quick connect and it wasn't placed correctly. Okay. I will make sure that when I do talk to them, because no matter what, I'm going to be talking to them. Like, losing the connection this frequently is just, it's unsustainable. Like, I can't do that. I'll deal with it for now, but oh boy. Not exactly thrilled with how this is going, but alright guys, let's get to some of the news stuff here going on, because for real, there's a lot going on. I'm switching things around on my stream so I can hear you better. Oh, thank you. Well, again, I was hoping that everything looked better, sounded better, so you could actually, like, get the full experience of the stream. I have my settings. I didn't even touch them, really. Like, the only thing that I fucked with a little bit was my bitrate, but then I went back to the bitrate I was streaming at before, and yeah. Whatever, man. Let's see. Like I said, though, thank you for bearing with me, guys, because for real, this sucks. I was not expecting this to happen in the slightest. I was because, dude, when I was playing with the internet and I did my internet, like, speed test and all that, it was all aces, man. All aces. So, all right, let's get to this. All right, so 2 detainees killed. I thought it was 3. Oh, still 2. Interesting. See with fiber, as long as you, as the connection is good, you should be golden. Then I'm gonna get them out here immediately. Oh, yay. I just realized that I'm going to have to be the one to call, too. Great. Unfortunately, my wife was not there for any of it, so she has no idea what she'd be asking for anyway, so I'm just going to have to do it myself. Great. Ugh, do it myself. All right, so yeah, I'm starting to think that the connection's bad. Great. That's already a swimming endorsement of these guys that they're, you know, they couldn't make sure that it was just installed correctly. Odd. All right. Hey, Zach, thank you for... hey, becoming a member, a spicy member. Look at that. Well, you get all the perks. I guess I have to honor that at least, so... Yeah, I will, since you are in the Discord, I will send you my gaming tags. So if you actually are on, like, a PS5 or something, then you can... I don't know. Depends on what you want to play. I'm already delving into Smite 2, which I don't like online shooters, so it's going to be interesting. That tells me that you have a hairline fracture in the fiber, if speeds are good and you're getting latency issues, bad splice or fractured line 90% of the time. Here, 99.9% of the time. I'm going to take... Thank you. You know what, Ethan? Thank you for taking your time to do this. And Zach, you know what? Thank you for doing this. I appreciate that. So where... Are you saying that the hairline crack is in, like, the line itself? Requiring third-party tech support from guys you know should be disqualifying for the fiber company. Yeah. That's a red flag. Most of the red flags I'm seeing, again, guys, like the fact that if they don't resolve this issue by tomorrow, I'll just make sure that, yeah, I have them take all their equipment back and then I'm done and I get my money back. Possibly, or in the quick connect. Either way, yeah. Fiber, if you just bend it just a tad bit, can break it. Fiber is the size of your fingernail. Yee. Temu fiber. I mean, I do kind of feel, at least for the those technicians. Well, the technicians were hired by the company. They weren't third party. So I'll say that much. That was kind of why I was okay with going with them. Is it in the air to the house? In-house tech? It was an in-house tech, yeah. Yes. Yes, it was an in-house... I had an in-house tech. They came out and they had to do, like, a new connection, all this stuff. The thing is, like, I've seen my entire neighborhood. Like, I'm starting to see the same, you know, little flags that are on there where they have to, like, get the line buried or something like that, so... What's funny is when conservatives call socialism communism. Sure, yeah, I mean, it's so hilarious that they're just conflating everything, and here we are, like, we can have the finer, argue the finer nuances of that, too. I don't, honestly, fucking A, dude, I am so over that. When these guys are creating false, like, these obvious false flags to come after the fucking left, like, dude, and the fact that they're not working, that's also kind of funny. Like, I keep saying how bad they are at this, so I'm at least gonna take that. But yeah, man, it's not funny, honestly. There's nothing funny about Donald Trump doing what he's doing. You know, and that's honestly what sucks about him. I was watching this thing about George W. Bush and just how inept he was and how that was the point. They needed somebody stupid. That's why a lot of people, even in the Democratic Party, didn't really like Obama, and they would use all these false reasons, but the real reason was that he was essentially too smart. Like, he was creating issues for them. I don't know, man. I noticed that Kyle Kalinski's going conspiracy brain today, so I think I'm gonna just do it. I will admit that some fiber companies are trash. Okay, well, again, I'm hoping that I didn't get the trash one. If I did, then... back to my old trash company. Because I'll be honest, that's the reason that I was even, like, looking into doing it, is because the last company I was with was just... really... the product was not great. Consistent issues, you know. And then, yeah, I was also paying so much for something that was, you know, old technology. As someone who works in that field, it's obvious. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Especially in the, like... some of these guys, they take the jobs... they get sold on the commission, but then they realize that it's hard work. Zach, you actually did the thing where you just kind of rolled with it. Now you're like, yeah, you know what? I'm making money. A lot of people don't like to work hard for money. I know. Shocker. Peace from Ireland. What up, Elvis? Good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a minute. How you been? Hope you're well. Jehu, I watched Kyle, and not gonna lie, I was wearing tinfoil hat by the end of it, looking out the window. I have a guy in my town that has legitimately rides around in a tinfoil hat in his car because and body because aliens. Really? I mean, guys, it's getting so fucking obvious. Like, here, let's just do this. Here's the ground news segment. If you guys like how this is laid out here, where we can see who on the right and left and center are reporting on this and how they're reporting on it, you guys can go to ground news and check it out. Get 40% off with this link here. You really help out the channel if you want to check it out. Also, if you're not into politics or you have opposing views, this is the best way to hone your arguments, guys. Because, again, this isn't... And this is surprising to me. I'm surprised that, like, a lot of people on the right don't support ground news. Where it's almost like they don't want you seeing other points of view, you know? Weird. And then they're just like, no, go do your own research. That's much better because it doesn't lead you to seeing the other news and then having you have a critical thought. Yeah. Former FBI Director Comey to be indicted in Virginia soon. What? I couldn't come on because I was going to do a ground news read for you. Oh, shit. Yeah, right. I need to get that done. I'm going to head out. If you need to talk to me, get Zach to get a hold of me. Will do. Thank you, Ethan, again for that. And yeah, I really appreciate it. That's funny. Zach, you're just like, did you explain to him what kind of channel I am? It's okay if you didn't, but yeah, for people, like, I had that happen with one of my texts, funny enough, because one of the texts was just, you know, somebody said that I was a streamer, and, yeah. He was just like, what kind? I just said news, politics. He's like, oh, journalism. I'm like, kinda. Wow. FBI says ammunition at Dallas shooting scene contained anti-ICE messaging. Anti-ICE message was on ammunition at Dallas shooting that killed immigration detainee. So the fact that they are now reporting on it as, you know, them being detainees, that's a move in the right direction. But I'm still wondering what Fox News is saying, because they kept saying person. They were definitely trying to obfuscate whether it was a detainee or an ICE official, because if it's not the ICE official, then it doesn't work for them. A detainee has died and 2 others are critically injured. When was this? 14 minutes ago, so after a rooftop sniper opened fire on an immigration custom on ICE. Gunman fired indiscriminately at the ICE facility and at a nearby unmarked van, law enforcement officials say, before dying from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. No law enforcement were injured. Bet they'll be mad at BBC for that one. FBI Director Kash Patel posted a photo on it. Again, he keeps posting evidence. What the fuck? Can we acknowledge how that is insane? I get that they want their political message, but dude, chain of evidence. My God, anybody who's ever watched a Law and Order episode knows this shit. This is crazy that this guy is consistently just being like, hey, look, they scrawled this on the bullets. Look. And we're supposed to just be like, what? Wait, this is obvious that you guys are like, and then on top of that, you have more information coming out about the Charlie Kirk situation that does not add up to what they were saying. It's almost like they are so comically bad at this that they are obviously using this to try and go after the left for, reasons. Sorry. I'm trying not to go full conspiracy mode, but holy crap, this is wild. Like, how stupid are you willing to let them think you are? Like, if you're MAGA, you should be embarrassed that they keep doing this, where it's, look at this, anti-ICE. Seriously, it looks like they didn't even have the proper pen. Like, that's anti-ICE. They're also so uncreative. Like, what the fuck? Just, what the fuck? One casing had the phrase anti-ICE on it. Yeah, okay. As I said earlier, if Alex Jones isn't just collectively losing his shit, I don't know. I think that he doesn't actually believe in the conspiracy stuff. Not gonna lie, the writing looks kind of like Cash's handwriting. It does. The problem is it literally looks like Cash's handwriting. Also, do you notice anything similar? Like, is the latest in the string of attacks on ICE facilities. And yeah, okay, yeah. Because they also said that, like, the Broadview protests were attacks. They're trying to classify the Broadview protests as attacks on ICE, guys. Remember, you cannot criticize. You cannot, you can't have a bad opinion about the, the Gestapo. Like, what the fuck, man? While the investigation is ongoing, the initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind the attack. These despicable, politically motivated attacks against law enforcement are not a one-off. Homeland Security says 3 detainees were shot, 1 has died, and 2 are critically injured. The department initially said 2 people had died in addition to the shooter, only to retract that statement, republish it, and correct it again hours later. They keep doing that too. They cannot wait to get this out because they also understand the attention span of all these idiots that will, like, take this and they want people to just rush to Facebook, rush to social media just to be like, look at the crazy left. They did it again. You think this is a little sus? I don't know. It's almost like going back to the church one. Christians, the perfect victims. Trans shooter, the perfect perpetrator. The Charlie Kirk thing. They just kept doing the thing where they just wanted it to be a trans shooter. And then this guy, literally, they have been reporting on this. Like, he came out and just said, yeah, I did it. That's not true in the slightest. He's saying that he didn't do it. So I'm thinking, Patsy? That Christian guy who has been shot, the European girl that was killed on a train, the girl who nobody knew where she was up until that very moment. The mass stealing, mass shooting, the rainbow things. Ah, yes. That makes sense. Yeah, I was about to say. She doesn't even have the balls to say it. Like, just admit it. You're just like, oh, I can't say this woke thing because we thought that woke was dead. But then they're just like, oh, what? These woke lefties they're so violent. They're violent. We need to do something about them. It's almost like we need to lock them up in camps. And then on top of it, like, the fact that people, like, that are reporting on ICE right now, and the fact that they are disappearing people indiscriminately where you cannot track them. There are thousands of detainees that we have no idea where they are. They could be dead. We don't know. And it's on them to fucking provide us with that information. But you know what they're not going to report? You know what they're not even, like, they're going to continue to bury? Dude. FBI Special Agent John Rothrock told a news conference they found that the rounds found near the gunman contained messages anti-ICE in nature. This is the most recent example of a violent type of attack, blah, blah, blah. Shooter fired indiscriminately at the ICE building. Again, weird how the CDC one, notice how they didn't mention, like, they're not mentioning that. They keep focusing on the ICE, the ICE attacks, which, again, so vague. Acting director of the Dallas ICE, blah, blah, blah. Homeland Security, the shooting must serve as a wake-up call to the far left, and that the rhetoric about ICE has consequences. See, again, the meanie bobini left needs to watch their words. Meanwhile, the president's literally out here saying that they're despicable people. Horrible, horrible. Have they leaked the guy's social media yet? They're going to. They already said that they talked to the guy's parents. And his parents came out and said this shit. It's insane here. You know what? David Dole.
A nice detention center in Dallas was shot up, and the FBI tweeted out a bizarre image to try and blame the left. So let's investigate this together. This is still the early hours of this. There are very little details, but I have to say things are looking a little bizarre. So
yeah, I mean, it's almost like, I don't know, when did this trend of the left writing on the bullet casings just become such a thing?
Kristi Noem put this out this morning, saying there was a.
It's so convenient that they wrapped that up in a nice little bow, so they we don't even have to question the motives.
Shooting this morning at the Dallas detention ICE.
Meanwhile, any fucking police officer or investigator worth half a damn will say that the motive is the hardest thing to ever come across.
Detention facility.
Especially when somebody dies in the process of this shit.
Details are still emerging, but we can confirm there were multiple.
Grooming half the population to have itchy trigger fingers couldn't possibly have anything to do with it.
Injuries.
Yeah, why these things keep happening? Yeah, exactly.
Fatalities. The shooter is deceased by self-inflicted gun.
Well, again, they don't fucking talk about how there are the right-wing parts of this. They're acting like they're perfectly fine.
Shot wound. While we don't know
they don't give a shit about statistics.
Motive yet, we know that our ICE law enforcement is facing unprecedented violence against them. It must stop. This gives the impression that ICE law enforcement were targeted. Now, it's worth noting there was an edit to this initial tweet. The one thing that was changed was detention facility was changed to field office, which I'm not sure why you would need to change that, except to try and make it appear that this was more a target towards ICE employees when it actually wasn't, because field office sounds, oh, this was like an office where ICE agents work, as opposed to a detention facility where migrants are housed, because it was, in fact, a detention facility where migrants are housed. There may be an office in it too, but it's not simply an office. Now, J.D. Vance came out saying, the obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families. This was not an attack on law enforcement. Migrant detainees shot in attack at Dallas ICE facility. The Department of Homeland
and now that's where they're saying, oh, he was shooting indiscriminately with a sniper rifle.
Security confirmed that no.
Just any fucking just extra thought. They think MAGA are the dumbest people, and they are admitting that. They are showing you how stupid they think their own constituents are.
No members of law enforcement were injured.
I love that part. At least we get to throw that back in their face, where it's just like, guys, they are treating you like you are beyond stupid.
In the attack. Yet they're trying to frame this as an attack on ICE workers when it was not. CNN here, 2 detainees are dead and another is in serious condition following the shooting. Again, none of them were law enforcement, and the shooter is dead from self-inflicted gunshot wounds. This is just the stuff that we have right now. More may come out about who the individual was, everything else. It's very early on, but there were a lot of jumping to conclusions, both from the vice president and Kristi Noem in just the early hours of this. But this gets to Kash Patel, the FBI director, who puts this out. This is so ridiculous.
Yes, didn't California ban law enforcement from wearing masks yesterday, day before? Yeah, but then they were already just like, the federal government doesn't have to listen.
While the
federal government can do whatever they want. It's like, no, they can't. That's the whole reason that J.B. Pritzker was like, you're not coming here if you're going to have that fucking attitude.
Investigation is ongoing. An initial review of the evidence shows an ideological motive behind the attack. See the photo below. A shell casing where in a Sharpie or maybe a ballpoint pen, somebody
It literally looks like ballpoint pen, but again, yeah, good luck writing that.
wrote anti-ice. Ah, yes, the famous left-wing term. Anti-ice, anti-ice.
Yes. Anti-ice. What the actual fuck, dude?
As opposed to
They couldn't even write fuck ice because he realized that they would have to blur that out. So they were just like, well, maybe if we put anti-ice, then that will be we could put that in the newspapers and they won't have to blur it.
to abolish ice. Fuck
Yeah, abolish ice, fuck ice, any of it.
ice.
Like what the hell?
There are other terms that are actually used. This is not one that I often see. Also worth mentioning,
Left is best. Yeah, this is left is best.
while he tweeted this out during an ongoing investigation, which is something the FBI does not normally do, and the evidence here is dubious at best, he also is claiming these despicable, politically motivated attacks against law enforcement. Against law enforcement, the shooter only shot migrants. And again, you're jumping to conclusions in the middle, or not the middle, the very beginning of an investigation.
Yeah, not even the middle. It's dude.
Just
That's been
very
a
embarrassing
day.
stuff. It reminded me a little bit of
Snack time.
this story that happened. This is a few years ago. Blacks rule. This guy claimed that I guess some black people came over and graffitied his driveway with "Blacks rule," and appeared to have burned his Confederate flag. Or this one is my favorite. Left is best.
Oh,
This
there
is
it
from
is.
2017, where a Trump supporter was actually caught doing this. He was arrested writing super lame graffiti to try and
Super
frame the
lame
left.
graffiti.
Left is best. What an absolute loser.
I mean-
it's on a school playground.
Hey, he
This
gave us some
32-year-old
merch. That's fun.
Stephen Marks, a self-described Trump supporter, was arrested writing profane messages at an elementary school. 5 or 6 messages were scrawled on school signs,
What a
playground
loser.
equipment, and benches using a green Sharpie pen. So absurd. But Jim Stewartson here on Twitter did some investigating himself. He zoomed in and discovered, it also says, release the Epstein files. Oh! Mehdi Hassad quote tweeting Vance
God,
here.
if they didn't
and
want
his
to
claim
like
that
be
it's on law
clowns so
enforcement.
hard, then maybe
Saying
they
the
should
right's
try a
argument was
little
that
bit harder
Kimmel
on
wrongly
their
identified
end.
the politics of the shooter to score political
Not
points,
make it
so he
that
should be
like
fired.
this easy.
Here's the vice president wrongly identifying the victims of a shooting to score political points. Should he be fired too?
Weird.
And
Actually,
worth
hey,
noting,
Mehdi,
U.S.
good
Department
point.
U.S. Justice Department removes study finding far-right extremists commit far more violence. This is a
Who's the
story
guy
from
in the
last
black
week.
shirt?
Report
David
finds,
Dole. Rational
or
National.
finding right-wing extremists have killed more Americans than other domestic terrorist groups vanished from the DOJ
What's up, Laney?
website. But as Aaron Rupar writes here, you cannot trust information coming from Kash Patel's FBI. You cannot trust information coming from ICE. You cannot trust information coming from Trump administration. You cannot trust information coming from Republicans. But how could you say that, sir, when we saw how brilliant Donald Trump's speech was at the UN? Check out the brain on this man.
You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere.
What the fuck is he talking
Ah,
about?
yes, the shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And environmentalists want to kill all the cows. You know,
He sounds
I-
exhausted by this.
what's the word? Oscillate between how dangerous
It's almost like he
this
doesn't. Yeah.
administration is and how it's destroying so many lives. While, by the way, how are your groceries doing?
The shape of that cow.
How's your rent? How's cost of living? How's anything? And I also oscillate to the other side about just how absurd all of this is, how stupid these people are, and how stupid they think the rest of us are.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was just saying. The one problem with popcorn is when you get that one kernel where you're just like, okay, that could have been a tooth burster. All right. Since we're in conspiracy mode, let's just keep going. Here, we're going to move on to the Charlie Kirk conspiracy now. Since, so this video apparently, like, keeps getting taken down. So let's see why it would keep getting taken down, and then we're going to look deeper into, like, a little bit of the Charlie Kirk stuff.
And the Israeli hard-right government has a mandate, I gotta be careful the way I say this, they're gonna try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Yep. I mean, I don't use that term lightly, okay? They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there, okay? And honestly, they have a mandate to go seek justice and revenge. They do. This idea that they need to have a truce or a peace treaty, that's morally crap after you see women and children be burned alive and dragged to the streets. But there are some serious questions here, Patrick. And let me tell you, my pattern recognition over the last 5 years has become pretty sharp. COVID, Maui fires, Epstein. When I see a story and it doesn't click, our guts are usually right. So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that's an IDF soldier. Right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel is on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked.
So they keep saying, like, according to this guy, because I did look for this video and it's not there, so he's got some points there. They're saying that they keep taking this video down.
Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours?
Interesting.
All right, let's go ahead and jump into it, y'all. So let's start with this. You all know the Charlie Kirk story has not been adding up at all. There's a couple things that I keep coming back to that I just haven't seen a sufficient explanation.
The Maui fires were started by liberal weather control or whatever, so that Obama and Zuckerberg could steal more farmland.
One of those things is that the shooter allegedly changed clothes 2 times. Why he did it 2 times?
I mean, Zuckerberg is building like a giant end times compound there, so
nobody knows. Nobody can explain why he changed twice and why he did it at the times that they said he did it. Also, nobody can explain they allegedly disassembled and reassembled the weapon also multiple times. Nobody can explain that this particular weapon is notoriously very difficult to disassemble and reassemble. It's not really made to do that easily. Nobody can explain how this particular weapon, even when broken down, it wouldn't fit in his backpack. Nobody can explain how the weapon was reassembled in the woods after the shooting when it allegedly was disassembled after the shot was fired. There's a lot that doesn't add up. Never mind the multiple decoys that were in the audience that, there's no explanation that makes sense that includes those people unless they were involved in the plot. And the FBI is trying to pretend like they weren't involved in the plot. And in fact, those people have been let go. So as you all know, I've had many questions about, what went on here. And it seems like, I got to be honest, it seems like originally I thought I'd be in the minority, but no, I'm not. I appear to be repping the majority position, certainly among...
My guy actually figured out how to have a bag of holding.
Among people left of center, but even among people right of center. I know that MAGA certainly MAGA leadership is trying to make this about Trantifa, blame trans people, blame Antifa, but it's not working. And it's not working because they keep trying to get away with preposterous things. So here's a great example of that right here. Fox News tweeted this a couple days ago. Man of Steel. Charlie Kirk's body stopped a bullet that would typically just go through everything, and it was an absolute miracle. Nobody else was killed, his surgeon told TPUSA. It is insane that in the year of our Lord 2025, they wrote this with a straight face. I mean, this is humiliating. They're actually making the case that Charlie Kirk is unique among billions of human beings, and his flesh, his blood, his bones are just that much stronger that they were able to stop a bullet.
Dude, they're do got milk campaigns, and so it'd be pictures of Charlie Kirk with his creepy smile.
That others just would have no chance of stopping whatsoever.
If that happens,
now
we're gonna have a good
that gets
laugh.
to the main point here, which is the story they were telling originally was, okay, the shot that hit Charlie in the neck, well, first it had to ricochet off of a bulletproof vest he was wearing, and then it went up, which is why the entrance wound was so large. Because normally an entrance wound is actually very small. Like, usually where the mess happens is the exit wound. That's where you see, sort of the flesh explode and the blood come out. And so the fact that the entrance wound appeared to be so big, the explanation was, hey, the bullet ricocheted off the top of his bulletproof vest and sort of went in almost sideways or tumbling, and that's what led to the huge open wound and the blood immediately coming out. But here's the thing. Erica Kirk has subsequently come out and said he wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest. Not only that, but some people say,
oh, damn.
You could see in certain
FBI's got to be
in
pissed.
certain clips from certain angles, certain pictures, you could actually see a little bit of the outline of his nipples through his shirt, which would again prove he's not wearing a bulletproof vest. Okay, so then, so if you throw out the bulletproof vest aspect of this, well, then you open up a whole can of worms, because now it's like, well, that can't be an entrance wound anymore. That looks like it's probably the exit wound, because that reacted like an exit wound, right?
Nipple watchers. He got it.
Okay. So now, and the funny thing is, you know who's really making a big stink about this? It's the right-wingers, because it's the people who are very well-versed in gun culture, and they know the facts and the evidence and how these things work because they've been shooting guns their whole lives. And so we have a bunch of people who came out and talked about this and were like, nah, bro, this simply does not add up. So here's one right here. I want to play this for you. Take a look.
You know how many people hunt out there and know exactly what a 30-06 round does to an elk skeleton or bone? We're not dumb. This ain't going to work. This man of steel, his bone density, let's talk about this, okay? Let's talk about some things that a 30-06 can do. From out to about 400 to 500 yards, a 30-06 can penetrate elk bone. Why is that significant? Elk bone is significantly more dense and strong than human bone. Why? Because elk get up to almost 1,000 pounds. And so the bone has to be extremely dense to carry that much weight. Now, let's compare it to human, okay? Well, for one, let's talk about where Charlie got shot. He got shot here in the carotid. If that did hit a vertebrae in his neck, let's understand that neck vertebrae is some of the most fragile bone in the human body, because it's so flexible to handle what we do with our neck. So what they're telling you is a 30-06 round, which can blow through elk bone, was stopped by Charlie Kirk's neck and a vertebrae. If you believe that, God bless you.
They were doing the Superman thing.
Now let's look at this actual ballistics test. All right, so we're going to watch a video from U.S. Overwatch. He just put out this a day ago. Very good video. Let's check it out. I'll put his link in the pinned comment and description if you want to watch the whole video.
So our first shot will be a cold bore shot, and we will just see what kind of results we are able to duplicate.
All right, so he's got some very thick bone here across the strap of this dummy. Obviously, this would be far thicker and stronger than a human vertebrae in the neck. Let's see what this 30-06 rounds does to it. Wow.
And that's not even the gelatin
Dude,
test.
It, like, literally
I know you've seen it with like gelatin.
Dusted it.
And I mean, I've seen like the head get straight up blown off from a 30-06 round. Like, this is not, there's no way that the weapon that they're saying was used, right? It was definitely a different weapon. Now, at this point, we don't even know where the fucking shot came from. More on that in a little bit, but I'll keep going here.
Right, from this angle, as you can see here.
Yeah, dude. That destroyed
Not only does it go through that bone, it explodes the bone, blows through the dummy. Also, as we'll see here in a second, blows through the wall behind it.
Like we did kind of also think, the bone stood no chance against a 30 caliber round traveling at that high of a velocity. So now we're going to give it reset it back up and put the ballistic plate in front of it and see if we can't duplicate that shot as well.
Right now, he actually shoots a ballistic plate with 30-06 round. destroys the plate. Second he's there, just rip the entire half of that plate off.
What
so
the
there you go,
fuck?
guys. You just saw, I mean, right there for you, 30-06 round. Damage it's going to do.
Yeah,
Went through
so
way bigger
the
bone
whole bounce thing
than a
too.
vertebrae, through the dummy, through the wall. Blew the entire top section of that ballistic plate off. But Charlie Kirk's neck, flesh and a little vertebrae, stopped that round.
So now everything's in question. People are saying the kind of gun is in question, the round is in question, the direction of the shot is in question. Basically, people are not buying anything.
These are all
And
legal, by the way. Yep.
If all of us
All these
can
guns
look
are
at what
legal.
they're presenting
If you're
and
not
rip
from
it
the United
apart
States,
to this
you should know
extent,
that.
what do you think a good defense attorney will do? I'm telling you, there's like almost no chance whatsoever that Tyler Robinson is found guilty based off what we've seen so far, because their story does not add up. It does.
That's
All right,
crazy.
So more.
Dude, the internet actually might provide a. Oh, who knows though?
Now, like I said, all this is hitting a fever pitch online. So what happens? Well,
I wonder if they could use that
the
as evidence.
FBI director Kash Patel, he comes out and says the following. Ready? As the director of the FBI, I am committed to ensuring the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination is thorough and exhaustive, pursuing every lead to its conclusion. The full weight of America's law enforcement agencies are actively following the evidence that has emerged, but our efforts extend beyond initial findings. We are examining every...
Yes, Elaney, that is what I'm getting to. Yes, it really does seem like this was a false flag in order to get everybody to do culture war bullshit, because we were getting really close to the Epstein stuff.
Facet of this assassination. We are meticulously investigating theories and questions, including the location from where the shot was taken. Wait, hold on. So that sounds like you guys are kind of admitting the shot maybe didn't come from the front. That the original story you tried to convince everybody of was complete and utter horseshit. This is what he's saying. Hey, we're looking into maybe the shot came from elsewhere. Wow. Okay. He says the possibility of accomplices, the text message confession, and related conversations.
Militant apathy. Hey, how's it going?
Discord chats.
Wait a minute. Militant apathy from the Majority Report? Militant apathy?
The angle of the shot and bullet impact.
Empathy, not apathy.
How the weapon was transported, hand gestures observed as potential signals near Charlie at the
That's
time
the
of his
case.
assassination. This is something I showed you, I believe, right after it happened in my long segment on it. A lot of people isolated. Looks like these people are given signals who are next to Charlie. He says, we're looking into that too. Okay. And visitors to the alleged shooter's residence in the hours and days leading up to September 10, 2025. Some details are known today, while others are still being pursued to ensure every possible.
Meanwhile, their own supporters are just like, Cash, maybe you're not the guy for this.
Possibility is considered. Our primary focus is to complete this investigation and deliver
Get Mythbusters on the phone.
justice to protect the integrity of the investigation and subsequent prosecution. We cannot release every piece of information we have to the public right now. We will ensure every question is addressed at the appropriate moment. Regarding specific details such as questions about the plane that allegedly turned off its transponder after departing from an airport near the assassination.
I am quite frequently in the chat of MR.
Assassination
So
site.
welcome.
We
I
can share
appreciate,
updates
having you here.
when answers are confirmed. After
Hope you
interviews
enjoy the content, and if you do, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. I appreciate having you here.
with the pilot and consultation with the FAA, we determined the transponder was not turned off. Incomplete flight data in rural areas caused the apparent gap.
He scaled the roof with he dropped down, but he didn't have like a rifle size, because when you watch him run across the field and then kind of like blend into the crowd Assassin's Creed style, he didn't have something that was like an obvious rifle.
The entire FBI mourns the loss of Charlie Kirk. We will not rest until justice is served, and our investigation into this assassination will continue until every question is answered. So the thing about the plane there, he's alluding to something we had brought up, that
I have name recognition.
soon after the killing, there were they didn't shut down the airport.
So what happens when you're damn near a daily listener of the Majority Report?
Small planes still taking.
He reads your IMs a lot.
Off, and one of those planes sort of went off radar for a little bit. Basically, he's trying to address all of the chatter online and the conspiracies and people saying, "Hey, this doesn't make sense and that doesn't make sense." But okay, here's the thing. First of all,
actually, wait a minute. You ever want to shout out a little channel named Pep Talks? That'd be kind of cool.
You would have been the ones to fake the dialogue. Like you would have, the text messages you guys released, it sounds like you motherfuckers faked it. And I don't trust anything from the MAGA DOJ and the MAGA FBI. I trust nothing from them. But furthermore, bro, this is why you don't put a podcaster in charge of an investigation.
This is true.
This is why you don't do that. This is why you have seasoned veterans and experts who know this stuff to do this stuff. They fired the top FBI person in this region of the country not that long before the shooting happened. And now he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off and his thumb up his ass, and he doesn't know whether he's coming or going. And
actually, since you were looking for ICE detention stuff, I kind of covered that right before this because it led into the Charlie Kirk conspiracy, because people are already calling major bullshit on the anti-ICE shell casings. I got right-wingers that are like definite Trump supporters. You can never question their loyalty, that are just like, this doesn't make sense.
And this is him just desperately trying to quell.
And then I pointed out to one of my friends where I was just like, dude, you don't think that they would have, like, if he was truly anti-ICE, like, I don't know, using something that we do say, like, fuck ICE or, you know, abolish ICE, just anti-ICE.
The online
on one bullet.
Mob saying, oh, no, we're looking into.
Totally not written in, like, you know, chicken scratch, you know, Sharpie, like, not like it was planted or anything. No way.
Well, we promise we're looking into it. Are you?
Yeah.
Are you? Because Tyler Robinson is insisting he's not even the guy who did it. And now everybody's starting to have questions.
Yeah, this is literally a left is best thing.
About that. That he looks like a fucking pat.
And somebody said it, I think it was you, Sylvie, that it literally looks like Kash Patel's handwriting.
See, now it genuinely looks like, even where they say the shot came from, the shot didn't come from there. That Occam's razor is the shot didn't come from where they say it came from.
Yep.
Right? So then it's like, okay, well, where the fuck did it come from?
I'll be honest, too. I saw this, like, circulating on Facebook, and I didn't really give it much credence because I was like, yeah, you know, I don't know what this does. But then the more and more that they were kind of coming out with these videos, especially like the military guys that were like, no. This makes no sense.
Well,
I was like,
I've seen theories, none of them particularly convincing, but I've seen theories of like, oh, this person to the side of Charlie did it. And then I've seen other theories that say, no, this other person to the side of Charlie did it. Then I've seen theories of, there's this guy in like a corner and, you know, and very pixelated, but you can zoom in and see him from a distance. There's a guy with a sniper rifle tucked away in the corner. So like people are trying, but I don't know. Nothing's really totally satisfying here, but let me give you some more. So this was a video that dropped recently as well.
Here we go.
This guy has his own theory that he wants to share with you. As we proceed here in this segment, you're going to see everything I've...
Well, yeah, ballistics tests should be able to match the gun and the bullet based on my watching of forensic files. Again, just based on my, like, you know, not even documentary type of viewing of law enforcement. I'm talking law and order. There's a chain of custody, and there's also a chain of evidence. They are breaking that through and through just because they want people out there to just be like, see? It's like, that they don't even have it in an evidence bag. That's fucking insane.
Given you so far.
And they're posting this shit on social media to, totally not stir anything up. They're very, very, you know, clear in the way that they're just trying to give you guys the evidence. You know, it has absolutely nothing to do with trying to make you hate the left. Jesus Christ. Like, seriously, and I've said this a few times today. If you are MAGA, you should feel insulted how stupid they think you are.
Pretty much rock solid, right? Everything I've given you so far.
This is wild.
The fact
this is kind of what like happened with us on the left with Debbie Wasserman Schultz telling us about like why Bernie Sanders can't be the candidate.
That they're saying
very similar.
Saying he's a man of steel. No, he's fucking not. That's bullshit.
They're throwing breadcrumbs everywhere. Well, again, I brought this up about like the writing on the shell casings. Why did this all of a sudden become a thing? Like, are they literally just going to be like, this is a Reddit thing that took off in the trans leftist community and it's only there, you know, anytime that a white straight guy like the guy in Denver, he didn't write anything on his shell casings because, you know, we still don't know what his political affiliation was, even though you look at his social media and he was massively MAGA.
The fact,
like, I really do. I was saying this yesterday. I hate the gaslighting. I personally hate the gaslighting, but this is where it is up to their own supporters to kind of recognize that it's like, they think we're stupid.
That now the story about the bullet in the gun makes absolutely no sense.
They have literally no respect for you.
That's a fact. Kash Patel is scrambling and basically being like, oh, we're on it. But yeah, I guess we don't know what the fuck happened either. Well, now I'm going to go through here some of the theories, and we're going to start with with somewhat plausible, and then as we go on, it's going to get into crazyville. Okay, but let's go. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now have acquired proof that the FBI's official story is false, whether knowingly or unknowingly. We're going to have an entire monologue and talk about a lot
Abolish the
of
ATF.
these things after I show you this, but if you take nothing else away from this video, you need to see this.
And in that video, you can see the same, what appears to be the bullet coming down, and it does line up with the actual gunshot itself. So we're not counting gang violence. Great.
So this video was created by a friend of mine who is a Marine. You'll see him here at the end. This is the angle he is showing the shot coming from, showing where Charlie was sitting, and the angle of the shot, which will correspond with this video here, which unfortunately we will blur out Charlie's face, but we will show what is necessary to prove that this was an entry and exit wound. So you'll see him circle the highlighted area right there, and you'll see the exit wound corresponding after, a split second after, as it would from an entry and exit wound. So in this footage, you can clearly see that Charlie is shot from his back right, and there's blood splatter coming out of the entry wound.
It's also crazy that they didn't think that people would not be able to analyze this stuff, like just
immediately after a shot. The first arc is kind of down, as if it's just gushing out from the entry wound. And then this
I'm starting to think that NCIS and all those shows lied to us.
Second shot corresponds with when his head kind of snaps forward. That fluid then flips up in relation to that motion, so you can see there's that second splatter flipping up into the air. This is something that I hadn't seen to this date. I saw this for the first time late in the evening yesterday, and I decided that this needed to be put out immediately because no one that I know of is talking about this. So big shout out to my friend who actually found this and created this video. You'll see him here in just a moment, but let's just one more time look at this shot. You see bullet comes in that circled area. You have the blood splatter go down, then up, and then immediately after, you see the exit right here with the skin being pierced, and then the exit wound emerges. And again, that is not a far distance for a bullet to travel, whatever the caliber is, whether it be 5.56,
Yeah, it makes absolutely no sense.
308, 30-06. It's not even a debate at this point. It doesn't matter what caliber killed him. What matters is that the official narrative is not true. Again, whether the FBI knows or not that they're lying, but this is 100% conclusive evidence that Charlie Kirk was shot in the back of the head.
Wait, I don't understand. Are they trying to change the story of Kirk's death? The thing is, you have amateur online sleuths coming out and looking at just analyzing the video by themselves, and they're just like, "Listen, I have worked it like with ballistics. I've worked in the like this coming out and just being like, no, that's not how this works."
And it exited through the front of his throat. All of the evidence points to Charlie being shot from his back right. Now, including this little blood splatter that we can see here against the white backdrop, the extreme hemorrhaging from the front of his neck, which again corresponds with an exit wound, the extreme loss of blood. No matter what the caliber is, that distance, that amount of meat is not enough for most bullets to expand. I mean, 99.9% of bullets will not expand in that short distance. Most of them require 12 to 14 to 16 inches even sometimes of tissue to expand properly. Also, Charlie tensing up correlates and proves that he was hit in his spine. It's a spinal injury. Any of the game that I've shot in the neck or in the high vitals where you impact the spine, the game usually drops right in its tracks because you sever the spinal cord. This is again exactly what we see with Charlie. He tenses up. His head movement also correlates with being shot in the back of the head. His head snaps forward, and then he tenses up, and you see him fade away, drop the mic, and was absolutely traumatizing video footage. And I'm sorry to have to show you guys this again, but this needs to be seen and talked about because this is going to be suppressed in the algorithm. So make sure you share this with any of your friends, your family members. Save this video, whatever you need to do. So this video was actually provided to the channel by a friend of mine who is a Marine, and I forgot to show you the end of the video here. So this is my friend who actually made the video. I want to just give him a shout out. I will link his socials down in the description below.
He said it was a spine injury the sniper did.
Yeah. Again, he is the one who brought this to my attention.
Okay, so the stuff about it looks like he was shot from behind and that was the exit wound, that honestly makes more sense to me. Now, the deeper question, though, is who would have been there and had the ability to do it? Because it looked like, from most of the camera angles I've seen, it looked like there wasn't much room for anybody to be there, right? Now, he says...
What's the story with the anti-ice bullet?
He brings
I'll
up
get to that at the end of
this portion here. I'll go back to it, where
we already kind of covered it, but it makes absolutely no sense. Like, dude, here, I'll just do this real quick. They are saying that this right here, anti-ice, that's showing that it was 100. Like, to them, it was done with the intent of aiming for the law enforcement.
You know, they say, oh, this is where the guy is shooting from.
They said so. They're anti-ice. They told us so. We have the motive, but we don't know a lot of the other extenuating circumstances, like, you know, the actual names of the victims and any of that, because if we acknowledge that they were detainees that were shot and killed in our custody.
But if this is where the guy is shooting from, My understanding with
again, they're not going to be talking about that. They're literally giving more credence to the fact that it was an ICE van and an ICE facility than the people who died. They're saying he targeted us because we're law enforcement. It's like, no. Also, are you just going to blatantly ignore that ICE, I don't know, has also had its issues with law enforcement? You going to talk about that ever? Because there's a lot of cases where law enforcement has had to step in and just be like, hey, you need to prove who you're with. And then they say, no, I don't. It's like, yes, you do. You need to identify yourself and the agency you're with. Otherwise, we're going to detain you. And it gets real hairy.
is that this was more front right of
You know what they end up doing? Getting in their little cars and backing the fuck out.
Charlie. This wasn't back right of Charlie. This was like front right of Charlie. So I don't know how they could take a shot from there and have it enter, back here and the exit wound.
By the way, guys, ignore every bot comment that has been popping up on my VODs. I have a bunch of bots that are trying to sell like Coinbase shit. Like, ignore all that.
Left. So I don't know the lines. He draws a line here to sort of make it seem like, oh, the lines work out. I don't know. Based on, see, he's drawing a line here, but my understanding was that this line, if you actually drew it properly toward Charlie, this would be like a front right shot at him. It wouldn't be a back right shot. So I'll let it keep going here, because then he draws this other line, which sort of implies, like, yeah, oh, this is where it would hit him. I don't think it is. I thought that there was that was more front right. So parts of this kind of make sense. The tiny blood splatter coming out of the back first sort of implies to me that would be more of the entrance wound, right? And
thank you,
the size of the wound in the front does make it seem like it'd be an exit wound. But again, I'm not an expert. But the terrifying thing is, we can't rely on Kash Patel.
And the thing is, this is where I was going to say, MAGA. Like, you have MAGA people, good Christian right-wing folk who do not believe in any of this. They are all looking at this like, sus. And then today, they were jumping on the fact that it was like, oh, another bullet casing that just happened to have the exact motive written on it?
The MAGA...
Anybody that's using this is either a bot or certifiably one of the dumbest people on the planet right now.
FBI to actually get the right answers and give the right answers. I mean, how hard did they try to pin this thing on fucking trans people? They tried so many ways. It was a trans shooter. You had 4chan doxing 3 or 4.
By the way, Militant Empathy, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel if you're enjoying the content.
4 different trans people who didn't.
That's the last time I'll ask, but I do kind of like it. It really helps out the channel, and yeah, I appreciate having you here.
Do it, by the way, trying to ruin their fucking lives. Then they moved it to, there's trans stuff on the bullets. That's not true.
At least the Luigi one made sense because he was an engineer.
Either. Then they moved it to finally, he's got like a trans partner, a roommate or something. So they kept moving the trans goalposts, but obviously, ideologically, they just wanted to blame the left.
Well, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Because this base is so, like, they are familiar with hunting, they are familiar with firearms, that you can't really trick them as easily as they thought. Like, this is where I'm dead serious. They thought that, like, MAGA was certifiably stupid.
They wanted to blame trans people. So
you shared it on Blue Sky as well? Thank you. I appreciate that.
They're blinded by their bias.
I think
so you can't trust shit.
I did miss. Okay, I missed your message. My bad.
Coming from these people. Nothing at all.
That's my chat.
But, people are starting to dig deep. So this is one theory that went out there. This thing has gotten a lot of traction.
All right. Day one stuff. I was in top chat. Shame.
And by the way, a lot of people are talking about this.
Hey, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Real MST. Hey, thank you for raiding. And we were just chatting about this too. Cool. Perfect.
Like I said, I've seen theories that the shooters were directly to his side. I've seen different people.
If you guys are new here and you enjoy the content, hit that follow button.
The loud as the shooter to the side. But let me keep going here. So this
episode content.
This is the other thing people have been talking about now. They're going deep on Erica Kirk, and they're learning more about her background. So this person says, hey, media, what are the odds of...
Okay, so this is hilarious. This is where Kyle starts putting on the tinfoil hat, and I appreciate just like...
Point president
just where this
is. Erica Kirk in Virginia.
I am on Blue Sky. Yes, I'm on Blue Sky, and I am also on
Virginia prosecutor Lindsay Halligan being on the same stage in the same Trump-owned 2009 beauty pageant. And so you dig deep on Erica Kirk, and you find out that she did the Miss USA thing, the Trump Miss USA thing. Another thing about her past, she apparently her mom, they moved to Phoenix because her mom got involved with the government. She got a job with Homeland Security and the Department of Defense. So there's links between her mom.
Honestly, Kyle really just needs to start talking like this, and he's not far off from doing an Infowars.com.
And the U.S. government. People are also pointing out Erica Kirk apparently worked for this like Christian missionary thing in Romania, and the Christian missionary thing she worked for in Romania were allegedly disappearing children. And, you know, that begs the question, well, what the fuck were they doing with them? Is this some sort of trafficking thing like we've been so concerned about vis-a-vis Epstein and stuff?
Okay, something is going on here, yes.
Stuff like that. And people are making these videos, bro.
Dude.
These videos...
Please show the Wedding Crashers one where it's just Will Ferrell going like...
Are, first of all, they're blowing up. But second of all, it's one of those things where it's like, you can drive yourself crazy connecting the dots on...
the Romania thing is wild, dude. Like, you have... apparently the kids that are now kind of grown up saying like, no, we were totally trafficked.
This shit. So here we go. Watch this.
Charlie, I love you. Erica Frontstay, Arizona.
So that's her at a Trump Miss USA pageant. She did one in 2009. I think she did one in 2012. This is her at the event. Trump
like the dog.
owns the Miss USA pageant.
I don't know what's up with the dog, but it's funny.
The Erica Kirk, Romania. This is what I just told you about.
Oh, welcome to the internet on this one. Oh, I almost read that as while she's grifting. I'm like, yeah, I mean, she does kind of do that a little bit. I mean, can we admit that her doing the whole, like, holding her husband's dead hand and putting that on Instagram, and then also having the wherewithal to be like, hey, can you get this shot of me going...
Romania probes Israeli adoption agency.
Also, I mean, she did come out to pyrotechnics a la Shawn Michaels.
Link.
You know...
In organ trafficking. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, that's the other thing.
But I do appreciate the fact that the conspiracy wing is kind of moving on to these types of situations where it's like, oh, huh. Well, that makes, oh, God, my conspiracy brain's doing the thing where it's kind of connecting these dots. Uh-oh.
She has told a story about how her and Charlie met. I don't remember all the specifics, but it was something like on a plane to Israel or in the airport on the way to Israel.
I don't necessarily doubt that. The one thing that, like, I'll admit this one, because I don't have a dog in this fight. I really don't give a shit. Her saying that she forgave the shooter and then everybody else, including Trump, just being like, I don't.
Israel or on the
airport. Like, that's wild.
Report on the way back from Israel.
They're accused of training children in crime and sending them west.
We as American people deserve to have every Epstein file released.
That's where I disagree.
What's with the dog?
With Charlie. I hate my opponent.
Yeah, that shit right there. Because again, I love being so gaslit where they're just like, you guys need to tone down the language, but we hate you.
The $12 million fortune Charlie Kirk leaves his wife and kids following shooting. Nearly $5 million raised for Charlie Kirk's family following assassination as Turning Point USA sees upwards of 18,000 new chapter requests overnight.
Jesus. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Well, I think they gotta make this stop.
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
I hope this is not copywritten music.
That is...
Because if it is, then me and Kyle are about to learn the hard way.
Unbelievable.
I was definitely trafficked. Romanians adopted as kids now seek justice, answers as adults.
That's so it. Hey, show some civility, you subhuman verminous demonic filth.
Then,
yeah,
all right,
exactly.
now we're going to layer deeper. Ready? We're going to level deeper here, bro. See, now we're getting in.
Yeah, Donnie being Donnie as usual. See, that's kind of part of the problem is you guys. I lived through the Bush administration. I was in high school during the Bush administration. It was insulting because you had Dick Cheney, that was the obvious, like, actual president, where you had them just using George Bush and his stupidity, and the fact that he didn't even want to be there, like, to their advantage, where they're like, we got this, Georgie. Why don't you go play some baseball? All right, I'm gonna go play some baseball.
All the conspiracies we've talked about to this point are more or less within the realm of.
It's the same thing with Trump, except Trump has an ego where he actually, like, he thinks he's in control.
Not insane.
It's cute.
Now we're getting to the sort of stuff that the flat Earth community there are certain theories that they are gravitating to about the shooting, and we're going to walk through some of them here. So
the flat Earth community has thrown their hat in the ring.
One of the things some people are saying, and to be fair, I don't know if this one is actually flat Earth. This might,
of course,
be just short of the flat Earth community here. But
what's a flat hat?
They're saying that the video,
I'm thinking Kung Lao, but that's not even flat.
Of Tyler Robinson allegedly running across the roof, that particular video is AI. That's faked.
Okay, Georgie, go on, shake some hands, kiss the baby, get a shoe thrown at you.
And
look at me, I'm so quick, I dodge.
Some of the points people have made is that
you can't get me.
Hey, I thought that this
thank you for the follow, real MST
campus was just given a whole bunch of,
if that stands for Mystery Science Theater, we are friends.
1080 HD security cameras, and now you're showing us videos that look like they're recorded on a phone from 2007 from 200 yards away. It just doesn't. That's weird. It's weird. And so people are saying, look, this is faked. This is AI. And I'll play the video here for you and we'll walk through it as we talk about it. But take note here of the shadow of Tyler Robinson as he runs across the roof, and the shadow disappears when he gets on this portion of the roof. Watch. I'm going to mute it. Did you see that? One more time. Running, there's the shadow. Shadow is gone when he hits the white part of the roof. All right, one more time. Shadow is there as he's running in this portion when he gets to the white portion.
Yeah, that could be the camera contrast issue though. Interesting. How they even get this from this angle? It was one of the I do know that they said this because I watched something about this where they showed the campus. And there was I think it was one of like the art buildings or something that like had a bunch of cameras that were facing that roof. That's not like, honestly, this type of CCTV footage is not that uncommon.
There's a shadow disappearing again. Shadow disappearing. They're going to get to another discrepancy in the video that they say.
You're at work listening. I used to do visual effects, so I'd be able to take it apart. It sucks that you can't just like peek at your phone real quick.
They say vertical.
Yeah, the vertical line thing. I looked at this over and over. I still don't see anything wrong because especially when you're looking at this type of resolution, this is a potato can.
Lines glitch. Okay, that one was
that doesn't
weird.
make any sense. That makes no sense.
Yeah. I didn't quite see this one. Did you guys notice anything?
Pay attention to the lines. They're saying that the lines glitch. It glitches because he runs past it, and it's literally like our eyes are following him. But here, they're saying that right there, as he ran past it's the glitch.
They're going to zoom in on the lines. I guess those lines change a little bit.
Also, why did the kid reassemble his rifle? It makes no sense.
Blue haze on
that one, I will say, is like the biggest. I almost said something. Hole in the argument.
The edge of the roof.
It's a gaping hole.
That I don't know about that one. The blue haze. The blue haze thing just seems like,
again, camera contrast or whatever the fuck.
Again, if this one's a shittier camera, you could just have weird glitches. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why the blue haze. Okay. All right, and then the person behind the tree is the other one. You're going to see this. So see this person walking. They get behind the tree, and then they don't finish walking. It just stops. They're going to show it again. They're rewound it here.
They could have turned.
They get behind the tree, and then they stop.
Across the field there.
But, that one, people were pointing out that one within like the first week, I think. This is, if you zoom in on the video to the right-hand portion, you see somebody walking on the sidewalk, but when they get to behind the tree...
again, dude... Oh my God. Apparently I'm playing lawyer for this because yes, that doesn't prove shit where they could have, again, thick ass tree, number one, pedestrian just walking, and then he's just like, oh, I got to go to the quad. And then he just cuts across the field.
They stop.
They do walk on the grass.
They don't continue walking through the other.
But there's a sign that says do not walk on grass.
Other side. Which, another explanation for that is the person stopped walking, right? Like maybe,
or they just, they stopped walking, looked at their phone.
Maybe they stopped and they looked at their phone or some shit.
Yes.
But people are using this as evidence of, hey, this is like AI. This whole video is faked.
That's a very cute dog.
Whoever's putting together these edits with this dog, they are
Dogverse world.
They're all in, huh? Google Earth Loci Center. Let's see. where they
Where
were.
they were. Okay.
CCTV had clear view. Footage not released.
Oh, now that one, okay. If they had a clear view with a better camera, why aren't they releasing the 4K footage? That right there, okay.
So they're saying the footage was not released of. You can see in the screenshot here.
Makes people paranoid. The problem is you have the FBI coming out and saying all this shit that doesn't add up in the beginning. Honestly, if this would make a lot more sense if we, even at this point, they kept saying, we do not have enough evidence or we do not have enough information to provide to the public at this time. But they need this wrapped in a nice little bow to be their Reichstag fire, to have a justification to go after leftists.
The full,
like, it's so obvious. God damn it. I don't even feel like, I used to feel like a little bit tinfoil hatty about this, but this is just so obvious. Like, holy crap, guys.
Full video of it, you would be able to see the shot.
Anti-ice one, dude, my first reaction when I saw that picture, I audibly laughed, where I was just like, haha,
but
they really, oh my God.
Didn't release the shot is that point that they're making.
And then sure as shit, go to Facebook and it's mostly like, well, okay. I got to be careful here because boomers do love to put, some landscape pictures or a car or something like that, or Trump himself in their profile picture, which they don't understand how they're playing into the bot game at that point. But I'm also just going to say possible bot accounts that are just like, yeah, look at these radical leftists. Yeah, they're totally going after ICE. Yeah.
That's what they're trying to say there. All right, so now let's go fully into Crazy Town. Let's go fully into Crazy Town. This is, people were pointing this out within the first week, and it was one of those, like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, why did they release the bullets for the anti-ice step, but they didn't release pictures of the bullets for the KIRK one?
Obviously,
yeah, they just told us what was on
some
it.
Optical illusion or some shit, but people were saying, oh, the whole event is faked, and one of the reasons is, watch what happens to the chair after Charlie gets killed here. A chair goes through a table, and like it looks like a chair literally like goes through a table, like it's some video game type glitch. So watch this. Here we go. Watch the chair. Wait for it. There's the chair, and it goes through the table. You see that? You see it one more time. Watch the chair. It sort of goes through the table. Right through the table. You saw it? One more time. Chair through the table.
Huh.
I lied. One more time. Chair through the table.
Oh. That is interesting. Holy crap.
That's like, I don't know, just some optical illusion type shit, I would imagine. But because, all right, now we're going fully.
Well, that makes me wonder if there was like, if those were two tables that were connected where they pushed and like it just kind of fell through the other side.
All in.
But I don't know. The way that I looked at that, it did look like it kind of just cut off at the corner there.
Now, notice the name of this Twitter account, Brett Flat Earth Bible Jesus.
Oh my God. That's two folding tables and the chair leg. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Look, the reason I'm showing you guys all this is not to be like, this is what happened.
Yeah, no, because I was looking at the way that they even had that set up with all the hats. It looked like it was two tables.
It's to show you all the stuff that's out there because nobody can trust MAGA. Nobody can.
It is kind of funny how even MAGA is totally admitting that they cannot trust the people in charge, which, dude, you're kind of giving it away.
Trust.
Like, dude, you guys don't even believe your own bullshit.
Cash Patel. They're fucking useless.
It's kind of funny.
They're biased. They have their own thing.
But meaty lefties should not point out such obvious things.
They want to blame it on. And so in the vacuum there, everybody rushes
Flat Earth Bible Jesus
in with their own theory. And now we arrive at the granddaddy of them all, which is Charlie Kirk is hanging out in Cuba with Tupac. And the whole thing was
Brett Flat Earth Bible Jesus.
It was a fucking hologram, and he's still alive. Ready? So I'm going to click play on this one for you. This one, obviously, I think is just out there in Narnia, but nonetheless, it's interesting.
They think he was legitimately a hologram, we're talking holographic technology that rivals that of even Star Wars.
So let's watch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now, I'm sure all of you have noticed online that a lot of people are talking about Why are these people allowed to be in this canopy? Why isn't this marked off and taped off as a crime scene? And why is this guy in the white shirt taking the most very important camera down? What do you think is the most very important camera?
Is that not
camera
Charlie?
there? Why is he taking it down? Well, here's why. Because it's not a crime scene. A crime didn't take place here, and that's not a camera. Now, before I tell you what it is, I want you to get a real good look at it.
Let me just say, I love how they put like the spooky music in the background to have that subtle psychological effect on you. Like,
it literally looks like Charlie.
You know I'm about to drop some real shit on you, bro.
As he's taking it down. Anybody figure out what it is yet? Okay, here's what it is. It's called a hologram projector. And if you don't believe me, you can go look them up online. And they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Usually 20 to 60, 70, $80,000 for these things. And they come in different varieties. Now, Hollywood calls them hologram stage projectors. Now, you see...
This is like the one that they use for Tupac, right?
How Charlie's little tent there is a perfect square. And as you can tell, it's 10 foot squared, 10 foot all the way around on each square. And it's about 9 foot tall. That's because it has to be for the projection to work.
Oh, my God.
Now, let's explain.
You're not helping, sir.
Smaller spaces, the projectors can be configured with mirrors to elongate the projection path and
oh my God, he went full Mysterio.
Maintain picture integrity.
No way.
Eyeliner displays, ideally...
Spider-Man should have just showed up with his web, it's all a trick. See?
Require a minimum footprint of 10 feet square and a height of 9 feet to show full-size human figures. What you are seeing is a reflected image which is so true and realistic to the original, it has become known as a virtual image. Many people perceive what they are seeing now as a 3D hologram. In fact, it is a 21st century take on a mid-19th century visual effect known as Pepper's Ghost, showing now on the relay screens.
Whose?
Thanks in part to the amazing optical properties of the eyeliner foil, combined with the light and picture output of Christie Digital high definition.
All right, so if I actually do something where I am part of a hologram and it's called Pepper's Ghost, hey.
Projectors, the image has depth and opacity that actually supersedes the scale and definition of traditional 3D hologram.
Why did it kind of look like he was going like this with finger, like, hey.
Like I said before,
Bloody
10
Christ.
foot squared, 9 foot tall. This canopy was made this size for a purpose because it is a hologram stage projection that you guys were watching.
These performers are holograms. Every series, we take one step closer to achieving all of the sci-fi dreams.
It's pretty cool. You'll never have to miss a gig again. The gig can come to you.
We traveled to Paris to meet Ian O'Connor.
Wait a minute. They're using Science Channel. Damn it. Kyle, you got to get better about this because honestly.
Director of the company that put this show on.
Stop. Dude, 4 seconds, man. Come on.
I recall we were being asked to produce a
So, you get the gist of it. But yeah, they're saying, the Flat Earth people are saying it was a hologram, Charlie's still alive. They go on in this video and other videos to point to,
I guess Trump was right. Everything in every one computer.
the fact that there's allegedly a trap door that was right underneath Charlie. So, I'm telling you, man, it varies. The different conspiracies out there vary. But the fact of the matter is, everybody is looking for answers because it's very clear that the FBI has lied to us. It's very clear they're not telling the truth. It's very clear they're not even really interested in finding the truth, if I'm being honest with you. They want to pin it on some Antifa person or some lefty or some trans person and, move on and call it a day and use this for their political ends, namely, as Trump is doing, wage a war on the left in this country. That's what they're doing. But they're, it's fucking podcasters running the FBI, and they're failing miserably. And so certain things are more practical than other things. Certain things make more sense than other things. This stuff here, obviously, I think is bonkers and totally out there. But the stuff that makes sense is that the official story is bogus. It's complete nonsense. It's just utter horseshit. And now people are correctly, I believe, questioning where the shot even fucking came from and what weapon was actually used. So that's where we are now. And people are going to keep trying to put stuff together and come to their own conclusions because, again, what we're getting from the government is just not even remotely believable.
It's absolute nonsense
at this point.
Not even decent podcasters. No, they really aren't. The thing is, like, they aren't that good at it. They're not good at like creating these theories. That's why like it's so obvious that some of this is comes from Kash Patel himself because he's not that creative. he's not a creative. Like, this is what happens when you just lack creativity, is you really do come across like bland, number one, and then people get used to your way of speaking, your way of writing, and then when he became the head of the FBI and started doing like these types of investigations, and it just so happens that it's something he would write. Like, dude, his Christmas, the stupid Christmas book that he wrote about Trump, like that kind of shit. He fancies himself a writer. He thinks he's creative. Cash coked out Patel. I mean, look at the way that he does react. Like, the way he carries himself. Anytime that somebody starts like questioning him a little bit too much, he starts freaking the fuck out. Although you could tell him and Cory Booker do not like each other. I will say that was pretty funny. Man. Yeah, the fact that this is it, though. Here, we'll go back to the anti-ice bullet. This is what they expect you to believe is, again, the radical left, you know, typing out their manifestos one, pew-pew at a time, apparently. Jesus Christ. They made accusation about crisis actors and false flags so often they believe it's common practice. It's basically an accusation in a mirror. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, every time that they were accusing somebody, it's like they were admitting that this is what they would do in that scenario. And then sure as shit, they're in power again. And now it's like, you kind of spent a lot of time telling us that you would have done this. So why is it, so out there that we're kind of calling you on that, saying, hey, did you? Man, wick panels are insane. Wick panels? Where are wick panels? But no, that's a good take. Militant empathy. It's not even the first or the last. It's on the... Yeah, it's on the, it's in the middle. Where he, just picked up and he's like, see? And he left it for us conveniently so we didn't have to guess what his motive was, so we could just put it on the news. Wick panels are debates. Oh, okay. I did not know that. I learned something today. I learned what a wick panel is. And if you guys didn't know, then you did too. Let's see. Joe Rogan defends Kimmel, tells conservatives supporting censorship, oh my God, you're crazy. Hey, really? Really? He actually, said the thing? He actually, did it? He did the thing? Wait. I just saw something about Donald Trump. Wait, Donald Trump talked to Theo Von when? Is that real? You have something to tell me. Uh-oh. What do you have to tell me? I hate when people, kind of preface with that kind of stuff. It's like, hey, can I tell you something? It's like, sure. Am I gonna feel weird afterwards?
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news. It is Wednesday, and there is a lot to talk about, starting with this. Jimmy Kimmel is back.
I'm not sure who had a weirder 48 hours, me or the CEO of Tylenol.
And before we jump into this, you've got some people giving Joe Rogan some credit, because before we actually knew that Kimmel was coming back, he predicted.
My suspicion is they suspended for a short amount of time. He comes back to a standing ovation. Donald Trump tweets mean shit about him, and then the world moves on.
And that is exactly what happened, minus the moving on part. Because you had Trump posting on Truth Social last night.
I said that before Rogan, but, smaller podcasts and all.
I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was...
Oh, my God, dude, he's so predictable. I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was canceled. I'm surprised he didn't capitalize canceled. That's kind of, out of character for him. Something happened between then and now because his audience is gone. Oh, well, there it is. And his talent was never there. Why would they put someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, and who puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage? Yet, he is yet another arm of the DNC, and to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major illegal campaign contribution. Capitalize. I think they're going to test I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see. Oh my God, he's literally doing the thing. Let's see how they do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. I bet that, dude, they should feel like assholes for doing that and not just taking it to fucking court.
Was told by ABC
Jesus Christ
that his show was canceled.
Did they think it would cost more than $16 million, really?
Something happened between then and now because his audience is gone and his talent was never there. Why would they want someone back who does so poorly, who's not funny, and who puts the network in jeopardy by playing 99% positive Democrat garbage? He is yet another arm of the DNC, and to the best of my knowledge, that would be a major illegal
Really? You're going fucking old Donald Rumsfeld on me on that?
campaign contribution. I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me $16 million. This one sounds even more lucrative. A true bunch of losers. Let Jimmy Kimmel rot in his bad ratings. Who could have ever guessed that these settlements would embolden Trump? He said, oozing of sarcasm. Also really quick, and to be clear, this is my opinion. It's so funny that
well, that's what a proud neocon is.
There's been so many Trump defenders saying, hey, this is a private company that made a private company decision. This wasn't because of the government, despite all the evidence that the government was pressuring things to happen. And Donald Trump, as he almost always does, is like, no. I'm going after him.
Pretty sure that Jimmy Kimmel's monologue got 14 million views on YouTube already. Yeah, dude, his ratings were huge last night.
Trump's like, don't try to steal the credit and then just rinse, repeat. But again, that's my opinion. Newscat back on. While Trump was seemingly stewing in his own resentment, Kimmel, he returned last night to a standing ovation, where he delivered what felt like a historic, nearly 30-minute monologue that I feel like is going to go down in late-night television history.
Anyway.
It is. I can't show any of it. Like, literally any
As
of it.
I was saying before I was interrupted.
Oh, I will say, if you watch TV offline...
He's good. Okay, I got to trust Philip DeFranco on this one, because he's not going to...
There were a long list of cities, including D.C., New Orleans, Richmond, Columbus, Portland, Seattle, St. Louis, Salt Lake City, Nashville, and much upstate New York that could not watch it live. Right, and that's because the broadcasters Sinclair and Nexstar refused to air the episode on nearly 70 ABC affiliate stations that they own. But of course, you could also still watch the monologue on YouTube, where, as of recording, it's racked up nearly 14 million views in about 14 hours. Which also, to put that into some context, his political monologues, they typically get like a couple of million views. I mean, the one that got him canceled last week, it only got around 4 million. So, we'll see how long that boost lasts, though obviously in the short term, it's possible that some people who didn't even tune in before are Kimmel fans now. But going into the monologue, you had Kimmel thanking all the people who expressed support for him during the past week, naming a long list of fellow talk show hosts. But then he also added names that were less expected.
I want to thank the people who don't support my show and what I believe, but support my right to share those beliefs anyway. Like Ben Shapiro, Clay Travis, Candace Owens, Mitch McConnell, Rand Paul.
Yep, okay. That is more than 4 seconds. Sorry.
Erica KIRK, who forgave the man who murdered her husband.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do.
No, not what they do.
I forgive him.
Randy and Kimmel just breaking up, talking about that moment.
You believe in the teachings of Jesus as I do. There it was. That's it.
But you don't conform to my political narratives. Therefore, you cannot be a true Christian. That's how these people think.
A selfless act of grace.
Meanwhile, ignoring every bit of what actual Christianity is, like, Jesus's word. They hear the Sermon on the Mount and literally call it woke garbage.
Forgiveness from a grieving widow. It touched me deeply.
Damn it, dude. I should have known that this was going to be a thing. Hold on.
Apparently got him canceled last week.
But I do want to...
I can't. Oh my God, he's got literal fucking... Okay, so he did pay for this.
So Kimmel saying that he's heard from comedians and talk show hosts from Russia and the Middle East.
Unless Kimmel and ABC are just like, no, we want the internet to show this.
Said that they'd get thrown.
Sometimes they do that, but I doubt it.
In prison or worse.
I would not be surprised if I have to delete half of the segment.
Making fun of those in power. And he added that, he took his own freedom to speak his mind for granted. But now the government's going after not just him and Colbert, but also Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers. And Kimmel calling that crazy, un-American, and a direct violation of the First Amendment, as well as hypocritical.
There was an FCC commissioner back in 2022 who worked under Joe Biden who was spot on. He wrote, President Biden is right. Political satire is one of the oldest and most important forms of free speech. It challenges those in power while using humor to draw more people into the discussion. That's why people in influential positions have always targeted it for censorship. You know who wrote that? FCC Commissioner Brendan Carr.
Clear that he strongly disagreed with their decision to pull him off the air. Kimmel commended Disney for putting him back on and saying that it put itself at risk of retaliation by doing so. Also, since last night, we've seen a variety of reactions to Kimmel's comeback. Some, like Ben Stiller, calling it brilliant, and others saying that pulling off this monologue was a feat in itself. Many saying that he did this kind of balancing act flawlessly, but also there were others with a very different opinion. You had people like Andrew Colvett, KIRK's executive producer and a Turning Point USA spokesperson, writing, "Not good enough, Jimmy. It's simple. I'm sorry for saying the shooter was MAGA. He was not. He was of the left. I apologize to the KIRK family for lying. Please accept my sincere apology. I will do better."
I like how everybody has their idea of what he should have said instead of just accepting it.
I was
like they've, they're perfect human beings who have never said some like horrendous shit in their lives.
wrong. You also had conservative commentator Dana Loesch saying, no apology. He wasn't making a joke. He outright lied about the killer because he hated the politics of the victim. Jimmy Kimmel can pound sand. But then also Piers Morgan, among others, honing in on the moments that Kimmel broke up, writing, hard to feel sympathy for Jimmy Kimmel and his crocodile tears, given how gleefully he has always gorged on the career entrails of conservative stars who lost their jobs like Tucker, Roseanne, etc. Right, well, there's no shortage of opinions here. Where I do want to end is with Joe Rogan, right? One of the biggest podcasters in the world. He's been heavily credited as being part of the reason why Donald Trump was elected. And while he hasn't reacted to this latest monologue yet, he did make his feelings about Kimmel's cancellation very clear in his most recent podcast episode.
First of all, I definitely don't think that the government should be involved ever in dictating what a comedian can or cannot say in a monologue. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
And if people on the right are like, yeah, go get him.
It's almost like you just realize it's like, God damn it, I actually have to like chastise these people.
Oh my God, you're crazy. You're crazy for supporting this. How you have time while you're running the world to be tweeting that you don't like talk show hosts?
Yeah.
That is so crazy.
So with all that, it's going to be very interesting to see whether Rogan, not to mention Ben Shapiro, Ted Cruz, and these other big names.
Yeah, I hope that they continue
names
this.
on the right keep up their criticism of the White House as things unfold. Because remember, Trump promised to retaliate against Disney and ABC for this, and he doesn't seem like he's willing to give up the fight that easy. And of course, this
Rogan voted for this.
He'd probably rather have a battle on this front and several others than have to deal with the Epstein scandal. And then there's more we've got to dive into today. But first, let me say,
all right, he's gonna go into his thing. Hold on. Trump backs Ukraine. This is not America first. Wait. Oh, really? I might have to check that out later. I didn't even know that was going to be a thing. Let's see. Because he talks about
mobile for details. But then next up in the news, let's talk about this Theo Von Pokemon Department of Homeland Security scandal. Because in 2025, every story just sounds like it's a Mad Lib. Because this whole
I was about to say that literally sounds like I'm playing Mad Libs.
Saying it kicked off earlier this week after
Pokemon, Homeland Security, and Theo Von. It's like
just posted a now viral video on their socials that
what is the Homeland Security video
showed multiple dramatic ICE raids and arrests set to the original Pokemon theme song along with clips from the show. The clip that I'm not even gonna try to include in this video because the Pokemon company would probably sue me so hard that I'd probably have my fucking grandchildren paying the bill. But one, come on, you know the song. And two, to really hammer the point home, the video ends by flashing several mock versions of Pokemon trading cards.
The very best.
But instead of like Pikachu
no one ever was.
or Charizard, they featured mugshots of some of the migrants that ICE had arrested. With DHS then making sure to share
someone's assuming
those cards in separate posts so everyone could see the details in full, including descriptions of their alleged crimes, information on their arrests, and even their listed weakness as ICE. Right, and then you had Customs and Border Protection replying to the post on X by sharing a gif of Detective Pikachu dancing and writing, Border Patrol's newest recruit. Right, and so then with that, you had a lot of conservative figures kind of applauding
Are they just real, like, because again, guys, think about this. The way that the Trump administration just kind of does this consistently, where they invite lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, like, for real, you don't think that Tylenol has a pretty ironclad case against them?
The post high-fiving each other, though it also...
Will the FBI target me if I comment? My cats mean a lot to me.
Got a ton of back...
Probably not, Winston's World, if you're actually serious.
Right, and that is, you had many people wondering whether Nintendo and the Pokemon Company gave...
If they target me, then you know that we're truly fucked. I mean...
DHS permission to use its...
As much as I like to be like, hey, yeah, you know what? I'm consistent. I consider myself pretty, decent at this, and I'm growing. But
especially as you had others noting,
I don't think they're coming here.
That both of those companies are.
But if they do,
famously litigious, and many called on them to take legal action against the Trump administration. But also there, you had some arguing that the video falls under fair use protections. And as you'd expect, there's a lot of back and forth and debate here. But then the backlash got even bigger yesterday when a former chief legal officer for the Pokemon Company told IGN that he doesn't think that the company is going to go after DHS.
What?
Saying first, think of how little you see the Pokemon Company International's name in the press, saying they are insanely publicity shy and prefer to let the brand be the brand. And adding, second, many of their execs in the USA are on green cards. Even if I was still at the company, I wouldn't touch this, and I'm the most trigger-happy chief legal officer I've ever met. This will blow over in a couple of days, and they'll be happy to let it. Also, I'll say that article ended up getting community noted on X to clarify that it was the former chief legal officer who made those remarks, after a lot of people just appear to think that it was an official response from the company. So that then brings
Nintendo like to sue everybody. Nintendo doesn't have anything to do with Pokemon.
To this morning, where you had the Pokemon Company responding to the DHS campaign with a spokesperson there.
Game Freak and the Pokemon Company are literally its own thing.
Telling the Daily Beast that they were aware of the video that DHS posted and adding, our company was not involved in the creation or distribution of this content, and permission was not granted for the use of our intellectual property. But, very notably, the
Nintendo lost its way when they stopped giving you the real copy of a game.
The company declined to comment when asked if it intended to,
or not requiring you to have a, Wi-Fi connection to play said game.
Take legal action against the Trump administration. But as that plays out, it brings us to Theo Vaughn, who one, was widely credited with helping Trump turn out young voters, but also two, slammed DHS after it posted this video.
Heard you got deported, dude. Bye.
In that original clip of Theo,
it
was recorded back in January when a fan allegedly asked him to send a message to her boyfriend who couldn't come to his show because he had been deported, with that video being widely viewed as a joke. And so with this now government-released version, you had Theo Vaughn writing, "Yo, DHS, I didn't approve to be used in this. I know you know my address, so send a check, and please take this down, and please keep me out of your, quote, banger deportation videos. When it comes to immigration, my thoughts and heart are a lot more nuanced than this video allows. Bye." With Theo then...
Yeah, are they though?
Also responding to another comment that applauded him for speaking up, saying, "It's crazy to me that they would think this is okay. What if someone attacks me tomorrow because they think I'm some final boss of deportations or something?" Now also with this, while Theo...
It's all, oh my God, did you just actually figure out what they're doing? Did you just figure out that they're trying to target American citizens, and you might have just felt a little tinge or twinge, I don't know what the word is, but you might have just felt what we feel here, like a little bit of that fear where it's like, oh my God, they're trying to weaponize shit to come after me. Weird.
Theo didn't specifically say what his views on immigration are and how they differ from the Trump administration's actions. You did have some pointing to comments that he made on the topic during an episode of his podcast back in June.
Obviously, there's a lot of deportations.
Yeah, fucking A. He's using a lot of copywritten content today. I know that this past week is definitely.
Then you also
not
had Theo going on to say that he believes undeniably that there should be
unless they did a TOS update that I am just not aware of.
Amnesty or a pathway to citizenship for people who are productive citizens. But then also, in addition to that, in regards to the DHS video, you had a similar kind of debate playing out about.
And I used to be able to watch Philly D without even worrying about this stuff.
Whether or not it was fair use. And there, you also had some arguing that it wasn't a huge leap for the Trump administration to think that Theo Vaughn would be okay with them using him to promote their message, writing things like, "But you did in fact say what's in that video, and you did in fact endorse Trump basically, and you did in fact attend his inauguration, even though his entire campaign was deport everyone." So
yes, you don't get to just be like, "Hey man, I'm a never man, I never did do."
Spare us. So again, you had others.
I'm so sick of that shit. Andrew Schultz playing that game, fucking even Joe Rogan, all these guys that supported this bullshit that are now just like shocked Pikachu face that it went exactly the way that the crazy left that was, they were shitting their pants. They were going crazy, man. We didn't even need to listen to them because they were just all out there. Yeah.
Pushing back on that, saying that it was a joke and that people should be allowed to change their minds when it comes to supporting Trump and his policies, which also is something that Theo Vaughn has actually done on several fronts recently. But literally, as I was filming the show, DHS deleted the video of Vaughn from X. Now, notably, it's unclear why the clip was taken down, right? Theo and DHS, they both haven't said anything about it as a recording, but it also appears that the Pokemon video is still up. Right, but with all that, whether it be the Pokemon stuff or the Theo Vaughn stuff, what are your thoughts and reactions here? But then next up in the news today, we need to talk about how the Dallas ICE field office got shot up this morning. And while this is all still developing in real time as I'm recording,
because it is still developing and we probably have more information than even he did at this point, I'm going to call it there. All right. So let's cover this story real quick. The flotilla that was on its way to Gaza that was carrying Greta Thunberg was targeted by drones.
Sailing in international waters. Again, the flotilla comes under attack by drones.
There was another one, yeah. We just experienced a fifth attack. We need to assess which boat was that. They're likely throwing flashbangs at our boats. It's very, very important that we stay on alert. Right now we are in a moment of full drone alert. We need to pressure the boat for these attacks to stop.
In addition to physical attacks, the boats also faced...
The worst thing about being on the left is being so effing right about everything, and by the time everyone else comes around, they've forgotten that we were first, or they just don't care.
Electronic warfare.
And right now, they're jamming our VHF.
This is the nice part about doing what I do. At least I have timestamps.
As you can hear.
Like the Jimmy Kimmel thing. That's why, you know what? I'm a little Kyle Kalinske with my video on that one, where it's just like, no. We found out about this 10 solid minutes before any news organization. So
I do not know where this is coming from, the sound, but other vessels are experiencing the same thing. They're jamming our radio.
As news broke, people tried to contact their governments for help.
Israel just attacked United States military veterans on the global Samud flotilla. I need the U.S. Department of State to call Israel and tell them not to bomb U.S. veterans.
As the sun rose, Al Jazeera's Hassan Masood confirmed the details.
Zach, I think you're timed out till Friday, but if I don't know, because we had to do like a block of it. So
ships were subjected to at least 13 attacks, during which repeated explosions were heard, targeting 11 of its ships.
Human rights activists heading to Gaza say,
"Wow, do they have they actually have press on the boat?
They're undeterred."
Or are they? Oh, wait a minute! Is that a press boat following them?
Global Samud Flotilla, a peaceful, legal humanitarian mission, was targeted with more than 10 attacks. From the night prayers till dawn, these drones kept circling.
You gotta go. Catch you next time. Hey, thank you for joining today, man. I really appreciate that. I will catch you later.
This is
Thank you for subscribing and also promoting the show.
Psychological war to scare us and stop us from going to Gaza. We are not afraid, and we are determined. We will stand against this genocide.
Earlier this week, a U.S. envoy confirmed in an interview for the first time that Israel was behind one of the initial attacks on the flotilla in Tunisia.
Israel is attacking everybody. So Israel is attacking Syria. Israel is attacking Lebanon. Israel is attacking Tunisia.
And as Israel's attacks continue, yet another
flotilla is a group of boats all surrounding the other. Yeah, I know.
From the boats for accountability and assistance.
No, I know that. I was more so wondering, like, if they, like, I was kind of shocked that they had, like, press, live press on the flotilla.
From an Irish perspective, I speak directly to the Irish establishment class, the media and political class right now. If anything happens to me or any of the other 21 Irish participants on this flotilla, we hold you responsible. I think I speak for everyone on this flotilla. We don't want to die. We don't want to be murdered.
In the last week, Greek protesters have called on their government to cut ties with Israel. In Italy, thousands went on strike in a show of solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza, calling for arms shipments to Israel to be stopped. Even in Israel, some activists marched towards the Israel-Gaza border, calling for an end to the siege. Their signs read, "By land and the sea, break the siege," and "Hands off the Samud flotilla." A sentiment that's growing around the world among people who feel their governments are complicit in the genocide. Sama bin Javed, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to our...
Zach, I sent you a message over on Discord. Just check that out, man. Because I actually had something for some advice for that, but I can't really say. So, just admitting, yeah, our vessel is totally gone lawless. Well, I'll tell you what. I did not have Donald Trump doing a 180 on Ukraine. Okay, let's All right. We've pretty much covered that. Netanyahu can... I mean, the human shield excuse. Well, dude, look at the way that they were using him. Trump had has had nice words for Ukraine lately, but his actions have not matched those words. I suspect they won't. Well, because it seemed somebody pointed out that he's doing the thing that somebody that just came out of a fresh breakup, they start doing, where they start talking shit, they start cozying up to the people that didn't like their ex, but secretly he wants to get back with his ex. He still loves his ex. He still loves some pooty poo. Come on, pooty poo. Come on, buddy. Come on. Hey, guy. Hey, guy. Like, he... South Park nailed his ass. Oh, man, there's a new South Park tonight. That'll be fun. Nobody posted me. Even people I care about. People said happy birthday here, man. So, the community, apparently, but that sucks. What up, LT? You just missed militant empathy, which was hilarious because, like, I had that moment where I'm like, really? Like, from Memoir? That's cool. It was funny, too, because he's just like, I have name recognition? It's like, dude, Sam reads your IMs all the time. Of course you do. But how you doing, LT? Hope you had a good day. I saw that. Nice. Trump will never go against Putin. I'm sure that the Russians have so much blackmail on Trump, like money. Y'all, again, everybody was talking the P tapes. I'm with you on that, where it was business stuff, where it's like, no, they have stuff that could totally end his presidency if they release some of it, where it's just like, oh, no. You thought the Ukraine stuff was bad, huh? You're doing good? Good. I'm glad you're doing well. You asked me to read? All right. Sorry, I need to do a little stretch and reset. Actually, you know what? Here, do I have something that I can... Damn it. Here, I need like an interim video that I have kind of already seen part of it that will add some context to some of this, so I can go take a quick pee. MAGA lies. Oh, here we go.
All right, y'all. So we have some huge news that broke earlier today that I wanted to share with you. So take a look at this. U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem confirms a shooting this morning at a detention center for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, that's ICE, in Dallas, Texas, with local media reporting that the shooter targeted detainees, resulting in several injured and possibly killed. It's actually 3 killed as of the time of this recording. The shooter, identified as a white male, has been found dead of a self-inflicted gunshot on a nearby roof across from the ICE facility. So, bottom line, in simple terms, mass shooting at an ICE facility, 3 immigrants, so the detainees are dead. None of the ICE officers are, never mind, killed. None of them are even injured. The shooter, white male, ended up killing himself, and that's the gist of the story. So, I'm going to give you one guess what the right is doing with this story. I'm going to give you one guess what the right is saying and what they're doing with this story. I think you know. So here is the Vice President of the United States. The obsessive attack on law enforcement, particularly ICE, must stop. I'm praying for everyone hurt in this attack and for their families. So immediately jumps to, oh, an ICE facility was attacked. That means you were attacking the ICE officers. Bullshit. Not true. Didn't happen. That's a fact. But he jumps right to that. Okay. So as Midas Touch points out, the people who were killed were detainees, not ICE. Maybe wait a beat before trying to capitalize on every tragedy. You're the Vice President of the United States, not a random shit poster. And they're linking to 2 detainees killed at Dallas ICE facility, 1 shooter found dead as police search for possible sniper, sources say. 2 ICE detainees were killed and 1 person was injured at a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement office in Dallas, sources say. So, as I said, it wound up being 3 people killed. Every single one of them are immigrants. Here comes Mike Pence, former VP, praying for the victims and their families following the shooting at ICE field office in Dallas. The left's targeting of our brave men and women in uniform must stop now. God bless all the brave men and women of ICE. We fully live in a post-truth world these days. There are no more facts. There are no more evidence. Actually, that's wrong. There are facts and there are evidence, but the right goes like this. La, 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 la. I can't see you. I can't hear you. La, 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 la. That doesn't count. It doesn't count. So they are all. Trump has turned the entire right into postmodernists. So it's not about the truth anymore. It's about their truth. And they feel like if we do enough of a propaganda onslaught, we can make people go, well, there was a shooting in an ICE facility. I guess they had to be targeting ICE agents. No, the person who did the shooting had a sniper with a scope. He purposefully targeted the immigrants in particular. So if anything, the political takeaway would have to be the polar opposite of what these idiots are saying. In fact, remember this? Just a reminder that Republican candidate Valentina Gomez posted a video simulating the execution of a migrant in December, which, by the way, hilarious. Your name is Valentina Gomez, you dumb bitch.
Yeah, dude, seriously. Can we start calling that out a little bit more where it's like fucking insane that these assholes, dude, I'm going to call this white LARPing because that's exactly what they're doing. They're white conservative LARPing because I covered this yesterday about like the Myron Gaines, that officer, what's his fuck from the Piers Morgan interview. All of these guys who are, POC, or because I know that term will fucking make them flip out. But for real, these people are LARPing, and then they get shocked when they are like, "Wait a minute, we thought that we were part of your group." Because once they're done, coming after the left, once they have no one else to pick on, then they're just like, well, hold on. We don't need you here.
You think
Blair White was the most recent victim of this, where, again, her moving back to California, the writing's on the wall there, guys.
You're on the team?
I wouldn't doubt that, like, in the next few months, Blair White's going to retire from politics.
You think they actually welcome you with open arms? What a sick joke. No,
there's nothing wrong with saying that, Crystal,
You're not one of the good ones to them.
Looker.
Just from the color of your skin and the way your name sounds.
Randy, hello.
You're on the enemy's list. But, you're going to prove you're one of the good ones by mock executing an immigrant. Wow, real fucking brave of you. Real courageous of you. Real, you're trying to flex your, I'm right wing enough, right? I'm right wing enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus fucking Christ. And now people are actually executing immigrants at ICE facilities. Absolutely fucking disgusting. There's never any...
It's a self-eating ideology. They just keep getting rid of each other until there's no one left. That's where I was like, they don't get it. Because if they get their single party, then they're still going, like, it's still going to be, oh, you're more liberal than I thought, you bunch of wokies. I thought we got rid of the left. It's going to just be that shit over and over.
Any account?
Yes, until the empire just dies out and it's just the billionaires.
Ability for the right. There's never any...
It's almost like it's class warfare where they're having us fight each other.
Accountability. They'll go with their propaganda bullshit. Lie.
Weird.
Lie. And they'll never admit fault, even though we know what they're saying is completely and utterly untrue.
The right-wing pick-me epidemic. Well said.
True. And this gets deeper. So the FBI is now saying they found rounds near the shooter that had anti-ICE messages in a shooting where the only victims are detainees. Interesting. Very interesting. You ready for this? I'm not even joking about this. You're going to think I'm joking.
They're firing indiscriminately at again, with a sniper rifle. He was firing indiscriminately. It doesn't, they can't do this. They literally cannot, they cannot create a narrative that makes sense. Because if he was firing indiscriminately, then are you saying that it was an AR? No! It was a sniper rifle, a bolt-action sniper rifle that he was then doing the go. Uh-huh.
I'm not joking.
Uh-huh.
Here
and then again, not labeling the CDC shooting as a terrorist act. What's up with that?
Here's what the FBI director, Kash Patel, the same guy who's fucking up the investigation into the Charlie Kirk shooting 15 ways to Sunday, doesn't know his ass from his elbow on that. Here's what he's saying. He says, hey, these are the bullets that we found near the killer. Bro, the bullets literally read anti-ICE. Doesn't say fuck ICE, doesn't say abolish ICE, doesn't say anything that the phrases.
I mean, honestly, does this not scream of desperation where they might have saw the mag, right? And then they were just like, we can use this. Or do you think that was left over from the Tyler situation, the Charlie Kirk situation?
Actually used on the left.
Fuck. I mean, literally, he probably just keeps the shit in his pocket the way that cop.
Abolish ICE. No, it says anti-ICE.
Let's be careful there.
And it appears to be written in marker, and it appears to be fucking raining where the bullets were found. I got a fucking bridge to sell you if you believe this crap. I got a fucking bridge to sell you.
Oh, it's a clip. mag, whatever.
Bro, this is the same shit as immediately trying to blame trans people.
I literally don't give a fuck.
After the Charlie Kirk shooting, they tried so hard. It's got to be a trans person. Blame the trans people. And
sorry, I'm not gay for guns.
then when they couldn't, Antifa. So blame Antifa. Something. Somebody on the left, please, please. And now look at this. A shooting in an ICE facility that specifically targeted immigrants. 3 of them now dead. 3 immigrants dead. And they're going, oh, this was anti-ICE agent shooter. See, it says anti-ICE on the bullet.
This is basically the turning point where centrism no longer... Wait, where centrism no longer becomes an acceptable option and radical...
Oh my God.
I have no idea what
Oh my God. Bro.
The commies versus the Nazi situation. Yeah.
You literally can't believe anything that comes out of this regime. It's all fake. It's all bullshit. It's all biased. It's all political.
LT Euler. I know. Wow. LT's in a weird, thirsty mood today.
Narrative claptrap shit. This is incredible to me. It's incredible to me. Our institutions are fucking useless now.
LT, be careful or you go to horny jail.
I mean, literally the plain evidence right in front of our eyes says it all. The immigrants were murdered. So if anything, this is somebody who looks at ICE and goes, you're not enough of a Gestapo. You should be more Nazi-ish. You should be more fascist. You should be mass executing these immigrants. If anything, that's the political message. Now, it's possible that it's just a totally mentally ill person who, whatever, did it. But it's also possible, no, this is highly political. And the political point of view is, oh my goodness, the Trump regime isn't fascist enough. They need to be more fascist. Here, let me help you out by murking the brown people. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And they're just going to keep going as if the facts aren't what they are. They will proceed as if we don't know that the people who were killed were immigrants. Again, I want to repeat this.
Well, dude, I was watching some of the Fox News coverage before I got on here, and it was crazy how they were they were saying anything but them being migrant detainees. They kept saying persons. They kept referring to him as the persons shot. But then they were like, oh, but we have figured out the shooter's name, motive, his family. It's like, wait, what?
Rifle.
Oh, yeah, by the way, look, he was also anti-ICE. See?
With a scope. You have to specifically and purposely aim that where you want to shoot it. It's not like with a machine gun, you can sort of just spray.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my God. Because, again, they also assume that, every person that's listening to this has not fired a weapon themselves. This is where they really do, ironically, shoot themselves in the dick.
Spray and hope type shit. No, it's a rifle with a scope. So he had...
Again, I called it a mag, and you were like, it's a clip. It's like, yeah, but you know what's funny? I have fired these types of weapons before.
Had the sight set directly on specifically the immigrants. Unbelievable.
I think I've said this before, that I just, as much as I do actually see the value in having the home protection kind of angle, Second Amendment, I'm not one of those types of left guys that is just so anti, gun, which surprises people. But I'm also one of these people that respects weapons and also fears them. I actually fear guns. When I fire guns, they are scary, and they should, I think that everybody should be afraid of guns. Every single person that owns one should be afraid of it.
Unfucking believable.
And because that's showing that you truly respect it. I'll say this, I'm kind of afraid of my car too, where it's oh yeah, when you're going 90 miles per hour hurling this giant chunk of metal.
These assholes are so fucking radicalized. It is absurd. They don't care about truth. They don't care about reality. They don't care about justice.
I won't say what I have.
Literally all they care about is owning the left, triggering the left. Narrative.
An open book, but there are certain things I will not talk about.
All day, every day about how fucking amazing and great Republicans and MAGA are. They're a sick joke. They're a sick joke. And it's no wonder that they're fucking, Trump is 37% approval rating.
They are. No, they're completely unnecessary in in a civil setting. But, I live in America where it's not exactly a civil, it is not civil.
It's no wonder
no speeding.
That in the special elections now, you're getting colossal swings to Democrats. Grijalva, what's her name? Annalita or something like that? Grijalva.
Actually, within the last 10 years, they did finally increase the speed limits in Illinois, specifically on our tollways. They used to be 55, which made absolutely no sense. Now they're 75.
She ended up winning. She improved on Kamala's numbers by 20 or 30 percentage points in the special election that just happened the other day. Gee, I wonder why. Is it because the fucking right are entirely deranged freaks? Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, it's almost people are kind of amped up to go and vote for anybody that can put a check on this
All right, guys, that's the show.
Nice. It's interesting how he ended his show with that, where he's just like, breaking news. MAGA is relentless. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Texas highways have highest speed limits. We die like crazy. See, that's, yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I don't know. I'm all about driving responsibly. That's why I like to ride the middle lane unless somebody is, being a complete douchebag and just, it's like, hey, can you please move over to that slow lane? That's for you. That's for you. Angela, you're back. Y'all front? Hell yeah. Angie, I am glad that you could make it today because, yeah, at the beginning of stream, man, I was having some major issues. If you watch the VOD back, just know that at the beginning of stream, I was having some internet hiccups that seem to have kind of evened out. I haven't had any significant hiccups in a minute, so oh my god, I think Zach, you might have been right, because now that I'm thinking about it, my dogs were outside when I was having the issue, and yeah, they didn't bury the line yet, so I'm wondering if they were like fucking with it. Huh. I wonder. Regardless, they're going to be making a trip out here to check their work, because I'm going to let them know where it's like, no, guys, you definitely cost me about an hour of work, which they don't need to necessarily know what's up. So you were here earlier. You saw that. Embarrassing. You saw me in my internet hiccups. Well, your listening wasn't able to type. Lurking. I see how it is. Well, real quick, guys, I see that we have a few more people just kind of hanging out here in chat that have not hit that like button. So if you guys can please do so, it helps out my stream a lot. And it, honestly, guys, I can say that just from checking up on my numbers, which somebody said I should not do that as often, and I appreciate you guys, because that was kind of the mental check I needed. But I did check the analytics yesterday, I will admit. And yeah, no, it's helping, guys. So if you guys can please hit that like button, I really do appreciate it. It's free for you, and it helps out my stream immensely. So also, consider getting yourself a membership or contributing to the stream financially, because it really helps me out with my current situation. I am in a bit of a pickle with my medical stuff, and just overall, yeah, things are not great. But when you guys do donate, it gets you one step closer to me putting this stupid thing on. Well, stupid. It's not stupid at all. I look stupid in it, but yes, I wear this silly pepper hat, and I will even do like the most serious breaking news coverage in it if we make it to $100 in one single stream. So that's the deal. Welcome to Pep Talks, guys. If you guys are new here, I appreciate it. Did you turn into JD and get a little what? Oh, you missed Pep threatened me to send me to horny jail. I did literally say that. I was like, no, you go to horny jail. LT, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting to just look into chat and be like, okay. All right. You know what? We're gonna do something fun here. Not sure if you guys heard about this, but Anna Kasparian got into it with Jillian Michaels on The Talk. Yeah. And here's the thing. She actually covered it on TYT. Go figure. So I wanted to take a look at, number one, what her explanation is, and how is she going to be more charitable to Jillian in this regard. Like, I have a feeling she's gonna be like, I didn't want it to go this far. We agree to disagree. But yeah, I want to see like what happens here. Number one, I saw the clip of Jillian walking out of the show, or is it Julian? I can't even remember. Whatever, Biggest Loser. The lady from The Biggest Loser. She does a rage quit in the I think it was the middle of the show too. It really did seem like that. But hey, let's take a look because Anna, she actually covers it herself. So let's take a look. I know you, dude. Okay, can I just say this? As somebody who used to think that Anna was, a pretty, she's pretty. Her opinions and her just kind of literally just do it, like sacrificing the left every turn and just being like, I'm not part of this. I don't want to be part of this. I'm politically, when she said she was politically homeless, like her hot factor went from, I don't want to play the scale game, but she definitely went down 2 points to 3 points in the scale. Well, yeah, 3 points. If it's a scale of 10, yeah, she definitely went down 3 points. Maybe she's sitting at the negatives. Who knows? Who knows what Pep actually thinks? But here.
Fully informed about, so we'll get into those details. But before we get to like the nuts and bolts of the show, like the important current events, I do want to address something that happened on Her Take. It's a weekly panel show that I host.
How does nobody use that one? Come on.
For Valuetainment. I am the resident.
Because it doesn't start with a C. Like we can have the spicy, crap with a K.
I guess lefty of that panel.
I guess lefty. You see, how does it feel? How's it feel to be the token lefty?
And we've had lots of fiery moments. That's for sure. But something happened that I want to make sure I clarify, because these types of things end up getting spun into things that I've never said, things I've never believed. So,
okay, let's take bets. Does she pivot right or left on this one? Let's see.
Without further ado, let's get into it.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get angry.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I told you, you cover this. I'm gonna rip you apart.
I love how Lindy is just like, can we not? Can we not?
Where is the proof?
We're not
that
saying that
Bibi
it
Netanyahu
happened. We're really
offered
not
Charlie
saying that it
$150 million. This is not for me.
100% she pivots right.
I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love you guys.
I'm
sorry.
Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country commit.
Jesus Christ, did she buy that jacket from freaking Columbo's estate sale? Yeah, I just gotta say, I'm gonna be a pep on Her Take.
Genocide, yeah. Well, as you just saw from that video, Jillian Michaels, who co-hosts Her Take along with me, Amy Dangerfield, and Lindy Lee, quit with her and essentially did so while we were live.
Wait, she quit? She quit? Like she quit? Hold on. I don't know why that, hold on. No, I want to see her freak out again. Hold on.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get angry.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys
Okay. Also, where's this anger coming from?
insisted. And I told you, you cover this. I'm gonna rip you apart.
Jesus Christ, I just realized I have a hat from my grandpa that has that exact same pattern.
Where is the proof?
We're not saying
it was his favorite croquet hat.
Bibi Netanyahu
We're really
offered
not
Charlie $150 million. This is not for me. I'm not interested in this.
Need to see the context.
I love you guys.
I'm
sorry.
Let's be good. Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country commit a genocide. Yeah.
Oh, come on, Anna. Show her attack you on that one. Someone doth protest too much? Yeah.
Well, as you just saw from that video, Jillian Michaels, who co-hosts Her Take along with me, Amy Dangerfield, and Lindy Lee, quit with her and
oh, that's on their end. I thought that was my internet. Ha, cool.
Essentially did so while we were live. Now, keep in mind, Jillian Michaels was the lead host of that show, so she abandoned it while we were airing live. And I want to explain exactly what happened from my point of view, while doubling down on what I believe about some of the rumors and some of the theories floating around about Charlie Kirk's assassination and these allegations that Israel, played a role in his assassination. Now, I want to be very clear right off the bat. I do not believe that there is any evidence drawing a direct connection between Charlie Kirk's assassination and Israel. As everyone knows, I am not someone who holds back when it comes to criticizing Israel. But I think the truth matters. And if there's no evidence, I just think it's super irresponsible to, preemptively place blame on Israel for Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's crazy. Now, that is an entirely different story from what I have talked about on this show.
Looks like Jillian Michaels was paid by Israel to go on.
And that has...
I mean, dude, seriously, that reaction really does come from somebody that's like, has a contract, and they're just like, I thought we talked about this backstage where I told you that I could not talk about this, but you're putting me on the spot. It's embarrassing and I'm done.
To do with what Charlie Kirk was personally experiencing in regard to Zionist pressure in the last few months of his life. Now, when I'm referring to that Zionist pressure, I'm specifically talking about the fact that apparently behind the scenes, and Charlie Kirk himself confirmed this in a conversation with Megyn Kelly, he felt that he was being smeared as an anti-Semite, which he clearly wasn't, because of the fact that he included Dave Smith and Tucker Carlson at the America Fest, conference. And during that conference, Dave Smith, debated somebody on Israel. And I thought it was a great debate. I enjoyed it. And then Tucker Carlson, of course, gave that speech in which he, floated the idea that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad asset. Okay. So I think that if you're going to be part of a group of people, and as Charlie Kirk very much was, that purports to want to be inclusive of all points of view, debate all points of view, not try to censor people because of wrongthink, then yeah, you should be inclusive of voices like Tucker Carlson's. I mean, he's one of the top conservatives in this country in terms of media. And Dave Smith, who is not as big as Tucker Carlson, but he's been really making a name for himself by debating this very issue. And so I love the fact that he included those voices, but apparently some of the donors behind Turning Point USA did not feel the same. Okay, fair enough. Now, the segment that we were doing, about the conspiracies, yes, did mention the conspiracy about Israel allegedly, having something to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. Every single person on that panel said that they do not believe it. But that was getting conflated with something else. And the conflation had to do with the pressure that Charlie Kirk was facing. So as this conversation was happening, people are speaking over each other. It's pretty chaotic. And I thought in real time, what was going on was that Jillian was under the impression that we're about to throw Israel under the bus as the assassins. And that she was conflating that with the story that I do believe has credibility, and that's that Charlie Kirk is facing pressure from, Zionist donors. Okay.
I would choose different headphones because it looks like she has cotton balls in her ears.
But then upon reflecting on this Her Take segment, I realized that no, Jillian wanted to not deny that story as well. And I disagree with that wholeheartedly. So she wanted to basically convey that Kirk was still very much supportive of Israel, which is absolutely true. Take a look.
He is saying he's being criticized for giving an audience to people like Dave Smith. He is not saying that he is changing his mind and thinks the Jews are evil.
No, he wasn't changing his mind.
But I want to be real clear here.
No, but
because I think this is dangerous, and I want to be deadly accurate if we're gonna have this conversation. So that's what he was talking about. It's about the fact that Dave Smith, he gave him an audience at Turning Point, and he was being criticized for having people who didn't agree, like Tucker, on the stage. He wasn't saying, I have changed my mind here and I'm being attacked.
So basically, he's getting this pressure from Dopey with it either. But you guys also have to understand that there is a trend now with young conservatives who are not supportive of Israel or not as supportive.
The assumption that we're all on the same page, because you just heard Jillian Michaels repeat what I believe, right? That Charlie Kirk was facing backlash. He didn't like the backlash. He was public about the fact he didn't like that backlash as he was speaking to Megyn Kelly on her show. Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Just give me 1 sec. Give me a second. Tweak setting. We missed a few seconds. Go back. Okay, we'll do.
Real or not as supportive as previous generations. So at this point, I'm under the assumption that we're all on the same page because you just heard Jillian Michaels repeat what I believe, right? That Charlie Kirk was facing backlash. He didn't like the backlash. He was public about the fact he didn't like that backlash as he was speaking to Megyn Kelly on her show. Okay, fair enough. Now, at one point, the claim that pro-Israel donors had offered Kirk and Turning Point a $150 million cash infusion as a way of influencing him came up. And, Jillian thinks that the claim is spurious, and I haven't seen hard evidence. For now, there have been rumors about that, but she is right that there isn't hard evidence of it. And she was very stuck on this point.
You know what Jillian's not saying is the crowd that is like they're putting this out there. It's the far right. It is like the fucking QAnoners. They're the ones that are really going after this, these types of conspiracies.
Okay, so let's take a look at that.
I will say that much. Like, it's surprising to me where
part of the conversation.
They're still there, and they are going, like, they're using this Charlie Kirk one to just be like, nah, too many unanswered questions. Those text messages are sus as fuck. And then the whole like trajectory of the bullet not making sense, and then the AI stuff. Like, come on, man.
Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring.
Where is the proof?
Please do not get angry.
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted, and I told you covered. I'm gonna rip you apart. Where is the proof?
We're not
that
saying that
Bibi
it happened.
Netanyahu
We're really
offered
not
Charlie
saying that it
$150 million.
Jillian,
okay, so we're not.
Okay,
so
what we're reporting on is
now
people in the marketplace, what they're saying. This is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be remiss if we didn't cover it to debunk it.
This conversation.
It's still,
over
I mean,
a week.
It's still
that
pretty prevalent.
Is a week old.
It's still going on, Jillian.
Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually happened?
I just said, according to this guy's reporting, he was offered $150 million.
Okay,
that was
also corroborated by Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
And also
okay, because that's, listen, I like Candace. She has, people from his own team have said he has not seen her in years.
And yet last year they were on tour together.
Okay, no one has reported that Benjamin Netanyahu personally has offered or had offered Turning Point USA $150 million. There was reporting that pro-Zionist donors offered a cash infusion, and that Charlie Kirk rejected that, along with Benjamin Netanyahu's trip. He offered a trip for Charlie Kirk to.
That's what it is. Can you let her in because she might be. Oh, you did.
Visit Israel again. Now we all know what
I was just thinking about this because with the dogs out there in the line.
Those trips to Israel are all about. It's basically re-education camp. Don't you know better than that? You shouldn't be critical of, I mean, he wasn't even really all that critical of Israel, to be honest with you. He didn't want to invade Iran. I obviously agreed with him on that. But for the most part, I saw him constantly defending Israel. It has now gotten to a point where the ongoing slaughter in Gaza is too difficult to defend. So I think he was starting to find
1-800-BUY-KAREN.
himself in a very uncomfortable position where you have the donors pressuring him to continue defending Israel at any and all costs. But you also have young conservatives who see what's going on, and they're moving further and further away from being as supportive toward Israel as conservatives traditionally have been. Okay, so at this point, honestly, I lost patience. And the reason why I lost patience is because of exactly what you heard in that video. We're having a conversation. We are discussing what various people are saying, what various reports are alleged.
Yeah, it's almost like Jillian's a complete moron who wasn't listening, and all she heard was, you're attacking Israel and saying that Charlie Kirk, I heard what I wanted to hear, but I didn't want to hear. Now I want to be angry about it.
You have to get through the presentation of the story
and what the various people are saying before we can all weigh in on what we think and what our analysis is. But we never even got there. Okay, Amy is trying to present everything. As she's trying to present everything, she keeps getting interrupted. Jillian already has in her mind what all of us think about all of these issues without ever hearing what we think about any of these issues.
It is, guys. All right, this is fun because you can kind of tell that behind the scenes she was already not jazzed about her
issues. And when I heard her look at Lindy, who I have gotten into many arguments, heated arguments with, when she looked at Lindy and said, I told you I didn't want to talk about this, and if you did talk about it, I was going to rip you apart. That kind of threat is unacceptable. It just is. I have had all sorts of moments on that show because of the fact that I have many disagreements. The whole point of that panel is to have various perspectives represented. We get into debates all the time. There have been moments where I have felt disrespected, not by Jillian, to be fair. And there have been moments where it's been, 3 versus 1, or, in the case of Adam Sosnick joining us, it was, basically 3 versus 1 because Amy wasn't really attacking me as we were debating Israel. But I never threatened anybody, and I never told anyone that I'm going to rip them apart. So at this point, I lose my patience, and I want to clear the air because I'm still at this moment under the impression that Jillian is conflating 2 different stories, okay? The conspiracy about Israel allegedly assassinating Charlie Kirk, which is ridiculous. And then the other story about the pressure that Charlie Kirk was facing. So I attempted to clear the air. Get a load of this.
Oh, I love how the official story, right now and everything, does she actually believe everything that Kash Patel has been saying?
There are 2 things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End of story.
We're not talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely different.
About
no,
that.
we're not. Hold on.
Oh, you
Let me finish my thought. Okay, the real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was
she is not listening.
Dead, you have Netanyahu giving multiple interviews talking about how,
she doesn't know how to listen. Whoa, this is actually kind of I'm uncomfortable.
Using the moment for his own political purposes, like the fool that he is. Let me finish my point.
Him killing Charlie.
Oh my God, Jillian really is just she's a frickin' dolt.
Charlie Kirk. Did I not just? I literally
so now we're just gonna make.
Let me finish my point, Jillian, because none of us can finish the damn point without someone else jumping down your throat. I don't think that Israel killed him because there's no evidence of that. But I had a problem with Netanyahu exploiting an assassination in this country for his own political means and purposes and lying about the nature of his relationship with Charlie Kirk.
I cleared the air. Very specific. I repeated twice in the video you just saw that I don't think Israel is behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. Okay, but things still got out of control after that point. And it's just, I don't understand it. Well, actually now, thinking about this in retrospect, I do understand it. So at this point, in my opinion, I just think what Netanyahu did, before most people even realized that Charlie Kirk was already pronounced dead, the same minute that Trump announced that Charlie Kirk had passed, you have Netanyahu doing some of the most detestable garbage commentary about who he believes killed Charlie Kirk. Okay, he goes on Fox News. I want you to take a look at that video. This is what I was referring to.
He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And this is a worldwide problem. The people on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to.
This is her way of using his dad.
Take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or they try to kill me here too.
So let me understand something. It is so below the belt and so unacceptable to prematurely blame Israel for an assassination when there's no evidence. And I agree with that take. How is it okay for the prime minister? This isn't just some random person online. This isn't some rando conspiracy theorist on X. This is the prime minister of Israel exploiting a tragic moment in American history for his own political purposes to spread hate and propaganda about Muslims. Because God forbid.
It's like we were saying yesterday. It's almost weird where it's like, oh, yeah, you have such like strong disagreements. Then they're like, oh, yeah, okay, they're saying something that I agree with.
The leader of Israel
Anna sucks, but she's right about this.
Ever miss an opportunity to exploit a tragedy in the United States for his own purposes, as he did in the aftermath of 9/11, by the way. This is who Netanyahu is. I am never, ever going to be silenced by anyone in calling out how detestable and disgusting that was. Now, if Jillian disagrees with me on that, she could have had a conversation about it, but that's not what happened. This is what happened.
Because Charlie Kirk didn't like Netanyahu, just like any warm-blooded American shouldn't. Netanyahu is a bad guy. And he wanted to make it seem like, no, we were all great. We were good. We had a great relationship. Little did we know behind the scenes,
there was a lot every show ends up being about how do we bash Israel. This is not.
That's what you heard. That's what you heard out of
for
that.
me. I'm not interested in this.
Okay,
I love you
know.
guys.
I'm sorry.
Let's be good.
Let's be good about precious Israel. Let the country committing a genocide. Yeah. Okay.
Zero. I think you guys are great. I fundamentally disagree with you about like every show doing this. I'm sorry.
Cool. So can we continue the conversation?
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
You wanted to do it anyway.
Let's finish the last topic.
All right. Wow.
Finish the last thought. You heard the producer just like,
Guys, so again, to clarify, I don't think Israel did it.
I'm sorry. It is not some angelic country. It's a foreign country, and we have the right to be as critical of a foreign country as we want. We have the right to be as critical of our own country as we want.
That's my take. And upon reflecting on that moment and the fact that
I'm rebranding the show now. My take.
The actual lead host of the show.
Finish the thought. He said, finish the thought.
Quit the show live on air because she's so offended that we're critical of Israel. That was not only unprofessional, it was disrespectful to everyone that was involved in producing the show, working on the show. I traveled from Los Angeles to Florida to host the show. That was disrespectful beyond words, unprofessional beyond words, period. That was basically taking a big crap on all of us live on air because she allegedly doesn't like that we're too critical of Israel. Let me just say something. I will be as critical of Israel or any country as I want. We have a production meeting
Rare Anna W.
prior to every taping, every live.
This is where I'll say her stance on Israel-Palestine has been consistent and right.
Live show.
So
she's part of those production meetings where we decide what the stories are. I take
Hannah's one day away from doing a car stream complaining about getting the wrong order and in and out.
Detailed notes to make sure that we're all on the same page. We all know what we're going to discuss. At no point during the
hold on. I mean, if you go back to the beginning of the show, I was kind of losing my mind at the internet company.
That production meeting, did she push back on the idea of discussing this particular topic? The day before the show, as she typically likes to do, she tried to change the entire rundown, or at least add some weird Islamophobic story about how like, oh, there's a Muslim person or a Muslim leader in Texas or something who is going to Muslim-owned grocery stores and calling them out for their hypocrisy because they're selling pork items. I don't care. I mean, you have conservatives protesting abortion in front of abortion clinics. This is America. Wakey, wakey. This is what religious liberty is. Religious people get to protest, things that they don't agree with as it pertains to their religious doctrine. But some weird hyper-local story that's specifically meant to demonize Muslims, no, she wanted to do a quick rapid-fire round where we talk about those stories without any debate. And I said, no, that's a story that's worthy of debate. So we didn't add it, literally a day before our show. And what she said there, it was just so clear. It wasn't about reporting what was correct, what was incorrect, what had actual evidence behind it, what didn't have evidence behind it. She just didn't like that we were being too critical of Israel. A few weeks ago, she was trying to encourage me to sign on to a debate on the show with Coleman Hughes, who had just put out a piece denying that there's mass starvation in Gaza. Okay. When you walk off the show because your feelings are hurt and you're the main host of the show, that demonstrates a level.
I mean, that is crazy. I thought that they were all technically like equal contracts on that show, as far as like kind of like The View.
Of disregard.
But that's crazy. It was her show, and she's just like, I can't do this. I don't know why I even tried.
And unprofessionalism that I'm not going to stay silent about. And to twist our words and make it appear as though we're trying to draw a connection between Charlie Kirk's assassination and Israel is ridiculous, because literally no one did that. And today, there's even more evidence backing up what I believe is credible, that Charlie Kirk was in fact dealing with a lot of backlash because he's being inclusive of voices who are critical of Israel. And he felt afraid to be critical of Israel himself, as you're about to hear in this next clip. So today, Kirk's producer, Andrew Colvett, clarified that, yeah, Charlie Kirk was getting backlash and he was pretty irritated by it.
Charlie's position on Israel was very clear. I like them more than I like Hamas. I just wish I was free to criticize Israel and not be labeled an anti-Semite, because I can criticize my own government and not be called anti-American.
Right.
But why do I have more freedom to do, that and not criticize, a foreign government? And he was really upset that there was this sort of clampdown on the freedom of expression, the freedom of ideas, free speech when it came to a foreign government. And I will say this, he felt like he had earned the right as a friend of the Jewish people over the years and all of the things that he had done. He felt like his bona fides in that respect were unassailable, and that he should have the freedom to say, hey, it's time to end the war. Hey, it's time to stop the killing. But, when with Tucker, for example, yeah, I mean, we took some pushback, we lost some donors. And what's interesting is it wasn't necessarily Jewish donors.
Yeah, because Zionists include evangelicals.
Yes.
This is not about Jews, as I've said a billion times before.
Yeah.
There is also
He's right
an
about this
intentional
too.
conflation of Israel and Jewish.
I was expecting to actually have a lot more disagreement during the segment.
People in general.
I didn't actually know that a lot of this was about even the Israel-Palestine thing.
And that's done intentionally to smear anyone who,
as far as between her and Jillian, like this is
dares to be critical of Israel as an anti.
Makes you really wonder, because Jillian, she's too stupid to have a nuanced take on, or a nuanced opinion on, Israel. So like, I don't think she actually gives a shit in that regard. It makes you wonder why. Why does she give that much of a shit?
Anti-Semite. If you are critical,
I covered it yesterday.
Of a government, it doesn't mean that you hate the people of that country.
Honestly, I'm a little angry that it even gained traction, because it came from a fucking just, oh, you're telling me that it was a random pastor in a random country that was just saying things, but he had a good hashtag? Weird.
If you are critical of a government that refers to Israel as a Jewish state, it doesn't mean that you are anti-Semitic or hate Jewish people. It means that you have a problem with the conduct of that government. And no one's ever, ever, ever going to silence me about that. Ever. Period.
Hey, good for her.
I'm going to tell the truth, even if it comes at a significant cost to my career, Jillian, as you voiced some concern about. Finally, one more point that I want to bring up.
Wow, she preempted this show with this.
Today it was reported that, and this is by Max Blumenthal, by the way, he's naming names. Ultra-Zionist billionaire Robert Shillman, I kid you not, that is his name, was one of Charlie Kirk's most committed donors. But as Kirk felt,
that's like owning a plumbing company and having your last name be Shitter,
under attack for his increasingly critical Israel views during his final weeks, sources say Shillman ended funding for Turning Point USA. This is a legitimate story that has legitimate receipts, names have been named, and it is entirely separate from conspiracy theories involving Israel allegedly assassinating Charlie Kirk, which again is spurious and does not have any evidence to back it up. So if anyone dares to say that I believe in that conspiracy theory, if anyone dares to smear me, I want to be very clear right now in stating what I actually believe. And I don't want anyone to fall for what I believe is an intentional conflation of a ridiculous conspiracy theory with something that actually has some credibility behind it. That's it. All right, we got to take.
I have to say, like I kind of already stated that I wasn't expecting to agree that much, but it wasn't that bad because she did call her out. That, I'm glad. She didn't necessarily have to play the clips, kind of break it down, and then just go, no, she sucks. Her calling her just flat out on her unprofessionalism. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Man, you know what sucks? I spent almost an hour of my before I could actually broadcast today. Just having my internet issues, so I feel like I should already be at the fun half. But we have an hour until then, so it's all right. Only by a half hour though, so technically I would have been early. Yeah, you know what sucks? Okay, so this is what I was doing over there. I was loading this thing up. So if you know what this is, then you know what it is. If you don't, guess. It's not working. It's making me wonder. Is it the connector? Why is this not burning? Let's see. That's exactly what I thought was happening. All right, lights on. Oh, I guess I have to go until it blinks double. Oh, okay. I just don't know how to use the name. Well, yeah. These newfangled vape pens, I don't know how to use them. Ronald Reagan was a big fan of hitting the pendulum. Nancy used to carry it in her belly button. All right, so guys, we've been having kind of a conspiracy-laden show today. We're going to keep on with that theme. We're going to talk about something that was brought up in Congress. It was a video of a UFP. I mean, we're back to calling them UFOs, which, if there's one thing I will say, thank you, or UAP, I think. Unidentified aerial projectile or whatever the fuck. I don't even know what it stands for. It's just unidentified flying object kind of worked. Why we gotta go doing that? Well, they had a congressional meeting over this, believe it or not. And you will not believe what we think this is. I'm not going to bury the lead. Let's take a look.
I'm having a hard time with something, and I know that I shouldn't be, but someone has leaked a video from the Pentagon. They literally recorded a screen on their phone, and then they leaked that, and now Congress thinks that they found UFOs.
I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that...
Of course, it's a guy like him, Mr. Burlinson.
That there are aliens coming from another planet, but I'm open to that.
But is there specific evidence or footage or document that you think lends extreme credibility?
Ooh, I saw this. I love it.
To what we're discussing.
All right. Well, don't ruin it for everybody else.
I would say this new video we're seeing today
exceptional evidence.
First of all, we just need to make a list of the weird things about this video. Let's watch the video real quick. I'm gonna do the quick version of it. We're gonna be seeing a thing that is traveling over the ocean, and then it gets hit by a missile, a thing flies through it, and then it floats along with these pieces after it. And then we're gonna zoom out, and we're gonna show it. This is what it looks like zoomed out, where it's not actually focused in on it. And you can see in the zoomed out version, if you look at it hard enough, you can see little dots flashing every once in a while. It's a little bit of a microcosm of the whole situation. So if you ask somebody who knows about UFOs, they'll just tell you what this is. They're going to be pretty sure they know exactly what it is. And when I explain this to you, you're going to know exactly what it is. You're going to look at this video and you're going to be like, oh yeah, that's what it is. Well, maybe not. Look, I don't know who you are. I posted
look, I don't know who you
about
are.
this on TikTok, and the top comment is, the biggest red flag was them showing it. If the Pentagon saw this as a legitimate threat, they would have classified the wazoo out of it. Well, that's the thing about this.
Well, then again, this is Donald Trump's administration. Nothing makes sense.
This should be classified. And I'm going to make the case for that as well. This should not have been leaked. The government should not be sharing this, because the United States government, if they're following what they're supposed to do, they should support the United States military, which in this case they are not doing. So I'm going to make a list of things that I have heard people say that are weird about this video. First.
Wait, am I seeing this right? Hold on. Before we continue with this, is Taylor Lorenz talking about why people are role-playing robot racism? Oh.
This thing is moving fast. Second, the missile didn't explode. Third, this thing bounces off the missile. What bounces in war? Nothing, right? So that's weird. Fourth, the thing breaks into pieces. Some people are saying these are pieces of the missile. Some people are saying they are pieces of the thing. So we could just say that there are pieces and they fly in formation with the thing. Fifth, another weird thing I've heard is that all the pieces are identical. I've also heard a sixth thing. It split the missile. People are saying nothing could split a Hellfire missile. I don't know what this means.
Are you aware of anything in the United States government arsenal that can split a Hellfire missile like this?
Did it split the missile though? Let's say it. It split the missile. So we're gonna go through these 6 points. I feel a little like a dick here because it is so embarrassing to, one, take up Congress's time with this, and two, that this is a news story. And I know that it's a news story because I've seen it on every news outlet. I've seen people talking about it and talking about how weird it is. And it's just not weird. And we can actually be helped out by our sponsor here, Ground News, and we can type out UAP Hellfire. The Hellfire is the kind of missile involved, and I can click on that and find, here's the House hearing shows video.
Hey, how come he gets to use Ground News the way he wants to, and then just be like, hey, it's awesome. Dude, hey, guys.
CEO of
I'm actually thinking this is why something happened recently. Just remember, real quick, my channel is also sponsored by Ground News. I'm glad that he is as well, but I'm a smaller channel. Come on, man, help me out. What's up with this? Here. If you like Ground News, consider
Hellfire strike on orb as veterans detail UAP encounters. This is from 5 days.
It's actually kind of annoys me because this is exactly how I was covering it, where I'm like, guys, this is why it's awesome.
Years ago, mostly covered by the center, not very covered.
What's up,
covered by the left, very covered by the right. We've got a very high factuality Oregonian. Was it a UFO? Video seems to show a U.S. military strike on a glowing orb. And over here, we've got a low factuality one. Shocking video of U.S. military drone firing a Hellfire missile at UFO, only to watch it bounce harmlessly off over the coast of Yemen. There's a lot of bouncing going on in this story. New released video of House UFO hearing appears to show a U.S. missile striking and bouncing off orb. At least we got appears to show. Ground News is a tool that allows you to see how different people and organizations have reported on the same story and what different information and perspectives they have to offer. You could do this work on your own. It would just be a huge amount of work to do it on your own. They got
if you want to give him the money, fine.
Ton of features. They got local news, and all of this operates, I am very appreciative of this, on a system that doesn't break the news media ecosystem.
Yes, and this is I'm gonna add this part. I don't understand why more right-wingers are so adverse to it. It's almost like they don't want to have, fact-based stuff.
Like if I want to go to any one of these stories and actually read it, if I find a headline that I like and a take that I think is accurate, or a source that I know is credible, I can click on it. It turns out that I don't particularly love any of these stories, but maybe if I want to see Federal Reserve cuts key rate by 1/4 point and signals 2 more cuts this year, I would like to see that as covered by a bunch of different people, largely from the middle, where I do actually think that they can report on that kind of thing well. So you can give Ground News a try at ground.news/Hank Green, or there's this QR code that's been on the screen the whole time. If you sign up with that link, you're going to get 40% off the Vantage plan. Make sure you use that QR code or the link in the description when you sign up. And now let's get back to our little video. So in order
It's kind of crazy that I have the same exact link as somebody that has over 1 million followers.
To get our brains into a space where we understand what this thing is, kind of just by looking at it. First, you have to look at our number one claim here, that this thing is moving extraordinarily fast. One thing you'll notice is at the beginning of the video, this thing is simply moving in a straight line. It just goes in a straight line, and it looks like it's moving quite fast. Now, if the drone was stationary and the object was right above the ocean, then we would be able to tell with our eyes how fast this thing was going on. But that's not what's going on. The actual situation we have here is that this object is about halfway between the ocean and the drone, and that's about 3 miles up. We can tell this because actually in the video, there's some numbers on the bottom of the screen, and when the laser that is on the drone is guiding to that, it's saying this is how far away this thing is. It's about 3 miles away from the drone, and then when the object moves and the laser is instead pointing at the ocean, you can see that the rangefinder now says that the ocean is around 6 miles away. What happens in situations like this is the object is moving, but if you're just looking at the object and there's something far away behind you and you're zoomed in on that object, like imagine just like looking through a rifle scope or looking through like a zoom lens, when you move it, things zoom by really fast. If you're tracking something that isn't as far away as the distance, that's gonna look like the distance is moving really fast while you're tracking that thing. And making this worse, if you're moving in the opposite direction, it will move even faster. So you're adding to the appearance of speed by looking at the thing. Like just do this with your finger.
It's science.
And see how fast the background moves, right? It's zooming by. And the more you move your body as you look at your finger, the more the background blurs and is going fast. So you can't really tell how fast an object is just by looking at it. And that's mostly what people are doing here, especially because all of the data is not in here because this wasn't officially released. I knocked over a cup. Why wasn't it?
I knocked over a cup.
Released? I don't know, because maybe the military thought that it should be secret that we're using Hellfire missiles.
You want to see aliens?
To shoot things down in the air.
If you do, then you're probably going to be very, very disappointed that they just look microbial.
Which is not what they're designed for. Like nobody knew until this video came out that that was a thing that anyone was doing. And the military,
or they look exactly like humans,
likes to keep secrets from its adversaries, and they now have one less. And I'm sure they don't love that. So anyway, you can't tell how fast this thing was moving just by looking at it. But when we zoom out, you can see that it looks like it's moving substantially less quickly, and that's because you're not zoomed in on doing the parallax thing where you're tracking it across a background that is far away. So is this thing moving super fast? We can't tell, but probably not. And you can also see that when the missile comes in, it's moving toward the object, but it's also tracking really fast across the ocean. Almost like that speed is an artifact of the drone's speed rather than the object's speed. So, in my opinion, it's pretty clear this thing isn't actually moving that fast. Right, thing number 2, the missile didn't explode. So now we have to talk very briefly about how a Hellfire missile works, which is that it's designed to shoot things on the ground. Things that are designed to shoot things out of the air oftentimes explode because of proximity, like they have a proximity sensor, or they have like a laser guidance sensor where they will actually go off when they have reached the place that the laser says you have reached the place. That's not how a Hellfire works. A Hellfire missile has a crush sensor. That's how it goes off. When the nose gets crushed, that's when it explodes. And if this thing is, for example, something soft, something not particularly hard, something flimsy, that crushed sensor is simply not going to go off. And so it is not surprising that the Hellfire did not explode. It clearly did not explode. Now there's also this other thing here that it split the missile, but I don't see what this is. So the idea being pieces of the Hellfire like went off and joined the object. There's no way to tell that. It's either pieces of the object or it's pieces of the missile. And the missile continues to go by at a normal speed, so it seems like the missile is completely intact and now the object no longer is. There's some talk about how this object was completely unharmed, and I'm like, well, that doesn't seem like what happened at all. It seems to have been cut into several pieces, which if you look at the way a Hellfire can sometimes look, that makes sense, that it would be cut into some pieces. Now we have something I haven't seen anyone talk about, but that it bounces off the object. Is there bouncing going on here? What we can watch. There's this frame where the object is moving along, hasn't been hit by a missile yet. This frame where they are now in cahoots. They are in the same physical space in the world. And then this frame where it's flown off to the side. So if the Hellfire was giving a substantial amount of its kinetic energy to this object, it would fly off in the direction of the missile. So it would follow the missile. Like if a semi-truck hits a bicycle, that bicycle's gonna go with the semi-truck. So we can definitely say for sure that not a lot of kinetic energy has been transferred from the missile into the object. Do you see where I'm going with this yet? So now we can talk about the pieces that are flying off of this thing. How did they stay in formation with the object? How do they continue moving in the same direction? Well, we already talked about how this object probably isn't going that fast. And we talked about how a Hellfire missile can blow right through it and not transfer almost any kinetic energy into it. So what are we talking about here?
Oh God, it's gonna quit. Here we go. Wait, we're back. We're back. Hold on, guys. All right, hold on. Oh, this is explaining a lot now. Okay. Yeah, I know there's a lag. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix this. You got throttled by YouTube? No, it's my I have a bad connection to my new internet. I'm going to call them after I get off stream and then have them send somebody because yeah, this is literally my first day with it.
We want to shoot it down because,
and I'm going to explain. It's like, guys, this makes no sense. And if you guys cannot fix this, then I'm not going to keep this internet.
The Houthis are using it.
I'm not going to say
it for something that we don't want. And so we're going to spend $150,000 shooting this thing down. Now, do the Houthis know that the US military was shooting down their balloons with Hellfire missiles? I don't know, but they do now. They do now. Now, it could also be that this is.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. That's a great point.
A weather balloon from somewhere else.
Again, MAGA.
For some other purpose.
They don't believe in intelligence. Like, literally.
And weather balloons can stay up in the air for a long time and they can get pushed into weird places accidentally. There are a lot of them in the air at any moment. And the thing is, the Go Fast video, which is another UAP video, was almost certainly also a balloon, and it looks exactly like this one. It is embarrassing to have this be a national news story when we know exactly what's going on.
What was Go Fast?
It's a classic case from 2015. It was popularized in 2017. It appears to be close to the surface of the water, and that's what the pilots saw. It looks like that object is just zipping along really quickly near the surface of the water. But after careful analysis of all the numbers on the heads-up display there and doing the geometry and looking at the track of the airplane as it was flying, we were able to assess that the object actually had to be at about 13,000 feet. With the parallax, we can assess that the object is moving actually at wind speed. So we don't know what that object is, but we know that it's moving.
It's called a bird.
It's consistent with a bird or a balloon.
If you've seen that, and then you watch this video, it's like, oh, that's how a balloon.
He already showed the picture of the weather balloon, Fred.
Would behave if it was.
We know what this is.
Hit by a missile. Pieces of it would tear off. It would be blown back by the exhaust. But all those scraps of plastic, because this isn't like, don't imagine you blowing up a balloon. A weather balloon is like a big pile of plastic that is inflated with a bunch of helium. And so you have these scraps of
I think people just really want to see UFOs.
Or plastic up in the atmosphere, and you can see them, and they continue to drift in the same direction they were originally drifting in, because the drone is going in the same direction, and that's part of what is making this object look like it's moving. And also it's floating in the wind, whatever the wind is. And the wind, the stuff blowing it around after the initial collision with the Hellfire, doesn't change.
And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah. What the hell is that?
So
what flies like that?
Again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information?
Like, you can see it get hit and then start to tumble, like as if it is a big sheet of plastic in the sky. And that is why all these pieces fly in formation. Instead of blowing apart, as you might imagine they would if they got hit by a missile, they're all moving in the same direction because they were already moving in the same direction, and they're not flying in a formation. They are just still drifting together. Now, this thing is no longer being held up by the helium inside of it, so it is drifting down toward the ground, but we can't see that with our eyes because we only get the top-down view. So it is going down, but it is still going in the same direction that it was before, and the drone is still going in the same direction that it was.
Yeah, which makes sense with like all the pieces of plastic, continuing with it in the wind.
Was before. So it looks like it's going in the same direction that it was before, because it is. Now, last on my list of things, why are these pieces so identical? Why do they all look so similar after getting torn off the thing? And look, I don't know how this camera system works. I know that it's infrared. I know that it's detecting heat, but I've seen other videos show that like the lens artifacts of these lenses can make things look like they're the same shape even when they're not. And that kind of makes sense. Like, not only are these things exactly the same shape, they are exactly the same orientation, as if it is a camera effect rather than an actual picture of the thing in the real world. A lot of the analysis I see of these things, like, imagine that every artifact is something that exists in the real world rather than something that's like, part of the imperfection of doing infrared video. The sort of zeitgeisty thing to do would be like, look at all the ways they're trying to distract us. And I think there's something to that, but not in the way people think. Like, it isn't like, oh, the Epstein files must really be something if they're releasing UAP videos. No, they're not really trying to distract us in that way. What they're doing is trying to gain our attention. A really big part of the job of a politician is to try and do anything that will make you pay attention to them. And that's a pretty big part of the whole game. Getting attention, especially in a circumstance where people are like, this guy's on my side. It's us. It's me and my congressman against the government. So they are kind of trying to distract you from other things in that they are trying to make you pay attention to them. And UFOs are a good way. Like the left covers them, the right covers them, the center covers them. Everybody covers UFOs. Everybody wants to believe. Everybody wants the X-Files to be real. But in this case, and this wasn't the only thing in the hearing, it was just the only thing in the hearing that had any video evidence tied to it. But I kind of can't believe how embarrassing this is, because it is so obvious to anyone who's ever paid any attention to this stuff what's going on. Watch it again. Hearing what I've said, this is a missile going through a high altitude balloon. That is what a missile would look like if it went through a high altitude balloon. Maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe the missile went through a drone. One thing you know for sure is that all the things people said were weird, like especially the fact that the Hellfire didn't explode, is totally normal. Like if a Hellfire crashed into a drone, it wouldn't explode. Like it takes a lot to crush the end of a Hellfire because it's made to blow up cars and tanks and stuff. And because this was not released by the Pentagon, it didn't have any accompanying data. It didn't have any accompanying videos taken with visible light. You could barely see the data on the corners here. It's almost cropped out because this was filmed by someone's camera. And it's so transparent to me that they're just fishing for attention in a crowded attention landscape. And the best way to do it over and over again is for people who are public servants, who are supposed to like be trying to make government work, are trying to score points by exploring any narrative they can where the government is the villain. And every time there's a video, it is explainable. But in this case, it isn't just explainable. It's like what you see with your eyes. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Do not get your news from Instagram Reels. Do not get your news from TikToks. Get your news from an actual news outlet.
Ground news.
From a credible outlet. And you could do that in any way you like. But also, this is the end of the video. So, unrelatedly, ground news, thank you.
Unrelatedly. I feel his pain on that one where you're just like, especially if you cover this stuff, it is funny where you're like, well, I mean, I use it. So, all right, let's hang out for a minute. Okay, my dog's being a real pain in the butt. I gotta let him upstairs. Give me one sec. Look who it is. Yeah, no, it was the Vulcans. They thought it was illogical, so they decided to take it down. Right? Left-wing terrorism on the rise. For the first time in more than 30 years, attacks by the far left outnumber those by the far right. Bad choice of words, it's on. I mean, it's the Atlantic. No matter how hard ideology... Wait, who wrote this? Daniel Byman and Riley McCabe? Paywall. Go figure. Well, that's fun. Pep, I genuinely want to know why you had such an adverse reaction to seeing Taylor Loren's video about robo-racism in your feed. Because I was just going to be like, oh, does she have a problem with everybody using the term clanker now? I don't know. I keep saying, before even the chorus thing, her reporting style has always kind of been not my thing, you know, and I'm trying to be as fair as possible here and not, you know, besmirch her or anything like that. I just personally don't like her reporting style. I think that she has some pretty objectionable takes. And I feel like sometimes when she gets ganged up on, she'll do this thing where she'll like use certain tactics that I just don't agree with, where it's just like, oh, so you disagree with me on this? Well, then you must disagree with all of this. It's like, no, we can agree that sometimes like your reporting's good, but you're kind of an asshole. It's just my opinion though, guys. Right? I would say there are a couple takes in there that I feel are just reaching a bit. She tends to do that. I don't know. Again, I personally, I'm just over her content, and I personally just don't care for it. Can I not have that? Sorry, people. You know? I also can't listen to somebody that has that much vocal fry. Like, if you want to make, like, honestly, you can boil it down to some of the dumbest things where it's just like, no, I really just don't like her voice. State violence one, though. Really good. Okay. Maybe I'll transcribe it and then I'll read it. I don't know. Actually kind of hurt. Excuse me. The AI bubble's about to burst. Is it now? All right, so I missed some breaking news, apparently. Let's see. What is this breaking news that I missed?
But that doesn't mean he's wrong about everything. The glee about his suspension by some free speech superfans was hypocritical, and the pressure from the FCC was outrageous and unacceptable. Government controls on
Oh, so like Piers actually like turned? Weird. Maybe we will watch a Piers Morgan. I was actually kind of trying to stay away from Piers Morgan content today because I got kind of burnt out yesterday. But Mockler saying they trying to indict Comey. For what? Who gives a shit? Like, seriously, Comey fucked up. Like, Comey fucked up, man. You could argue that Comey cost Hillary Clinton that election because he was just going to be like, I'm trying to be fair. It's the same with Merrick Garland. All these fucking assholes that it's just like, I just want to be fair. I don't want to be seen as being too political. Fucking assholes. They are the reason that we're in this mess. You can hate Hillary. You can hate any of the Democrats. But the fact that we're living the life that we are under this fucking regime, I'm telling you right now, these are the people responsible for it. And fuck it. He deserves it. He deserves... He did the 86-47 thing. Oh, okay, cute. It's almost like you have a little bit of remorse about that. And then he helped Trump, right? He helped Trump get elected in 2016. And then he still got thrown under the fucking bus. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? Principles. Live in his principles. That it worked great for him. Same with, again, Merrick Garland. Fucking Barack Obama, too. He's just as guilty with the Merrick Garland situation. Like, Merrick Garland, as much as I hate that guy right now, he should have been on the Supreme Court, but no. We had to act like we have some form of fucking decorum and bipartisanship, and we just have to fucking listen to a guy like, we can't have an election during an, or we can't nominate a Supreme Court judge during an election year. That would be just unseemly. Gross. Don't worry, Pep. When I come on stream, I'll only speak with vocal fry. Oh, great. It's not even just the vocal fry. I actually got to be fair. Like, vocal fry I can tolerate. It's literally the California, like, Valley Girl type thing. I don't know. You know what? People probably feel this way about me. Again, I'm not everybody's bag. That seems to be the difference between me and Taylor, though. She like genuinely has a personality that like it seems like if you tell her you don't like her content that she'll take it super personally. You're right, talk about how Charlie Kirk was yes, we did. I can perfectly do that because I grew up in California. Really? Pep is Ichiban #1. I appreciate that, Fred. Thank you. I always appreciate a little bit of hype. You know, you guys, you don't have to be so sparing with the, you know, supportive comments. I like me a good compliment every now and then. The wasp sting I have on my back, it really hurts. It's like sore and also itchy. It's at that point of like almost going away though, so getting there. All right, let's find, where is it? Because I don't want to watch that one. I want to watch the source because that was from Pondering Politics. As much as I appreciate Josiah, he yeah, I can watch the clip myself. It's one of those matters. If I can find Piers Morgan's channel, apparently I just can't. That's crazy. Oh, there it is. This is not America First. All right, which one do we want to go with? Because we got a guilty of everything he's crying about. We got the Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel. Or we have, this is not America First. Donald Trump backs Ukraine. What do you guys think? Jimmy Kimmel or Ukraine? Pre-ordered my physical Switch edition of Final Fantasy Tactics today. It feels good. Nice. I wanted the collector's edition. I don't think I'm going to be able to get it, so yeah, I'm not paying that aftermarket for it. It's like $600 right now. No thank you. God, scalpers ruin everything. They really do. Maybe I'll get lucky. Oh. Kimmel. We're gonna do Kimmel. All right, cool. Just happy to have a copy to play. Hell yeah. Yes, having a physical copy is great.
Doesn't matter if it's red or blue, you should be allowed to speak truth without fear of censorship.
Jimmy Kimmel is guilty of everything he's crying out against right now. And yes, wearing blackface.
I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop at all.
They make you the prime.
That's Wendy from Howard Stern.
Minister of Canada.
What we're finding, though, is that the MAGA movement really doesn't believe in the Constitution, doesn't believe in the First Amendment. It's a party of grievance, and it's a party of one. 2 people have now been confirmed dead, including the attacker, after a shooting by a suspected sniper at an immigration facility in Texas. The FBI says anti-ICE messages were found on rounds fired at the scene of the attack.
ICE is the new iteration of the war on law enforcement. If you don't like Donald Trump, don't vote for him. But don't
back the brown.
Kill the people who are following the orders to follow our immigration laws.
Jimmy Kimmel Live. I'm going to lose my shit with Piers on this Dallas story. Oh, yeah, he's going to disingenuously use this, and he's totally going to objectively report on it, guys.
Turned to ABC last night, ending days of frenzied debate about state censorship and conservative cancel culture. There was some contrition, but no apology, and a crystal clear message that free speech is under attack.
Look, I never imagined I would be in a situation like this. I barely paid attention in school. But
personally, I find it quite hard to feel too much sympathy for Jimmy Kimmel, who only makes jokes about Republicans and only gives airtime to Democrats.
You mean the way that you always pivot right? I don't know, man.
And what masquerades as a show for all Americans. And if conservatives are doing cancel culture now, they're not very good at it. He was silenced for all of 3 shows before returning to lash Trump on network TV.
Not from them trying and celebrating it. What the fuck, dude? Come on. Come on, you disingenuous prick. Do not... this is my favorite part about 2025, is the receipts are all there. Just go online. Just go online, 2 or 3 days, 3 days ago, because before they actually made the announcement on Monday, there you go. We can go back to Sunday and see all of the joy, all of the people talking about how they won and how it's like, you know what? This is good. This is good. You can't say meanie bobini things, especially about, somebody that died or like, how tasteless, how tasteless. Bring the temperature down. Meanwhile, again, our president, commander-in-chief, just like went out and said he hates his opponents, half the country. More than half the country. The motherfucker has a 37% approval rating, net approval rating across the country. So that means that anybody that does not fit within that 37%, he hates you. So it's not even the radical left. The funniest part is how a bunch of centrist idiots that don't even like politics, I'm sorry, I'm going to call them out because they don't pay it. Like the ones who do the thing where they're like, I don't pay attention to politics. Why would I do that? It's like, because eventually you're going to be on the fucking target end there. And then you're going to have to make that choice of like, do I make this easy on myself and just say, yay, Trump?
Term for his $50 million salary. But that doesn't mean he's wrong about everything. The glee about his suspension by some free speech superfans was hypocritical. And the pressure from the
so it's almost like you have to, I don't know,
FCC
eat some crow here.
Was outrageous and unacceptable. Government controls on ideas and speech are not just anti-American, they're anti-democratic and they're dangerous. That's why I fully expect all of the people who cried fascism and autocracy this week to condemn the news that the Biden administration bullied Google into closing down YouTube accounts it didn't like. That's a pretty huge free speech scandal about a platform which has an audience 1,500 times bigger than Kimmel's. But so far, the outrage about that has been pretty well non-existent, a bit like Kimmel's sympathy for the many cancelled TV stars that he didn't.
Wait. What did he just say about fucking... Wait, what did he say about Google?
Administration bullied Google into closing down YouTube accounts it didn't like.
Yeah.
That's a pretty huge free speech.
Wait, they're saying that Biden did that?
Speech scandal about a platform which has no...
Who? Who the fuck? Name one.
Audience 1,500.
Who? Who the fuck got banned from Google from Biden going like, we need to take care of that? Who?
Than Kimmel's. But so far,
it's almost like you have no proof, and it's probably because they broke YouTube TOS, and YouTube, as a that free market company, decided to flex its capital muscles. Weird.
The outrage about that
has trust me, bro. Just
been pretty well non-existent, a bit like Kimmel's sympathy for the many cancelled TV stars that he didn't like, who always skewed to the right. Well, here to debate this is comedian and host of Fox News on Saturday night, Jimmy Fallon, the CPAC chairman, Matt Schlapp, Daniel Coe, the former senior advisor to President Biden, now host of the People's Cabinet, and Mike Nellis, host of Endless Urgency and the brains behind White Dudes for Harris. Well, welcome to all of you. Jimmy Fallon, it seemed to me a lot of stuff went on with this Kimmel thing, which is concerning. I think most people agree the FCC guy behaving like Don Corleone, not a good idea. Probably not a good idea for Donald Trump to be publicly saying the complete opposite to what his administration says, which is they're not interfering in Jimmy Kimmel and his free speech, when he clearly thinks they should be. But also a lot of hypocrisy from Kimmel, who's always led the charge in celebrating the downfall of people like Tucker Carlson, Roseanne Barr from his own network, gleefully trampling on their career graves, and a lot of hypocrisy from the left, who spent the last few years cancelling everyone they could think of. But then
guy on the
suddenly
left looks like a used car salesman.
Got a martyr.
I mean, the guy next to Piers looks like a used car salesman too.
And because it's one of their own, then, we've got to save this guy. Something they didn't apply to many people that they greedily cancelled in the last few years. So there's a lot here to unpack. But to me, the overriding thing that's important is people need to be
I'm gonna say these are like my favorite little cheeses.
Consistent.
Yes. Well, that's why
I always feel like I'm in The Witcher, and it's just like, let me peel the wax on this cheese, the perfect snack.
I would say, Pierce, on the right, our reaction to this is that getting free speech advice from liberals is like getting marriage tips from O.J. Simpson. You don't exactly have the best record on this issue, because what are they reacting to? They're reacting to Brendan Carr, who I agree should not be talking as the FCC chairman in such a heavy-handed manner. But all the liberals are really proving is that they're on board with the government doing this in private, but not in public. Meaning we now know that they pressured
You got it.
Google in private. The government.
I got the Gouda.
Senior White House
Very
officials
Gouda.
under Joe Biden. We all
I hate myself for doing it, but you know what? Worth it.
so know, courtesy of Mark Zuckerberg, that they went out and pressured Facebook to take down stuff that didn't jibe with their COVID ethos. So when I saw the Jimmy Kimmel thing last night, yes, it's good to see a comic back on the airwaves as someone who gets paid to say dumb things for a living. But let's not misconstrue this. We are not living in a world where the government fired him over a joke. The government, or at least his affiliates, took him off the air because he lied and misrepresented.
Nice. He's just going to completely bullshit his way through this one.
The political views of Charlie Kirk's shooter. That's what we were reacting to. We're not anti-comedy on the right. We have Greg Gutfeld, the highest rated show in late night. He is the king of late night. I come on Saturday night. I'm more like the Rodney King of late night. I get beat up a little bit, but we're doing okay because we like comedy. We just...
It's because you're not good at it, though.
Don't like the fact that liberals are misrepresenting conservative views to the extent that we're getting killed for it.
Okay, let's bring in Daniel KIRK. You were a former senior advisor to President Biden. And I was stunned by the fact that yesterday there were two free speech stories. One involves a comedian who made a crass comment about Charlie Kirk's murder, whether he meant to or not, and only he really knows. But he absolutely inferred that the MAGA crowd were doing everything they could to try and pretend this guy wasn't one of theirs. Inference, he probably was. He says that's not what he inferred. Many people took it, that is what he inferred. But putting that to one side, you've got this other story breaking where Google have revealed officially that they were put under extreme pressure by the Biden administration, senior White House officials directly, telling them to censor accounts that were spreading, in their view, COVID and political misinformation. To me, that is far more egregious than Jimmy Kimmel on his own. So my question for you, I guess, is, did you know about what was going on with Google in terms of censoring these accounts? And do you agree with me that it is more serious, given the scale of it?
So I didn't know. I think it's fair to say that what is being described is incredibly concerning, and I want to learn more about exactly what the threats were. But I want to be very clear that it doesn't matter if it's red or blue, you should be allowed to speak truth without fear of censorship. So I agree with you being intellectually honest that we need to be very careful about curbing free speech, and we need to be incredibly concerned with what was just emerged that was allegedly done. The thing that I would say that I think is important to point out is that we can have the conversation about Kimmel. But Donald Trump has tried to silence journalists and institutions that have said truth that he just doesn't like. 15 billion.
I mean, dude, the fact that you guys can be this disingenuous in your outrage, where you're just like, oh, guffaw, they're going after people on the right. But we definitely need to do the same to the left.
$1 lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal for something he claimed.
It's perfectly fine if Donald Trump says it. Yes.
Was false that later came out as utterly true. So I think we need to make the distinction between what is being discussed and what is actual silence.
Such fake outrage
of actual truth.
Okay.
It's kind of the same thing with the FBI. It's like nobody trusts you when you keep putting out this bullshit. It's almost like when you lie consistently, people kind of lose faith in everything you have to say.
Matt Schlapp, it seems to me on the right, a lot of...
I don't think they're going to make 4 years of this, dude. Like, we're not even a full year into the Trump administration, and America is seeing through this bullshit where they're just like, nah, bro. Like, this authoritarian shit is whack. My favorite one was, it came from somebody that was totally apolitical, where they were just like, dude, I didn't even know who this Charlie Kirk guy was, but now they're trying to say that I'm a part of the radical left because I don't want to pay respect to him. It's like, wait, I don't even know who the guy is. Why are you telling me I need to say nice things about him?
A lot of people on the right have got themselves into a bit of a hypocritical pickle on this. Not all. I've watched people...
Oh, quite the pickle indeed.
Like Clay Travis, Ben Shapiro, Ted Cruz. A surprising group, actually, who've come out and were very intellectually honest. They said, look, if you think this is a good idea, it will come back and bite us. It will be used against us. And we have stood up against this kind of stuff for the last few years, and we can't do the opposite. Now it's someone, that we don't like. And I think that is intellectually honest. But a lot of people on the conservative right in America race to want to have Jimmy Kimmel cancelled, race to applaud what the FCC guy did, and so on. What do you feel about that? Because it seems to me, if the right starts to cede the high ground on free speech, it's got a problem.
Well, the best thing for my politics is to let Jimmy Kimmel have a show, because his ratings are so terrible. No one's really watching. He's not having much of an impact. And I think what we're getting all confused on is
Piers is just like, oh, well, technically he has like quadruple the audience I have, and they're saying that he doesn't have a big audience.
When government has the authority,
it's almost like you're intellectually dishonest, Piers.
Let's face it, the gentleman who just made this charge that Donald Trump's trying to shut down journalists or media outlets. Let me tell you, if Donald Trump had the authority, and it would be misused, in my opinion, if he did this, to shut down a journalist, one of those blue binders would have been signed. We would have had a press conference. The fact is, Donald Trump is working the refs, trying to get better coverage, because the media, as we all know in America, is highly tilted to the left. Now, this question of Jimmy Kimmel had nothing to do with the government. The question of Jimmy Kimmel was when you have these late night shows that are increasingly unfunny to people who have my politics, more than 50% of the
interesting choice of handkerchief.
Country, at what point do these shows start to get canceled? And we've already seen this with Stephen Colbert. That's not a constitutional First Amendment question.
I like how you're doing the freedom of consequence argument. Again, it's almost like they keep doing this thing to keep the circle moving. Notice how they literally are using the same arguments from just the last 5 years, and they're just like, oh, the left shifted right on this, and the right shifted left. Oh my God, how does this work? What is this, a wheel of bullshit that we keep rolling on? Where are we? Oh, we're on the billionaire truck, right.
This is a question about investors.
They're just waiting for the tires to wear out.
And people that run a company as to whether or not they want to have this host or that host. We're getting it all wrapped up into these other questions.
I agree. Listen, I don't disagree. However, today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural. When Donald Trump posts on Truth Social like he has today, I can't believe ABC fake news gave Jimmy Kimmel his job back. The White House was told by ABC that his show was cancelled.
Yeah,
something happened. Hang on, let me finish.
Look at that forced smile, because he's like, he's so funny. I love him. He's so funny. He's a funny guy. Funny guy.
Sure.
He's the president. He's a funny guy.
Something happened
he makes me laugh.
between then and now because his audience.
Everything's expensive for the middle of America, but I'm in a tax bracket where I don't have to give a shit.
He's gone. His talent was never there. He's yet another arm of the DNC, and to the best of
honestly, that's where all these people come from.
My knowledge, that would be a major illegal campaign contribution. I think we're going to test ABC out on this. Let's see how we do. Last time I went after them, they gave me 60.
Guys, did you see that? Like by 2030. That the lowest income earners are going to be paying almost $7,000 more in taxes per year.
$3 million. This one.
Have fun with that one.
Sounds even more lucrative.
Oh, yeah. And not having Medicare.
I mean, it's
almost like they're going to see all of this kind of snowball. And my favorite part is they already did so much damage that this is going to, it's going to fall on them, even if they're in power.
Conversations, he says, happened between the White House and...
But, oh, yeah, that's right. They're trying to radicalize or, to label anybody that does not agree with them as radical. It's almost like, I don't know, there's historical context that would show that this is not a great way to approach things, but... What do we know?
ABC, we're
just a bunch of, woke leftists that just, oh my God, you guys are so violent, always with the violence.
Were given by ABC to the White House.
Wanting health care, so violent of you.
Kimmel was out, and he's surprised that has now been reversed, and then saying he may sue over it. This doesn't look like a president who wants to keep out of this. Looks like somebody who wants to influence it.
Big difference between what Joe Biden did.
Not really, actually. What's the big difference? It was his administration doing it on the DL?
And it wasn't just Google. It was all these social media companies. I think Jimmy's already brought it up. It happened with Facebook. I know it happened with every one of these major platforms where they were brought into the White House, and whether it was with the Surgeon General or the press secretary.
Yeah, and then wait a minute, but they paid him bribes during his inauguration. You're going to bring that one up?
But I agree. Let me stop you.
What are you talking about, bro?
Because let me stop you purely.
And not to mention, all of these channels are doing just fine. What in the actual fuck? It's almost like Google had a principled stance and was just like, nah.
Because
until now, where they're like, yeah, we'll totally throttle left-wing channels, you know?
Totally agree.
Got your backs.
I've just written a book called Woke is Dead, where I go over all this stuff, and it's shocking when you lay out the scale of what was going on in terms of the suppression. Notably, of course, the New York Post having its great bombshell scoop on Hunter Biden's laptop completely suppressed, right? So you won't get any argument.
The bombshell, the bombshell of the laptop that we still don't know. We still don't know where the fuck it came from and if it was authentic or not. Dude, that was one of the biggest bullshit. Like, this is what I hate about the fucking right wing, and specifically what I hate about us not being able to counteract that shit. It should have been unilateral where everybody just went, who gives a shit? You showed his dick pics, you weirdos. Nothing came from that.
From me about.
And then you're talking about Burisma. Jared fucking Kushner, bitch. Like, dude, shut the fuck up with your disingenuous fucking arguments. Plain and simple. But again, decorum, whatever.
Any of that. It's just even more incumbent, I would argue, for when the Republicans.
The difference is the Biden administration never attached consequences to the recommendation, whereas this is a direct threat.
Get power, that they then don't start to behave in a similar manner. Would you agree?
Yeah, but there's not a misuse of power for citizens and for Americans to take to the courts to ask this question. This is a fair question, Piers. Maybe the FCC doesn't have the ability to change what ABC does with these editing decisions, and they don't. That was about local broadcast stations. That wasn't about ABC or Disney. But the real question is a company that has a news organization, if they are 90% playing for one political party, for one side of the political argument, eventually you have this question of whether or not they are breaching these standards of colluding with one of those political parties. And that's what Donald Trump is bringing up in this truth on this post of truth. And this is a very important part. It's the reason why we have such a divisive political nature, because the news went left, our major institutions went left.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that this guy was definitely part of the Grindr outage.
The late night talk shows went left. And those of us with my politics feel like, where do you go to find the truth?
Listen, I don't disagree. When you look at the graph I had posted earlier.
Yeah, this is a dangerous argument because that would mean that Fox would be turned off.
It's just ridiculous.
I mean, are we just going to ignore the lawsuit that they had to pay out to fucking Dominion?
Ridiculous how few conservative people the late night shows collectively have on it. And there's also a kind of farcical thing that.
Yeah, it's almost because nobody likes them. That's also part of this. Like, you guys have this false, like, reality where people actually like you and they don't make fun of you. Why do you, like, Hollywood, it's not because you guys are this creative, powerhouse that, just cannot be, or like you can't constantly get ignored, but you just push through the adversity and create all this awesome stuff. We have seen what your ideas are. We have seen the movies from, Ben Shapiro. We have seen the Kevin Sorbo flicks. There is a reason that nobody wants to watch your garbage.
They all bang on about diversity, and it's four middle-aged white guys. Always has been. So there's a lot of hypocrisy there. Let me bring in Mike Nellis. Talking
Dude, your argument falls apart with Arsenio Hall. What are you talking about?
About the hypocrisy of Jimmy Kimmel in all this. It was pretty distasteful to see the clips re-emerge of him gleefully celebrating people like Tucker Carlson being fired, Roseanne Barr being fired by ABC. No holding back from him there, no racing to support them. But the person who I think really summed this up perfectly was Megyn Kelly, who posted today, remember when I was cancelled and held back the tears on air and Kimmel stood up for me saying all she did was ask a question about blackface Halloween costumes, whereas I, Jimmy, have actually worn blackface many times and still have a show. This is wrong. And she added, no, me neither. F him and his self-pity. And I'm going to show a picture of Jimmy Kimmel in blackface because that was Jimmy Kimmel.
The chef. Or no, the Karl Malone. Or Karl Malone.
By the yardstick
Oh my
of
God,
the cancel culture.
I forgot about the Karl Malone stuff.
Left for the last few years. He should have been cancelled for that alone. But he wasn't. And her point is a good
Yeah, but from who?
one. Mine.
Are you just mad that the left was just like, oh.
That is, isn't it? Hypocrisy. It's like, where was the defense for her when she says something
Well, it's also like, you guys do blackface to be racist. He was doing blackface to do a Karl Malone impression.
far less offensive,
There is a difference there, pal.
frankly, than what Jimmy Kimmel said?
Well, Jimmy Kimmel has actually talked about repeatedly when he did blackface a million years ago. And I think to me, that's beside the point. The right actually had a pretty good argument to make that some aspects of cancel culture had gone too far. And what most of them have proven, and you see that in Matt's response right now, they didn't really believe in that. They love the idea of cancel culture. They want to be able to use it themselves. And that's why the entire MAGA movement was so gleeful when Jimmy Kimmel got suspended here. And let's be clear. Matt said that this doesn't have anything to do with the government. It has everything to do with the government. The only reason ABC suspended Kimmel in the first place was because Donald Trump's FCC threatened to remove ABC's broadcasting license. And the point on the affiliates, Matt, I didn't interrupt you. I'd ask if you didn't interrupt me, please. Thank you.
It's not right.
The whole thing with
right.
the
babies, dude.
The Sinclair.
They really are. Look at them. Pout harder, bitch.
And the rest of the affiliates, like they're working through a merger right now. So Donald,
I know I could probably like make better arguments here, or just be, you know, a little bit more professional. But seriously, I am so sick of this shit, and I'm just going to say what's on my mind. Fuck these people. Fuck their fake outrage. Fuck their faces. Look at them.
Trump,
they have just stupid faces. Three stupid faces.
Uses the power of the federal government to get what he wants, and that's what he's doing here. And I'm glad to see folks on the left, the right, the middle coming out. Joe Rogan, a whole bunch of other comedians. That's a good.
Yeah, there was a TikTok channel where a couple black kids. Well, no, the black comedian that just did whiteface, and they like the collective outrage from the fucking right wing was insane. Remember?
Good thing. What we're finding though.
This was like 2 weeks ago.
Is that the MAGA movement really doesn't believe in the Constitution, doesn't believe in the First Amendment. Also, I point out, doesn't really believe in the Second Amendment because we're 2.5 weeks removed from them saying they were going to ban all transgender individuals in the country from having guns, and the NRA had to come out and rebuke them. So they don't really believe in these rights. They want to be able to use the power of the government to tell you, me, everybody else what to do in their image. That's
and do you believe, and okay, but using that yardstick, presumably you would condemn the Biden administration bullying Google into censoring YouTube accounts for
they didn't though. That's the difference.
Talking about
nobody was censored. You fucking
COVID.
So I think there's a huge difference between what we're talking about when you talk about
when you're literally talking about the president of the United States going public and threatening companies, as opposed to that
free speech
where it was just like, hey, you guys might be saying some not so truthful things. Can you stop? And they're like, no. He's like, okay. I'm gonna have an ice cream now.
You don't have the right to shout fire in a crowded theater because people could get hurt. So I think it's worth having a conversation of if people are intentionally spreading disinformation using social media platforms, can the government step in, have a conversation with the company? I'm happy to have that. I also have a hard time believing you can really bully Google, which is a massive corporation. Senior White House officials reaching out and saying, hey, this is dangerous at a time of
when have you been silenced, you perpetual frickin' weenie?
Crisis during the pandemic is not the same as Donald Trump threatening to remove the license for ABC.
Okay, Jimmy, you want to jump in there?
Yeah. Okay. The analogy of yelling fire in a crowded theater doesn't hold up here because the government was telling us you don't have the right to yell accurate COVID information during a pandemic. People were being deplatformed for simply saying that vaccinated people were continuing to catch COVID. And one of the
No. They were getting deplatformed for saying that ivermectin was a good alternative. And they were also getting deplatformed for doing the whole fucking constant misinformation on their end, where they were just like, if you take the vaccination, you will die.
Hearing them on was Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel is guilty of everything.
It was constant, dude.
He's crying out against right now in terms of cheering on other people's censorships. Yes, wearing blackface, which he better watch with the blackface, because if you get caught doing that too many times, they make you the Prime Minister of Canada. It's a very severe penalty. You've got to go be Justin Trudeau for
3 times Trudeau
that's
did
the
it.
bigger issue.
3 times Trudeau got caught doing that.
We're arguing.
Remember, Piers Morgan's on the center, guys.
He did. Yeah, I mean, Pierce, the big news was the Halloweens where he did.
He's just an objective observer of politics.
Do it.
Jesus Christ, I can't.
We were like, is he feeling okay? Why doesn't he have the blackface on? And that was Kimmel.
my
He didn't do
God.
Karl Malone
The dicks
once.
you suck,
He
dude.
did it multiple times.
Yeah.
That's why, as a comedian, I wasn't surprised to see him get Charlie Kirk Shooter wrong, because this is the same Jimmy Kimmel who thought he was a black guy who played for the Utah Jazz. But the point is, again, on the right, you're kind of, I get your point, and there's nuance to this, but we're still misrepresenting our views, okay? We do not want the government imposing heavy-handed censorship on comedians or anybody when it comes to speech rights. That's why there are people on the right saying Trump and Brendan Carr should ease off the throttle. We actually don't love this. We're capable of that distinction because in our party right now, we feel that the people are more important than the politics. Meaning the biggest divide in media right now is in the last 2 weeks, Republicans are mourning the guy who got shot. Democrats are mourning the $16 million a year late night host who got in trouble for misrepresenting the shooter's political ideology. And the reason Kimmel isn't going to win people back is when he came out there last night, he still misrepresented what the shooter stood for because he said, this guy's a fringe lunatic, his views are his own. They're not his own. There's a Rasmussen poll out today that says 54% of liberals feel like the Charlie Kirk shooting was somewhat justified. Okay, we're not living in the same
Oh, Rasmussen said that, hey?
world. If you can't condemn that unilaterally, regardless of political views, okay?
Just start shouting the same way that these guys do. Like, seriously, why? We need to dissect this. Why are we so bad at combating this? Is it because we're too polite? What is it? Because I think that's why I've been just going full like, no, fuck you, dude. You suck.
And that's why this doesn't come down to censorship or anything else.
Like, no.
Built for real life. I actually want to bring in, on this point, I want to bring in Daniel
Clinton
again. Because
reacts.
Hillary Clinton was on MSNBC today.
Who gives a
developing
shit?
Today that 2 people have now been confirmed dead, including the attacker, after a shooting by a suspected sniper at an immigration facility in Texas. No ICE employees were injured, but detainees were hurt. The gunman...
They're dweebs who gesh gallop and make shit up. Yes, but they're... You cannot deny the fact that they're somehow effective with some of their messaging where they get their base completely ramped up behind their bullshit.
Died from a self-inflicted
That's the difference.
gunshot wound. The FBI says anti-ICE messages were found on rounds fired at the scene of the attack. Kash Patel shared a photo of the casings, one of which contains scrawled letters which literally say anti-ICE.
That are totally real.
Ted Cruz, Texas
Jesus
Senator, said this has to stop, and linking it to the attack that killed Charlie Kirk and Nazi rhetoric.
Yeah, that's why mockery and belittling them is the way to go. Yes, exactly. No, Sean, okay, I'm doing the right thing then.
We should not be putting language out there that inspires madmen to commit evil crimes. And again, this comes back to the way people talk about people is important, especially people in public
This is why if I did show up on one of these shows, you wouldn't see me in a collared fucking shirt.
life with a big following. They can
You won't see me in a suit.
inspire deranged minds to do
I'm sorry. People that are willingly uncomfortable just because they think that that's the, it makes me look like a big boy.
despicable acts.
I've always hated that. I every time I put on a suit, specifically with a tie, I sit there going like this, like, why do we wear these as a society? This makes no sense.
Yeah, Pierce, you brought up this idea that, bringing up
Even though I look damn good in a suit, I will say that much.
the term Nazi, calling someone a Hitler.
But goddamn, can we figure out how to do like the sweatpants material, like with suits, where it's just like, can we make it a little more stretchy in the neck? Why do I always have to feel like there's a little person choking me?
Hitler, we should consider barring that or making there a punishment for that. And when we do our CPACs in Europe, this is a very commonly accepted idea.
Jake enters the chat.
Swastikas are illegal to be displayed in Germany, etc.
Hey, Jake has he's got the disheveled suit look, where his suit actually, it looks worn and comfortable.
In America, we have a different tradition. I think it would be a mistake
You need a bigger
for us
neck
to start
size?
to criminalize these.
No, bullshit. Dude, I did that once. And I actually, this is where I got my criticism from it, because I got a extra like few, like it was like half an inch, because I think I'm like 15 3/4. So I got like the 16, and I was just like, oh, and it gave like a little, like it hung a little bit, and dude, I got so much shit for that, where they're just like, hey, you got I don't know, did you lose some weight or something? You got the wrong size shirt on. It's just like, ugh.
Things, but there should be a huge social outpouring when disgusting people do trivialize violence against Charlie Kirk or anything else. And we had this whole.
I mean, but this guy sucks even more. If you're gonna wear the suit jacket, and like, if you're not gonna wear a tie with a collared shirt, don't even bother with the collared shirt. At least this guy got it right. I'll admit, this guy at least got it right with the t-shirt, and just, I mean, that doesn't even look like a suit blazer. That looks like a robe, but whatever.
BLM fiasco throughout this country that was fueled and funded by corporate America and the left.
Vosh would hear this rant and just be like, grow up. It's like, no.
And it was a
wear a hoodie.
War on cops, and it resulted in a lot of cops getting hurt. One famously being shot in St. Louis, and a lot of people deciding they were going to leave the profession. ICE is the new iteration of the war on law enforcement. Now, if you don't like Donald Trump, don't vote for him.
Copying Pierce.
But don't kill the people who are following the orders to follow our immigration laws. It is an absurd thing, and the left.
No one did, you dumb motherfucker. They literally shot the people who were being processed. Again, you dumb son of a bitch.
The Democratic Party should immediately.
Your stupid veneers.
Today, call on the end of this rhetoric against these police officers who are simply upholding the law that the American.
This is it, guys. We live in the new era. Again, this is what happens when Kash Patel like this is exactly what he wanted. He wanted shows like Piers to just be like, ha 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 ha, guffaw guffaw, we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
People just overwhelmingly supported in the last presidential election. They wanted to close down the border and have law-based immigration.
Yeah, you see, Daniel, my view is, I have exactly the same view of this stuff if it was the other way around. You know,
please don't clap.
I just think that it doesn't matter to me whether it's coming from the left or right. It's just words do have consequences. And it's not really a free speech issue. It's more like, what do we do about this? If it becomes, look, for example, if you say the N-word, if one of you said the N-word now, right, there would be immediate career and social consequences for you. Dramatically, right? You probably wouldn't be on television again.
We get it, dude. You want to say it so bad.
We all know that. We accept that, right? It's not a...
No, you don't. You don't accept that. You begrudgingly accept it, apparently.
Crime.
Otherwise, you wouldn't constantly do this thing where you're just like, oh, how come I can't say the naughty word I want to say?
You couldn't be arrested and put...
It's almost like you understand the consequences, and then you're just like, well, you know...
in prison for it, but you would have dramatic consequences. Yet people toss around the Hitler Nazi stuff.
Yes, and that is not the same. Conflating the N-word with Nazi, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Especially when they are using fascist tactics. Okay, we'll call them authority. Fine, I'll pivot my language, Piers, since you're so sensitive to it, and you apparently it hurts your feelings. Authoritarians. It's authoritarian. It's fascist. Authoritarian and fascist. There, we changed. Oh, how dare you say that the authoritarian and fascists.
All the time on the airwaves with zero consequence.
Yes, that is not the same. Calling somebody a fucking Nazi is not the same as calling them the N-word, you dumb motherfucker, and I'm never going to allow anybody to use this argument like it's legitimate. Do not let his news facade, the suit, the panel, any of this just do not let it fool you from he's literally making the argument he wants to use the N-word, and he's just like, oh, you know what? But you guys can't say Nazi anymore. You shouldn't be able to say Nazi. That's insane. Especially in a time where, I don't know, it's authoritarian and it's definitely leaning that way. It's a little fucking red flaggy where you have a dude telling you not to use such extreme language when we are just a cunt hair away from being a complete fascist nation.
Even though
he's the president of the United fucking States is talking about locking up his own citizens because he does not agree with them, because he views them as being extreme, meanie bobinis, whatever the fuck. But for real, like, Piers, we get it. You suck. You suck Trump's dick. You suck in pretty much every way, shape, and form, and you are a bit of a racist. But, dude, you don't have to be so, like, obvious about it.
I believe it has a really insidious impact on deranged young minds. Who knows what, in the end, motivated Charlie Kirk's assassin to do what he did? We know about the anti-fascist slogan on the bullets, so we know that was part of his thinking. Who knows whether he just believed Charlie Kirk was the worst fascist in America because he'd seen it on TikTok and decided it was his civic duty to do what he did.
I'm glad that you can make that decision, even hyperbolically.
To stop a genuine fascist. Right? Who knows? We may never find out.
Well, I don't know. This kind of plays into that question, though, that we have all asked ourselves in America. Baby Hitler, what do you do?
We do.
You go back in time, what do you do?
But we may never find out. But what I do know is when people toss around this kind of stuff on the airways all the time, it is dangerous.
Look, I think calling for political violence, and I want to be very clear, it's on.
All right, we get it, dude. You're gonna do your thing where we calling for political violence in any way, and you know what, Piers, you're right. I'm gonna capitulate here to come off as the better person, but I'm gonna say this thing. You're gonna disagree with me, and you're gonna try, and your audience is gonna think that I'm just an idiot because you know what, I have this opinion, and I shouldn't have this opinion, dude. Stop being so useful to the serious. You would think that people would learn, but I guess his show either pays well or it does get them like that little boost in exposure. I don't know.
On both sides have called for political violence on opponents on their side, has no place in our country. The thing that concerns me, though, is that there are some things that we should agree are true. The sky is blue. It is not purple. But increasingly,
I mean, unless you're colorblind.
So, especially online, you are seeing information with absolutely no regulation and no way to even fact check. And so when Trump is going
or on shrooms
after journalists, going after the Wall Street Journal, which I would argue is not a liberal
bro, he's totally wrong.
Publication, by the way.
It's liberal.
For something that he doesn't like, not that isn't true. That's what concerns me about this kind of government intervention. And I would say the same thing if it becomes true that the Biden administration was trying to silence and deplatform people on YouTube because they just didn't like what they had to say. Okay. I think we need to be intellectually honest about that. And I think the fact is that Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and all of them are abdicating their duty to put Grok out front to make sure that people know what the truth is, because people are getting confused. You just take one step at Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories about how he was killed. They said there was one tweet I saw that had millions of views.
Tries to arrest his enemies
across his shirt. That was his microphone. But there was no correction there, right? And that's what I think is damaging to our society.
But I do think having everyone be very critical of the take.
Is that what I need to do? I just need to put urgent. Trump administration's coming after me. Here, let's see, actually. Let's see if this gets me a boost. Let's see what happens. Guys, you were here when I did that. Take a look at the title, appreciate it, and now, and here we go. And just like the Joker, nothing's going to happen.
What Elon's done with things like Grok has been great. You know, I read people saying ridiculous stuff about me that's never been corrected in real time before, and I see Grok immediately correcting them, and it's great, right?
I actually lost a viewer over that.
It's just...
Yes.
Another public figure. I like the fact a lot of mythology, which has been fueled by social media about anyone in, excuse me, in public life.
Whoa, that sounded deep.
That actually gets corrected in real time. Love it. I've got to leave it there. Great debate. Yeah. Jimmy, I know who you are. I know how great
Jack Coachy or whatever.
I will be
Trump collapse.
What you are now, Jimmy?
I will be watching
Jack Coachella or whatever. The guy who has my worst hockey haircut. Seriously, he I don't know why he chose the half length. Like, I had to do that when I grew my hair out, and there was no like more painful haircut that I had than like having just my hockey. Like, it was, I called it the Duncan Keith, because if you know who Duncan Keith is, it looked just like him. But dude, he's got the dumbest haircut. He really does. Unless he plays hockey, then I guess it works. But I don't know. He doesn't strike me. You know what? He could actually. With that haircut, he could. I guess I'm a hair guy. That's my biggest thing, is I can be critical of people's hair. Here. Oh, is this about the Comey thing? All right, you guys. All right, here, let's see. The riveting content that is Adam Mockler.
News. Trump's former FBI director James Comey is officially set to be indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia after years of Trump aggressively targeting him on social media.
For what?
Media after months of Donald Trump.
All extent of the charges of being prepared against Comey are unclear, but the sources believe that at least one element of the indictment, if it goes forward, will accuse him of lying to Congress during his testimony on October 30th, 2020 about whether he... Okay, so he'll get the Peter Navarro treatment.
Calling for him to be arrested on his Truth Social account, and only a few weeks after a top prosecutor in the East...
Honestly, it couldn't have happened to a better guy.
Eastern District of Virginia was fired for refusing to bring this exact case. Let me just...
Mockler's going to be on CNN tonight. That explains why he's in a hotel. Nice hotel, too. That looks like a Four Seasons.
Prosecutor said, I am not going to partake in the political persecution of Donald Trump's...
That type of backboard on the bed, that's a Four Seasons. Somebody put him in a nice place.
Opponents, that's not what I signed up for. And they were fired. Only a few weeks after that happened, Donald Trump sends a direct message to Pam Bondi saying, hey, I've reviewed a bunch of statements and everybody...
Comey, Shifty Shift, Letitia James. Okay, cool.
...wants us to target our political opponents. When are we going to start targeting our political opponents?
No, but you know what? Don't use the term fascist or Nazi. Come on, guys.
Well, just today, this was sent on September 20th. Just today, on September 24th, we learned that former FBI Director James Comey, for years the target of President Trump's ire, is expected to be indicted in the coming days in the Eastern District of Virginia, where a prosecutor who opposed bringing the case was recently fired. 3 sources familiar with the matter told MSNBC. Again, a prosecutor was recently fired. By the way, I will be on CNN tonight, the Abby Phillips Show at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central, debating this topic and a few others. It would mean the world to me if
it's like now.
If you guys tuned in. If you can't make it, I'll post a recap. But this then says, the full extent of the charges being prepared against Comey is unclear, but the sources believe that at least one element of the indictment, if it goes forward, will accuse him of lying to Congress during his testimony on September 30th, 2020, about whether he authorized a leak of information. The 5-year statute of limitations on that charge would lapse on Tuesday. That is an insane point. Oh my Lord. So 5 years ago, on September of 2020, September 30th of 2020, James Comey allegedly did something, and this statute of limitations is set to expire in 6 days at the time of recording this video. So they very intentionally did this 6 days before the statute of limitations was up and it wouldn't be able to be brought. Now, we don't even know if the original charges are what they're for. I mean, we have some ideas, but the grand jury is still reviewing the documents. But the point is, we have a few key pieces of evidence pointing to this being political persecution. Not just a few. Everything points to that. But here's the strongest evidence. Not only was this prosecutor fired for opposing bringing the case, not only did Donald Trump for years say he wanted to target James Comey. We can go through his Truth Social account. This one says, Jack Smith and the special prosecutor's office are playing the same games with election interference and fake prosecutions as James Comey. And then he tweeted about James Comey like hundreds of times. I searched the word Comey on the Trump Truth Social website, and it's just tweet after tweet about Comey. You guys can see it in the yellow highlights on screen. He just tweets about Comey. There were tweets about Comey being guilty, about Comey's house needing to be raided. He says, why wasn't James Comey raided? This is a major piece of evidence. When we click on Donald Trump's Truth Social post about Pam Bondi, he says, Pam, it is a letter directly to his attorney general. Let me just back up. If in 2002, this letter had leaked, from Bush to him.
We fucking get it, dude. We don't live in 2002 anymore. React accordingly.
He would be impeached. It would be over. You cannot pressure
Instead of
your
doing this like, oh, if you Biden, if his, this is why I don't like doing that what if bullshit. It's like, no, dude, like,
attorney general to do things. In 2012, if
just call it out for being as fucking whack as it is. But again, let's do it with, you know, the cadence of just like, guys, I mean, he's literally saying like, breaking, this is urgent. Trump is locking up his enemies. And look at how he's look at how he's selling this to you. And you wonder why people watch these videos and it's just like, it's just more clickbait. And then it becomes easier to ignore. Like, dude, I'm sorry, man. No, I'm not even going to keep going. I'll type here to save battery. You know, that's what I've heard, like, the biggest gripe about Twitch is the fact that it drains your battery a lot faster than YouTube. So that kind of... It's so easy. Oh, man. Yeah, I gotta say... Again, this alarm is bullshit. It's... There's stuff to actually be alarmed at. Like the fact that, yes, today they are trying to do a blatant false flag, but... Wait, not blood? Does this new footage disprove Charlie Kirk shot from behind? Probably not. We can all learn from this. Oh, wait a minute. Abba and Preach actually did this?
My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men. Just
don't care. Don't care. Here, let's do this one.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And the Charlie Kirk, I guess we can call it a debacle at this point, continues to get even weirder as there's been some new footage and some new really big videos, two that we're going to look at in this video that have come out in the last couple of days.
Is this the one that
yeah,
Kyle
the first
was
being
watching?
from Range Day,
you know what?
bro.
Very
good
this.
video showing Charlie Kirk was shot from behind, and this was an exit.
No. This is a follow-up. Haha. Okay, cool.
That video, you've probably seen it. It's
Pony conservatives clutch their pearls over fascist propagandist Charlie Kirk.
5 million views, incredibly viral.
Oh, is that is that the title I should go with?
And then this morning, a video comes out. First time we've seen footage from behind Charlie Kirk from Jesse with Fire's YouTube channel, maybe debunking some of the shot from behind, but also maybe not. Okay, so I've gone through both these videos. I found some things that are very, very compelling. And then I found some things that are showing maybe this isn't as conclusive proof as we thought about both of them. All right, so that's what we're gonna do in this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Let's jump into it. First video we're gonna go through is the Range Day Bro video showing Charlie Kirk potentially being shot from behind. There's some very, very important things that we're gonna take a look at with that video before we look at the brand new footage that just came out today. All right, so the overall theory here is that Charlie Kirk was actually shot from behind, upright. That round hits him at the base of the skull potentially, and this is actually an exit wound that we saw. This is a very good video. Looks very, very compelling, but there are some problems that we've now identified with the new footage. So let's check this out.
Okay, cool.
Which unfortunately we will blur out Charlie's face, but we will show what is necessary to prove that this was an entry and exit wound. So you'll see him circle the highlighted area right there, and you'll see the exit wound correspond.
I'll tell you this much. If they were trying to bury this video in the algorithm,
after, split second after,
they didn't do a good job.
As it would from an entry and exit wound. So in this footage, you can clearly see that Charlie is shot from his back right, and there's blood splatter.
Okay, so This was very, very compelling at first when we talk about this. When you see this, that round, if it hits Charlie in the back of the neck, right, you see maybe some blood splatter out. And then after that blood splatter comes off, you see that potential exit wound coming out. A lot of people have said that's blood. A lot of people have said that's an earpiece. It's gone back and forth.
Back into the left. Back into the left. Back into the left.
New footage that we're going to look at second proves what that actually was, and we're going to get to that, right? But still, very interesting. A lot of it kind of makes sense as we get into it, that potentially Charlie was shot from behind.
And it exited through the front of his throat. All of the evidence points to Charlie being shot from his back right. Now, including this little blood splatter that we can see here against the white backdrop, the extreme hemorrhaging from the front of his neck, which again corresponds with an exit wound, the extreme loss of blood. No matter what the caliber is, that distance, that amount of meat is not enough for most bullets to expand. I mean, 99.9% of bullets will not expand in that short distance.
Okay. This is the second part I want you guys to notice. What he just said there when he was talking about bullets, that most bullets, let's say if you had a 30-06, 5.56 round, that potentially human neck is not thick enough for that round to, because when a ballistic round goes in, a full metal jacket round is designed to mushroom out to like create more damage and then blow a huge exit hole out. So what he's saying there is, even though this is a small hole, because Charlie Kirk's neck is not that thick, it didn't give time for the round to potentially actually expand, and that's why it's a pretty small hole in the front for an exit wound. Absolutely could be the case, could be true. Okay, so, but.
Or it didn't hit the spine.
Could have had a bigger exit wound.
The way that they were saying that it did, because somebody was saying that it hit his spine, and that's what happened.
We can't really say one way or another conclusively, but what he's saying there is definitely ballistically possible.
Oh, no, it's that guy. He literally, the guy, not the dude talking, but the other dude wearing the abolish the ATF hat.
What I want you to look at now, the second thing.
I love how everybody's just like, abolish this, abolish that. But these guys are just like, abolish the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
And this is going to be important because it's sort of, it's funny how these two videos.
We're America. I thought it was America. We like party.
Sort of parts of these two videos disprove each video. This part, now if we look at the front of Charlie Kirk's shirt, pulling all the way up to his face like this is going to be very important when we talk about the next video. Okay, so just things I want you guys to keep an eye on. All right, so again, I'm sure you've seen his video, right? A lot of evidence, and to be honest, I'll tell you, from the acoustics people have done, we've had professional audio engineers do acoustics of the area. Most of what the evidence shows should lend towards the idea that potentially this round came from a suppressed round. We'll talk about the sound of the acoustics of the round here in a minute, from potentially behind Charlie, okay? There's a lot of evidence that is pushing that way. But there's some problems with this video here about who this...
Dude, they made Elvis an honorary frickin' agent of the ATF. It's not surprising to me that they might not be, you know, the most serious frickin' branch of the government.
It was, all right, so take a look at this.
This guy's talking about this
branch of the government, you know, law enforcement of the government.
Bush up
government. I don't even
here in the
federal agency. There we go.
Top left of this photo, and he zooms in on it, and he's stating that it does look suspicious. It does look suspicious. It looks like there is a person right here, and it looks like there is a rifle right here that the person is holding. A hand here, support hand, sort of. Very blurry image, but you can clearly make out that this is not just a bush.
Okay, so this is a big problem. So when you looked at this, it's again, like, it's so low fidelity, it's hard to say. We're kind of assuming things here. So I figured, why don't I find the overhead imagery of that platform and see what's actually up there beyond just this guy in the bush, which we found, and it's going to complicate some things. All right, guys, so here's this platform. Here's this supposed guy up behind here. It kind of looks like that, right? But let me see some overhead imagery of this. Now we might be able to actually see what this is, okay? And as you can see, this is obviously overhead imagery. Nobody's there, right? This potential shooter's not just still standing up here behind this bush. But if we look at this, it looks to be like some sort of bench with a bush on top of it would lend towards what looks like, you know, sort of you see something behind that bush. Well, that's probably that bench and that bush or whatever it is. Again, not saying that this wasn't potentially a shooter hiding behind this, but if we zoom in, we can very clearly see what looks to be some sort of bench and maybe, you know, a bush. Almost looks like a guy sitting there with a rifle. So again, I'm assuming this is, in that first image is such low fidelity that this is actually what you're seeing up there, not a person hiding behind a bush. But again, who knows? Again, not saying that he wasn't shot from behind or the upright, but I think the idea that that guy was behind a bush, it's kind of a long shot now, seeing that overhand imagery. And we're going to run into some complications. Was that blood blowing out the back, or was that an earpiece? And this new video shows us a lot of new information. All right, guys, the world is crazy right now. It's very easy to get super stressed out. The best way you can combat that, keep that mental health up, is working out. And if you're going to work out, you might as well use the right supplements. That brings us to today's sponsor, Tasty Gains Creatine Gummies. Guys, I love this. They're one of the best sponsors we got. Creatine, it's going to help you with your muscle endurance.
Yeah, you know what it doesn't help with? Hair. And there's a reason that this guy's probably wearing a hat. I'd be willing to bet that he has a lot of testosterone and nothing on top here, which fine. If you guys are already bald, fine. Totally go for it. Get the beard, do that look, and then get jacked. But I don't know, man. You know what all this turns into when you get a little bit older? You're going to see it with Joe Rogan. It turns into unfortunate fat. And also, it's doing a hell of a number on your internal organs that they are not used to. So, just going to say, workout culture is, like, working out's good, but workout culture, like the fitness culture, like, it's toxic and it's bullshit, and I'm calling it out.
Your muscle recovery, your muscle growth, also yourself some, you'll love it. All right, back to the video. All right, this video is from Jesse on Fire's YouTube channel. He just put this out, I believe, this morning, and this is the first footage I have seen anywhere of the actual hit from behind, and it gives us a lot of new information.
On Fox News, and then we're going to show him specifically in the video and exactly how he behaved, because I think it answers that question pretty definitively. All right, so here's what we're looking at. He gets hit right here, and I freeze frame the first moment that it hits him. And you can see right there, it blows backwards, okay? Now we're gonna look at that again, because I think that is the most definitive thing that we've seen in terms of the direction. To me, it seems very clear that the shot came from the front, because again, his shirt blows backwards. And take a look again, and you see the way that his body reacts.
Okay, let's talk about some things here. Very, very interesting video. There's a lot going on here. I want to break it all down, okay? Is this definitive proof that Charlie was shot from the front because his T-shirt billows up from behind? Well, like I said earlier, that clip we showed.
There was, like, the first, like, you can go back to when this happened before he was even declared, deceased. I kept looking at the shirt because I kept wondering. I'm like, dude, I thought he got shot in the chest initially because you see the ripple.
The problem with this theory is that the front of Charlie Kirk's shirt also blows way up. Okay, we've seen both the front and the back do the same thing. The other problem I'm having with this is from behind, you can very clearly see there's no exit wound coming out the right back of his neck where this potentially is pulling that shirt up from. So
work out like the average Joe's and not Global Gym. Well said.
so if there's no exit wound and the bullet did not pass through, what exactly?
Thank you for the 2, man. Appreciate that.
The bullet's not causing that shirt to get pulled up and backwards. It's potentially just...
I owe the pupper a treat. I'm gonna go get him.
Still shockwave of Charlie being hit by something. And again, front of the shirt does it, back of the shirt does it. I'm not willing to say that's conclusive evidence of Charlie Kirk being shot from the front at all, based off of just the reaction. And had it just been the back of the shirt raise and we saw an exit wound, got it. The fact that the front of the shirt also raises and there's no exit wound, I don't know. I don't think that's proof of much, personally. Could Charlie Kirk have been hit in the base of the skull from the back right, which the impact of that causes both the front and the back of the shirt to raise? Maybe. I'm not sure. But could it also be a front shot? Absolutely. We're trying to figure that out. But the next really important part of this is what we can see from behind now. And that is what is very clearly not blood and an earpiece. So I'm still framing this so you guys can see this. This is right as Charlie Kirk is hit. What I want you to notice is, and we'll play it in slow motion here, this is what comes off of Charlie. This is what we see from that range day video from behind. What he said is that blood splatter. Problems with that is the color of Charlie's hair. Okay, so this is not a great high fidelity camera, so this wouldn't be picking up blood. Charlie's blood is not white. What is seems to me to be clear that Charlie has, and I have one right here with me, is a clear earpiece. So you can't actually probably see it next to his skin that well. But when he gets hit, you can very clearly see.
All right.
That would not be red blood. You would not be able to make that red blood out next to his dark hair. That is obviously a white or clear piece of some type of equipment, whether microphone, earphone, not blood. All right, now let's actually watch it in slow motion. Earpiece, you can see it against his head, and it flies off. Yep, you can actually see it coming down the back of his shirt there. Do you see that? Yep, there it goes. So he's basically running an earpiece up the back of his shirt, which is the way I do it when I stream, right to his ear. Apparently, that's what it looks like to me. Slow back down. Here it is again. Earpiece. Yep.
Yeah, the earpiece goes out.
Can see it, right? Yep, can see it coming all the way out of his shirt. All right, due to the color, due to the way you can actually see it, you can completely see it's some type of wired piece of
okay, that's kind of crazy. The kinetic force that would take.
Equipment, not blood. That raises some massive complications for the range day video, because if there's no actual blood splatter coming out of the back, and that doesn't disprove the theory, because if this was some type of high-powered rifle round entrance wound just below the base of, you know, Charlie's skull, you wouldn't be able to see it either. Entrance wounds actually aren't that big, especially right when they first enter, right? The round hasn't mushroomed at all. And so could that be at the base beneath Charlie's hair and we can't even see it, and this still be an exit wound? Absolutely 100%. And
YouTube ballistic experts.
It would even be unlikely blood would splatter out the back of his neck muscle here anyway, guys. Like, there's not a lot of blood, you know, pooled up back here or anything like that for an entrance wound to cause that. So it actually makes far more sense that was some type of piece of equipment to begin with. But again, that just sort of disproves the idea that we have this blood splatter that proves Charlie was shot from behind. Now we're back to theories, okay? Something else that's really interesting from this angle and what you can see, and I've kind of seen this in all the different angles of stuff, is now we're going to talk about the acoustics, the sound a 30-06 makes, and the reaction of the crowd. So I want to show you guys this. All right, keep your eyes on the
MAGA investigations.
Crowd. Okay, notice what they continue to look at and what they don't do. See, they're all looking at Charlie's been hit. The gunshot has gone off already. Look at everybody's faces. Everybody's still watching Charlie. Not a single person has looked behind them. Not one person looks behind them when that gunshot goes off. This is important. See this guy in front? Doesn't even look at anything. It's like he hasn't even heard anything. Also, as you see here, with this guy that's running security for Charlie, I want you to look at his ear. What do we see coming up the back of his neck here? You see that clear earpiece that becomes invisible, and you can't see this earpiece at all in his ear? You wouldn't be able to see it from Charlie too. So that's the equipment that Charlie's team's wearing, okay? Just more further evidence of that. But to talk about why no, and I've looked at a bunch of different angles, we're talking about a 30-06 round, guys. I've got one sitting right here. And I can tell you, I mean, look how big the cartridge is on this compared to a 5.56 round, right? It's massive. And with that added gunpowder makes it extremely loud. And I want you guys to realize this. If the shooter is 100 yards or 150 yards away, which is not very far away, in this amphitheater, and a 30-06 unsuppressed, which according to the FBI pictures, it's
especially, yeah, dude. It was an amphitheater, and did you see the way that building was set up against it, like where Charlie was? So the noise would have bounced off that.
Unsuppressed 30-06 were to have gone off. I can promise you, everyone in that amphitheater would have jumped because it would have sounded like a bomb going off. And they would have all looked, because this is what human beings do when a giant boom goes off in a direction.
Yes.
They've all looked.
Dude, you guys have seen me do it when one of my cats, so I have a cat scratcher that is like right above like the floor that I'm on. So anytime that my cat starts doing like the cat scratcher, like sometimes he'll go nuts and it'll start slamming and I'll just be like, what the hell, dude?
The whole crowd would have looked up to that roof. Basically, no one other than one guy with the long-haired hippie dude that we saw turn around cheering is the only person I've seen turn around and look in that direction. That tells me, and from what the crowd has said, it sounded like a 22 or a suppressed 5.56 or something. Everyone in the crowd I've seen talk about this, that's what they've thought. It's very clearly that was not a 30-06 going off on that roof, just based off of the crowd reaction. All right, so where does that leave us currently? Well, problem now we're kind of back to square one, because there's no real definitive proof now that he did get shot from behind. I think a lot of the evidence still pushes that way, right? But it's very possible that he could have got shot in the front. And if we're talking about no exit wound, okay, well, if he did get shot from the front, it definitely wasn't with this 30-06 round. So now where are we at? Something's not adding up in this official story, right? Either that's not the weapon, either that's not where he was shot from. Because if he did get shot, let's say he got shot from behind, right, and it traveled through and this is an exit wound, well, the surgeon said the body was found in the skin. So that the surgeon story and that story don't work. And then if we want to talk about, oh, well, he was shot from the front, okay, and the bullet didn't go through and we say the surgeon story is true, that's fine. But now the FBI story doesn't work with this 30-06. That's not possible. So we're kind of right back where we started, unfortunately. But I'll tell you, we could solve this. We could solve this case right now. I could solve this case by myself right now if they let me see the autopsy and if they let me see the high-fidelity camera footage from right behind Charlie. Why? Because I would be easy. He would be just immediately be able to tell, well, if he got shot in the back of the head, we'd see the entrance and the exit wound. Well, if he didn't get shot in the back of the head and he got shot in the front, we'd be able to see just the entrance wound. Show me the bullet. I mean, you have the bullet. The surgeon said the bullet's there. I mean, a forensics expert would immediately be able to say this is a 5.56, a 2.23, a pistol round, whatever. And that high fidelity footage would show us a lot about potentially what happened back here. But the two things that we need to just easily, I'm telling you, easily, not solve who did it, but solve how it was done, are the two things we're not getting. And suspicions are now, from what I'm hearing, and I can't confirm this, is that no autopsy was done. Is that he was just immediately embalmed, and he was put on a plane and flown out with J.D. Vance, I think, the very next day.
That's insane.
Very weird things going on at Utah Valley. They're paving over the grass where that shot came from now. I don't know. Again, I don't want to get tinfoil in this video. That's not the point. But very, very odd things are happening with this, and it just gets weirder and weirder. Now the FBI is backtracking a little bit and saying, oh, maybe this wasn't the shooter. Maybe this wasn't the weapon. We got to look at multiple shooters potentially being involved. So yeah, guys.
Yeah, but again, the damage is already done. They already pinned it on a leftist.
It seems like the more evidence we get, the less we have the story figured out, which is very, very frustrating. But again, both these videos are very good and they're very important, but I just wanted you guys to notice some things about both of them, and especially since one has sort of, or each of them have sort of maybe gone back and forth to disprove a little bit of each other.
Wife got the insurance payout? Oh, hell yeah.
Because, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking. Oh,
it's just.
Sorry, I thought you were talking like
said,
you got your wife.
It's an absolute.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Show. So that's going to do it for this one until I get more information on this, and we'll continue to try to figure it out.
Wait, what's he have to say about this? Hold on.
So the FBI is also telling.
I'm kind of genuinely interested by this guy's takes on this because he does have like expertise.
You is that he reassembled the rifle before he dumped it in the bushes as he's fleeing the scene of a murder. How'd he reassemble the rifle if he accidentally left his screwdriver up on the roof?
Wow. Kitties and titties. I like that head.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. I know it's been a few days. I've been out of town, but it's actually given me an opportunity to let the FBI complete its full official story regarding the Charlie Kirk situation. And man, it's an interesting story to say the least. That's what we're going to do in this video. No tinfoil hat, no conspiracy. We are just going to go from start to finish with the official story put out by the FBI and see if any of it actually makes sense together. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some merch. Let's jump into this thing.
He's got his head buried in my armpit right now. He's so cute.
We're going to start at the beginning. Now, there's a philosophical theory called Occam's razor that when you're presented with multiple different possible scenarios that could explain something, typically the one that's least complicated
Cash Valhalla, preach, brother,
and requires the least assumptions is the one that's most often true. Is the official FBI's narrative the one that's the least complicated and requires the least amount of assumptions? I'd say no. I'd say it's the one that requires the most amount of assumptions. let's jump into it. All right, we're going to start at the start of the timeline, work our way through it, and just as we go, talk about some things that just don't quite make sense. All right, first, the shooter. Where did he come from? So at first we heard that he actually went to this school. Then, as far as we know now, he actually went to a different school about 3 hours away in Utah. So yes, this kid drove up for the event, apparently somehow pre-scouted the entire area, knew exactly where he needed to be and park to be able to get onto this roof, get in the exact perfect position he needed to take this shot. Okay, that's fine. We can assume that's not that outrageous of a theory. Then, according to the FBI, we got to get into, as he gets to the event, his clothing situation. A lot of supposed clothes changes in a weird timeline that doesn't make sense. I'll let the FBI talk about it, though.
So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he
Jesus Christ, the more you hear it, the less it makes sense.
When he was
especially like the farther away we get from it, it's like, what?
Arrested.
They actually expect us to just believe this shit, and Cash is just like, yeah.
The clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UB.
All right, so we're off to a great start, right? So the suspect arrives in some clothing. He changes that clothing, puts it in, I'm assuming, this tiny little backpack where he's also got a broken down 30-06. We'll get into that in a second. Climbs to the roof, changes his clothing, takes the shot, and we're going to get to the roof timeline of events here in a minute. Changes back out of that clothing and then flees and escapes the scene. All right, so more clothing changes than a Taylor Swift concert. Sure, we'll say that makes sense. What the FBI has also told us is, of course, that this is the suspect's murder weapon. All right, this Mauser 30-06 that they found later that day. Okay, again, this one, I've never believed this from the beginning, and we're going to get into why here as we move through the timeline of events. But he changes his clothes. Now, a lot of people were trying to say that he hid this rifle in his jeans. Okay, well, let's take a look at what a 30-06 looks like stuffed in a pair of pants. All right, so courtesy of one of our viewers, yes, as you can see, what does an actual 30-06 look like stuffed in actually kind of a pair of loose-fitting pants? Absolutely outrageous, ridiculous. So no, it wasn't just stuffed in this kid's tiny little skinny jeans. We know that. So the FBI then says, well, yes, he disassembled this 30-06 and he put it in his tiny little backpack, which I'm not even sure how the barrel fits in that backpack. All right, sure. Let's just pretend that this kid is David Blaine Jr. and he somehow has a fully broken down 30-06 in this tiny little backpack that he has with, of course, his change of clothing on top of it. Also, the tools to put together and take apart this weapon. He gets to the top of the roof, and as you heard the FBI say there, he changes his clothes when he gets on top of the roof. He reassembles his rifle. The FBI says we know that's what he did because
I think he misses his dad.
Yeah, I found the screwdriver he used to reassemble the rifle, and it
Every time I watch him, like, he'll have about 24 hours where he's really excited, realize that, his dad might be on vacation or doing whatever he's doing, and then tomorrow he'll be fine.
DNA to the shooter. Okay,
right
let's
now,
see
he's
that,
pretty
Steve.
sad.
All right, so yes, here we go from the FBI director, Kash Patel himself, a real winner in this entire situation, tells us the DNA found on a towel wrapped in the woods with the 30-06 matches that of the shooter. Also, that the DNA linked to Tyler Robinson with a screwdriver recovered from the rooftop, that's going to be important here in just a second, was also recovered. All right, so quick recap, because we got to stay in our timeline here because it's all over the fucking place. So the kid shows up, he changes his clothes, he's got his broken down 30-06 in his backpack and this Magic Houdini backpack that's fitting all this crazy shit in it. He gets to the
bag holding
top of the roof.
This guy, none of these guys play D&D, and you can tell.
Changes his clothes.
Immediately, I was just like, bag holding?
He reconstructs the rifle with this screwdriver that the FBI found, okay? Then, of course, we see him take the shot, and in the chaos, we see that first video of him immediately sprinting across the roof right after that shot. We then see him flee out the back. All right, and I want you guys to pay attention to this. So if you see my cursor right here on the left, this is where the FBI says he took the shot from, okay? We then see him immediately sprint along the front of this from that front viewed camera and sprint around this right off the back, as we've seen. There he goes. He zooms in. A lot of people are trying to say he's got a rifle with him. We're going to see here in a second. That's just silly.
Yep.
He jumps down, throws his backpack, picks his backpack up, which looks like his hat. He actually does, because right here, you see this? Whoop.
Oh, he's not bald. I thought he was bald.
Hat comes back on the head.
I you know what? I have to admit, egg on my face.
He has nothing in his left arm, only the backpack in his right arm. Okay, you can see here. If this kid had a giant 30-06,
this car right here would have seen it too, and everybody walking past him, because look how many people there are.
People are going to see it. But what he has is a backpack.
Yep.
Because again, there's pedestrians, there's cars, there's everybody
Thank you.
right in front of him. Nobody's freaking out. This kid's walking around with a giant rifle right after a gunshot. Right?
Oh.
What the FBI said is a deconstructed rifle in his backpack. All right, let's play a hypothetical. And again, this is literally the FBI story.
Oh, boy.
So this kid was able to take the shot, change his clothes, break down with the screwdriver he used and left on the roof to put it back in his backpack, all in about 6 seconds as he sprints across in one sort of continuous frame there to leave the scene. Okay, fine, FBI. Sure, let's say that's all.
I love how everybody's just like, dude, the FBI is a fucking joke.
Somehow true. Well,
wow.
What's the problem that we just
If you
ran
were
into now?
like a career FBI
Well, that
agent,
screwdriver.
I can't wait till people start actually giving their interviews where they're just like, I was part of the FBI for over 30 years. These people are absolute clowns.
He used to disassemble and reassemble the weapon. FBI, you found it on the roof. He left it on the roof. So when he fled out into the bushes where you found his 30-06 in the woods, let's take a look at that 30-06. That weapon is completely assembled. So what the FBI is also telling you is that he reassembled the rifle
without the screwdriver
before he dumped it in the bushes as he's fleeing the scene of a murder.
Mm-hmm.
How'd he reassemble the rifle if he accidentally left his screwdriver up on the roof?
Mm-hmm. That makes absolutely no sense. It's almost like they screwed up, or it's almost like they should have had the screwdriver in the woods and the rifle on the fucking on the roof.
Whoopsies. Also,
is that too obvious?
So, Cash Patel, how come you announced that the DNA matches a towel found in the woods and the screwdriver?
Isn't there a podcast with the previous where they talking about this?
But you didn't say that the DNA matches the rifle.
No, I'm talking about like the guys that will talk about the specific cases, and no, the ones that are under gag order right now. Trust me, the ones that they want their pension.
That seems like
those are the ones I'm interested in.
What you would want to match. I don't know. Kind of odd. Let's talk about the shot itself, because again, I've said from the very beginning I didn't believe this was a 30-06 based off of the official narrative is that Charlie Kirk was shot from about 150 to 200 yards with a 30-06 round, and we've all seen the footage, I'm sure, by now. None of that ever made sense to me, and I'm going to show you why. So we racked our brains back and forth about, did Charlie have body armor? Did he not have it on? We've run through the timeline of events and pretty much 100% confirmed at this point, no, Charlie did not have body armor on. So what does that mean? The official FBI story means that he took a direct impact to soft tissue in the neck near the carotid from a 30-06 round from 150 meters. Okay. Let's look at a little demonstration. All right, guys, this is going to be an actual ballistics demonstration of what a 30-06 round does to a mock gel human skull, okay? And then these are literally designed to see what ballistics actually do to the human body. This is a 30-06 round. Let's take a watch.
Jesus. Holy crap, dude. Holy crap.
So, we are supposed to believe that a
that is
30-06 round from about 150 meters to soft human flesh, and it's not like Charlie Kirk was some linebacker with, not that it would matter.
No, it doesn't matter. That was missed.
Giant neck or anything. Had that fairly small wound as you still frame the pictures. So here's the actual still frame. Again, the FBI wants you to believe that wound right there is an entrance wound from a 30-06 round, which we just saw demonstrated. And there was no exit wound. Okay. You know, people say, well, bullets do funny things. Yeah, that would have been real funny, right? You guys realize the entire back of that tent, that white tent, would have just been painted with Charlie's blood. Just absolutely everywhere, had that been a 30-06 round. Again, FBI story, not mine. So as we move through the timeline of events, yes, the kid escapes, and in the chaos, we have some very odd things happen. We have that old man immediately cause a huge distraction, saying that he's the shooter. Very odd. The FBI then, of course, immediately announces at, 4:21 p.m., we got him. Kash Patel says, we got him, boys. About an hour and a half later, says we don't got him. Actually got a good meme for this.
Got the guy.
Oh, shit. Did you really?
Nope. Not the guy.
Oh. Okay.
This is the guy.
Oh, shit.
You. Oh, wait. Nope. Not that guy.
What are we doing right now?
I got a picture of the guy.
Yeah, how am I supposed to know that's the guy? Shit, wait, how do I know that's the guy?
All right, I'll see you in Valhalla, jokes aside. Yes. So,
oh, shit, I know that's the guy.
So the FBI thinks they got him, they don't got him. They thinks they got him, they don't got him. Right? Then they find the murder weapon in the woods later that night, supposedly, I guess. Then, and again, I have to keep telling you this is the FBI's narrative, not mine. This kid goes through all this work, planning and preparation, pulls this thing off, gets away, gets in his car, drives all the way back home, and immediately
shit, there's a CDC announcement.
He confesses to his pastor father, who the FBI told us was a retired sheriff. Turns out was never in law enforcement. Apparently owns a construction business. I don't know. Immediately confesses and is turned in by his father, who is now going to receive a $1 million reward from Bill Ackman for turning in his son. Okay, so we got the shooter in custody, and of course now we need motives, we need reasons, because again, he carries this entire thing out. He confesses, admits it to his father, supposedly admits it on Discord, even though Discord is saying that that username and those messages don't actually exist. Even the FBI, even though the
Whoa, what?
FBI is saying that.
Whoa, they faked it. They faked the Discord messages too?
And after confessing to all these people, turning himself into his father, he gets apprehended by the FBI, who is still saying as of right now that he's refusing to cooperate or admit to the crime. Okay. All right, but don't worry, because the FBI, of course, already has the text messages between him and his furry boyfriend or whatever the hell this is. And yeah, let's take a look at those. Okay. Keep in mind, these are Gen Z kids. Do you guys, any of you have kids that are Gen Z? Or around kids that are Gen Z? Do you know how they talk? Skibbity toilet riz. Okay. But yeah, let's look at this conversation. Let's see what it says. Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard. What? You're joking, right? I'm still okay, my love. Stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. That's a good thing to admit to. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. Sorry to involve you. You weren't the one to do it, right? I am. Sorry. What fucking Gen Z kid talks like that? Really? And just happens to admit to everything? The rifle, that he did it, on a text message that you would know the FBI would immediately get a hold of. So that's the official FBI story. Let's just recap it real quick, right? So this kid drives from 3 hours away, supposedly knows everything about this college campus, exactly where to enter from, where to go on the building. He must have pre-scouted it somewhere, got it. He shows up.
Went there virtually, by the way.
Changes his clothes.
During COVID.
Has his broken down.
That's where he got radicalized, according to the right.
30-06 rifle and a change of clothes all in this tiny little black backpack, gets to the roof, changes his clothes, reassembles the rifle with a screwdriver, takes the shot, disassembles the rifle, changes his clothes, runs and jumps off the building, runs out into the woods, reassembles the rifle without the screwdriver that he needed to because he left it on the roof, gets away, drives all the way home, and immediately confesses. but then won't cooperate with the FBI. That's the FBI story. Got it, guys. This is the same FBI that is continuing to lie and cover up the Epstein files. I mean,
The Epstein files, and now they got this Dallas one again. You know, it's crazy how all these left-wing trans shooters that just, left-wing terrorism is on the rise, folks.
Kash Patel just came out and said today that he
Jesus
doesn't believe
Christ.
Epstein trafficked children dating.
Again, the dumbest people are doing the most evil shit, but then you also have the people that just, like I was saying before, they're about to wake up to this because once they get targeted, all of a sudden they're probably going to care.
Everybody. So, okay, this is where we're at. That's this FBI, right? Again, I get it. Some people out there really trust the government, and if the FBI says it, it must be true. But guys, when we talked about the start of this in Occam's razor, does this story, is this the simplest story with the least amount of assumptions needed? No, this story is ridiculous. Now, like I said, this isn't going to be a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory video. was going to show you the timeline of events so we all have the actual FBI story here. That'll probably be the next video I do where I give my real opinions on this. But there's also some other anomalies I think we need to look at. Because
I went on TikTok expecting conservative meltdowns, but I was met with a slew of people being like, this doesn't make sense.
There's some things I'm wondering, like, why the hell aren't we receiving this information? Here's the first one. We know that there was this camera set up right behind Charlie. Multiple videos of that camera showing Charlie from behind as he's interacting with the crowd. But now we can't get the footage to this camera for some reason. This camera would show everything we need.
But it's because it's a hologram projector. Don't you know there, dude?
Need to know. Where's the exit wound? Maybe the actual trajectory of the round maybe hit here. That was the exit wound. Well, this footage might tell us that. Here's the other thing. Wouldn't the FBI be pretty interested in the coroner's report, the autopsy report? That would tell us everything we would know. It would tell us the ballistics used, the entrance location, the exit location, everything. There's pretty much every question we need answered about that side of the story is right there. And that just doesn't seem to exist. Doesn't seem like we're going to get that information. That's pretty odd. All right, so here's the deal, guys. This is the end of it. You can call me a conspiracy theorist, a tinfoil hat, and you should trust the government. You should trust the FBI. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm even reaching on any of this. I'm just literally going through the FBI's timeline of events and trying to objectively say, do these things make sense? Is this possible? And no, I don't see how anybody can look at that full timeline of events put out by the FBI, right? Could this actually be the shooter and all these things? Maybe, but the FBI has done such a horrible job at
I wonder why.
reporting all this.
It's almost like we've said this before, and many other people have said this, where having podcasters running one of the, top branches of federal government, and law enforcement is not a good idea.
That it makes the entire thing look like a massive conspiracy. And so I think there should be some transparency.
No, I just love the fact that they are losing the center. They're losing anybody that isn't like, already the radical left, the way that they classify it. My other favorite part is how Democrats are going to have to fucking really reconcile with this, where it's like, dude, they're calling you radical anyway. Are you going to, I don't know, try and capitulate them? Or are you going to try and just be like, well, I'm really not left? It's like, well, are you MAGA? No. Well, you're radical. Don't call me that.
Where's the coroner's report? Where's the autopsy report? Where's the backside camera footage of all these things? It's there.
At what point do they get to that thing where it's like, fine, if you're going to call me radical left, I might as well go vote for Bernie anyway.
Why aren't they being shown? It's all very...
I said earlier, and I'll say it again, the video of him on the roof is directly from the FBI.gov YouTube channel, so I'm not too confident in it.
Very odd and very, very suspicious. And of course, it's going to make people look at this as a conspiracy. And they should, because, again, the FBI report makes no sense.
Yep.
All right, so again...
And then they released their report today. Again, only the certifiably dumbest Americans are looking at that and going, yeah, you know what? He wrote anti-ICE on it. He was definitely targeting them. We must protect ICE. Bunch of idiots. Sitting here supporting the Gestapo through literal fake news, which again, They love to lob that criticism, but then they're just like, no, when the fake news fits my narrative, it's perfect. You know what? I brought this video up because it's something I'm interested in. I don't think that I've ever really talked too much about this on my stream, but I am interested in financial bubbles, economic bubbles, whether it be Enron during the dot-com era, whether it be the housing market in 2008, or the AI crash that's about to come. Now, if you don't know who they are making fun of, that is Sam Altman. So let's find out just how and when the AI bubble is about to burst.
Of OpenAI, an unofficial high priest of the AI cult, just randomly admitted that, yeah, this might all be a bubble. He told reporters, when bubbles happen, smart people get overexcited about a kernel of truth, which is basically the billionaire way of saying everyone's lost their minds, but like in a thoughtful way.
Yep.
He even compared it to the dot-com bubble, that fun time when the NASDAQ lost almost 80% of its value because it turned out most internet companies were just PowerPoints with mascots. And honestly, he might be right. The US stock market has almost doubled in 5 years.
It's almost like anybody that lived through this crap and has a, a little bit of a memory.
Mostly because 10 giant
and also a little bit less lead poisoning than the previous generation
companies promised AI.
I still definitely have a little bit of that lead because, they never did clear up the pipes properly, but at least we didn't have it in the air and in the paint the way that they did.
I would change.
But meanwhile, the millennials and you guys in the woke left, you guys are ruining this country.
Literally everything. Altman's raised billions and is already talking about spending trillions on data centers, which is a totally normal thing to say if you're planning to buy a small moon. So here's the real question. If this is a bubble, what did we actually buy?
Yeah, and also increase all of your energy costs. Weird how that one works.
This is where things get weird. Most of the headlines you
all to subsidize some asshole like that
see about the AI boom aren't about how much value AI has created. They're just about how much the price of a few companies' stocks have gone up.
And everybody eats it up.
Which is kind of like judging the quality of a restaurant by how expensive their forks are. Here's the catch. When a company's market value jumps by hundreds of billions, it doesn't mean that much money magically appeared. It just means the last person to buy the stock paid more than the person before them. It's like if a single banana sells for $10, that doesn't mean all the bananas on Earth are suddenly worth $10. It just means one very confused person is about to have an expensive smoothie.
Well, no. Actually, funny enough, that's what happened with the eggs. And you know what they did? Instead of just having that one person buy the banana, they made all of us buy the banana at $10. And then we all went, please don't increase the price anymore. And then you had the one idiot that was just like, $8 eggs, good price. And then they were just like, well, maybe we could set the price at $8. That's not too far.
So if we actually want to know whether this is a bubble, we need to stop looking at stock charts and start counting what's real. The money, the chips, the electricity, the people.
What? But it's easier to look at line. If line go up, that's good. Line go down, that's bad.
Because if you burn through trillions and all you get is a slightly faster email.
Do you have money in stocks? No.
Writer, that's not a revolution. That's just really...
You know how many people answer that too, where they're just like, but the economy's doing good. The stock market's good. It's like, do you have money in stocks? No, I do not.
Expensive spell check with a PR team.
Are groceries still expensive? I don't want to answer that question.
All right, let's talk about what this bubble is actually made of. Because it's not hopes and dreams. It's metal and electricity, and mostly invoices. Just 4 companies, Amazon, Meta, Google, and Microsoft, spent about $344 billion on AI infrastructure in 2024 alone. That's more than 1% of the entire GDP of the United States, which is wild considering most of us can't even get autocorrect to spell our own names right. And that's just the public numbers.
Duck you guys.
OpenAI, the company at the center of all this, isn't public, so we don't get to see their books. But they raised $40 billion, then lined up another $6 billion secondary share sale, and Altman casually mentioned he expects to spend trillions on data centers in the not very distant future. China's state-owned companies
Kind of weird that Elon is not part of that.
have reportedly spent another $500 billion on their own AI build-out. And based on global chip sales from NVIDIA and AMD, the rest of the world has probably dropped about the same. So altogether, we're already past the
that much money could have solved homelessness.
$1 trillion.
I've said that so many times. It's almost like they don't actually care because they want homelessness to be there so people can look at that and be like, you don't want that for yourself, do ya? Do ya? Do ya?
Dollar mark just on the hardware.
Work harder. Sacrifice yourself to capitalism so you do not end up like that pathetic homeless person. You don't like that homeless person. They smell like pee.
Loan before even counting energy, staff, or, right now, data centers already eat about 1.5% of the world's total electricity. And according to the International Energy Agency, that number could double by 2030.
Sorry, a little on the nose.
If AI growth keeps going like this, which is a fun way of saying we might run out of electricity because your chatbot needed to write a limerick about
Hey, Christina, how are you doing?
Avocados. The United States grid is especially not ready for this. Most of it was built in the 1960s and 70s, and it's running with just 15% reserve capacity. Meanwhile, China, who built their grid way more
you hit it on the nail
recently, runs at 100% reserve, meaning they can casually plug in another few million GPUs without blacking out
Sylvie's having problems.
an entire region. And this strain is already showing up on our
Watching you fight with your autocorrect sometimes really is hilarious.
bills. U.S. electricity prices have nearly doubled in the past 3 years, partly thanks to this AI build-out. That hits every industry, not just tech. Which means when your grocery bill goes up, part of that might actually be your neighbor asking an LLM to write their wedding vows.
Yep.
The Goldman Sachs analysts say new large-scale power capacity in key U.S. markets won't come online until 2028, and data center vacancy rates are already below 3%. So the AI boom is slamming into a literal wall. There's nowhere left to plug it all in. New Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Meanwhile, they just keep signing up for new data centers, and then our electricity bills continue to increase.
Technology report called The Gen AI Divide found that 95% of companies using generative AI got zero return on investment. Not a bit disappointing, zero. The tools look impressive in demos, but the moment you drop them into real workflows, they fall apart like IKEA furniture in a hurricane. The few companies that actually see results aren't trying to automate their whole business. They just pick one boring but valuable task, like back office paperwork, and quietly make it faster. Everyone else is out here building half-baked co-pilots for everything and wondering why nothing works. And it's not just bad planning. The tech itself keeps wobbling. Meteor researchers found that large language models do fine on short tasks, but completely fall apart on long ones. Even coding, supposedly AI's best use case, ends up spitting out more bugs and security holes, so teams are literally hiring AI code janitors. Which is hilarious, because that was supposed to be the job the AI was taking. And then there's the stability problem. These platforms change so fast, they keep breaking their own.
I love the fact that they're training computers to take their jobs, and then the computer takes their jobs, doesn't do it well, and then they are rehired to go and fix it at less money. Capitalism.
Ecosystem. When OpenAI pushed out GPT,
I'm glad the tech bros are getting theirs at least.
5, it quietly.
I mean, you got to think about this. Those assholes, they went to college for that. Statistically, they went to college to do just that. And I thought that, art degrees were completely worthless.
Broke support for custom GPTs and wrecked tons of developers' tools overnight. Imagine if Python just deleted half its standard library one morning. That's what people are trying to build on right now. So not only is AI failing to produce returns, half the time it can't even stay upright long enough to try. If the tech isn't ready, why are companies still throwing billions at it? Simple. No one wants to be the one who missed the future. Every big company watched their competitors slap AI powered on something and suddenly get a stock bump, so they all panicked and did the same. Budgets were rewritten, teams were rebranded, and CEOs started saying AI strategy in every sentence just to keep investors calm. It's less about results and more about not looking like the one dinosaur at the robot party. And this isn't new. The same thing happened during the dot-com bubble. Companies were adding .com to their names and instantly doubling their valuation. Sam Altman described it perfectly. This is a bubble built around a kernel of truth. The internet was real, but most .com companies weren't. AI is real, but most of today's AI companies probably aren't either. And while all this hype was building, workers, especially juniors, got convinced they couldn't get hired because AI took all the jobs, when in reality, hiring was crashing because the post-COVID-19 pandemic hiring bubble finally popped. It wasn't robots replacing them. It was just companies realizing they accidentally hired 5 front-end teams during lockdown. So now, you've...
Sylvie, were you in my comment talking about something like, I don't even want to say it because it's going to give them free advertising, but something about Coinbase?
You've got this weird mix of FOMO and ego pushing everyone to keep spending.
If you weren't, then yeah, I deleted it anyway.
Even as the returns flatline, which is basically how every bubble works. It's not logic holding it up. It's pride. In places like Silicon Valley, investors don't actually need working products to pour in money. Just a good story. And right now, we're building the future with AI is basically the cheat code for fundraising. Coastal VCs are calling this...
Oh, my favorite thing that I just watched was this video about how neuroscience is looking at people who have, because they can do this now. Within the last few years, people that rely on even rudimentary AI to now with ChatGPT, their brain chemistry is completely changed, and like their ability to critically think is just non-existent, which, gee, you want to talk about a conspiracy theory? You want to talk about like how I was bringing up George Bush being a fucking puppet because he's stupid? It's almost like these elites. It's almost like the deep state was trying to keep you fucking stupid. And now they're doing it. They found a way to really do it. Keep you fighting with each other, keep you stupid, and you know what you never do? Become a thorn in their side. You never start asking for more from them.
It's the biggest private...
You only go and attack the other.
...tech bubble ever, which is impressive.
Who's literally the same as you. It's your fucking neighbor, but no, you've otherized them. You've made them the bad guy because you don't know the difference between idolatry and actually having, you know, some... what's the word I'm looking for? Fuck, like adoration. Like, idolatry is wrong. Having a little adoration for somebody because they had a good idea, I'll even allow that shit. But they always cross that line, and then, like I said, the sunken cost fallacy, they just cannot get away from it.
Impressive, considering these are the same people who once funded a $400 million juicer. Private markets also let the bubble grow faster because there's no daily stock.
And then they blame the left for why their paycheck is down. They blame everything except for the fucking people that are fucking them over in power. It's really weird.
Price to
like, that's the shit that gets me. Like, these people were always about, like, government bad, small government bad. But the second that it benefits them, the second that they get that little superiority complex where they're just like, yeah, you know what? My black neighbor's getting hammered by this. I saw the Mexicans they're fearful for their lives, and the transes, yeah, you know what? I'm happy. Yeah, you know what, Cletus? Can you get me another beer from the cooler? Oh, you know what? Oh, is it broken down again? Well, you know what? Can you get me that warm beer from the well, not cooler, you know? Oh, did we miss another payment? Oh, you know what? That's our neighbor's fault. We got to go blame them. I'm going to go tweet about how great MAGA is.
Expose how shaky things are. A company can raise billions, burn through it, and as long as the next round comes in at a higher valuation, everyone pretends it's going great. Meanwhile, most of the stock market's AI optimism is concentrated in about 10 mega-cap firms like Nvidia, Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta. They've tied up so much capital in AI that even Goldman Sachs expects spending to slow soon. And when it does, the hype driving their stock prices probably goes with it. Bubbles don't wipe out everything. Most of it pops, sure, but a few pieces survive and become the foundation for the next wave. After the dot-com bubble, thousands of startups vanished, but Google, Amazon, and eBay crawled out of the rubble and built the internet we use today. The same thing will happen here. Most of the flashy AI startups will disappear, and the survivors will be the boring ones quietly building chips, data centers, and power grids. So yeah, the AI bubble will pop, but the tech won't die. It'll just get quieter and more useful. Anyway, if you liked this video...
Don't necessarily hate that last part. I'm going to make something with the new Suno V5 and put it in Discord so people can see where it's at. Hey, go ahead. I always appreciate when you guys contribute over in the Discord. You know how it goes. Oh! We got 2 sleepy dogs. Oh. I gotta get him like a little blanket or something so he doesn't feel left out. Because there's no way he's letting him in that. Have I mentioned that Stan is very territorial? Like, specifically with food? He is a very, very, very good dog. But there's one thing that he has a little bit of an issue with, and that's food aggression. Where I can put my hand in his dish to take it away, but nobody else can. And yes, if there's another animal that tries to encroach on his food, he does not play that game. The thing about these AI audio things is that it doesn't fix people having shit writing. That too. I said that about AI art. That's why I'm glad that AI art has kind of slowly died, is because, number one, the lawsuits. The lawsuits are not worth it to some of these people, so they stopped stealing artwork. Well, a little bit. And also, it became less popular because people started realizing how much of a loser you have to be to just pretend that you have some kind of creativity, but you needed an AI fucking you needed an AI algorithm to create what you wanted, as opposed to, I don't know, hiring an artist, recognizing that you don't have talent. No, some people just can't recognize that they're bad at things. But then again, you know what? I'm in an industry where a bunch of people are successful that I'm very confused about, where I'm just like, oh, how? But okay, I guess I'll just accept. Julian Michaels, the Biggest Loser lady that we were watching with Danica Kasparian. Somehow that dumb box of rocks somehow started a show that was in the vein of The View, even though it had nowhere near the numbers, let's be honest. I gotta talk about it. You know what? Fuck it. They tried to copy The View, but you know what? They didn't have the numbers. They don't have the numbers. It's almost like, I don't know, maybe they don't have the same audience. Oh, shit. Just realized half my hair is... There we go. They don't have the audience, but you know what? They're losers. A bunch of losers. Nobody even watches them. That's our president, by the way. Like, I don't know, man. Was Biden... Like, I have to ask this. As somebody who was not exactly a Joe Biden fan, was he that bad? Was he that bad in the context of now? Or are we doing that thing where we were like, hey, maybe boring isn't that bad? Like what got us to put Joe Biden in the office, where we're like, you know what? He may not be Bernie. He may suck politically. I may have disagreements with him. But you know what? He ate fucking Trump. And that's where like the whole, like the animus that came with the blue no matter who. I do think that was a right-wing psyop. I'm just saying it, guys. I am. Because realistically, Oleami said this the best, where you want to choose the person that is the easier opposition. So again, you don't have to agree with everything, but if they're the easier opponent, then you want them to be in office, because then your message can then kind of start permeating and you can grow from there. This shit, we are being just stomped down by the fucking boot. And occasionally we will, like, the boot will raise, and it's like we're just a few cockroaches that, like, we got some battle wounds, and then we just look at the other person and immediately go, you know what? I don't like your antenna, or I don't like the way that your wing sits, or like whatever. It's always something stupid, you know? And I'm not saying that there isn't substance to criticizing the Democratic Party, to like literally roasting Chuck Schumer, roasting Hakeem Jeffries, and just constantly hammering the fact that the Democratic Party has failed these people, and specifically the center. Like, speaking to the independent voter out there and convincing them, it's like, no, the Democrats definitely failed you. They did. But this is why you should give, you know, people on the DSA a little bit of a chance. Because it's like, hey, is socialized medicine that bad? No? All right. How about, put it... I mean, now we need to kind of revise our message and go like, well, checks and balances should be technically where we go with this, where we're like, hey, you remember the good old days of checks and balances on the president? Ah, that was crazy. Almost like wow, nostalgia for that. No, he was just old. He was old. He sucked. Joe Biden sucked. No, there's no denying that he sucked, and his Zionism definitely played a part in that, on top of him being, half dead. There's just no denying it. But realistically, the actual policies and politics behind it, and then the way that they demonized him, and, it worked for the right. It did. And I'm not sitting here carrying weight for, Kamala Harris or the Democratic Party. Like, they fucked up. They properly fucked up 1000%. I just feel like we kind of contributed to that a little bit, in the vein of, like, Michigan, where, if we actually cared about Gaza, then we would have actually cared. Like, then you kind of put your political differences aside and say, yeah, you know what, he sucks, but like to pressure him could actually end up with a better outcome. Whereas somehow, some way, a bunch of people fooled themselves into thinking that Trump was going to be better. And then even me, I was part of this. When he sent his one guy over, I'm like, hey, that's more than Joe Biden did. Egg on my face. Now, he was just going there to feel out the land, to see like how much of it was destroyed, to see how much of it could be actually like, rebuilt with a repurposed American flair. I know this is uncomfortable. It is. It's uncomfortable to talk about because, honestly, I'm uncomfortable talking about it. That's how I know. Because it sucks. It sucks to realize this. But realistically, we do have to get better at coalescing behind some people that we may not always fully agree with. That sucks to say. But you know what? It's the fucking facts. It's where we're at politically right now. I'm willing to say this. If Kat gets the fucking nomination and I still have some reservations, I'm still voting for her. I'm not going to vote for the Republican, and I'm not going to vote. Because that's so much more irresponsible. And honestly, that's condoning what Trump is doing. That's honestly playing into the regime. That's where I'm at. If I'm wrong, you can tell me. And I might disagree. Wabbit learned the hard way. Stan don't play around. Well. Yeah. I'm glad you remember that. Thank you for reminding me that my dog, murked an entire family of rabbits. He did, by the way. If you guys are new here or you don't know the story behind that, Stanley, he had a little bit of a situation. He went and found a rabbit hole, and he's not like the TikTok dogs where it's like drop it, and it's totally still alive. No, he thought it was one of his toys, and it was a horror show that I had to have a friend come and help me with, because I tried to clean it up, and I had that moment where I was just like, I'm gonna puke. I can't do this. I can't do this. Thank God for having a friend from Arkansas. That's one of my favorite things he ever told me. He's like, oh, I'm a good old country boy from Arkansas. He's like, this doesn't bother me. I'm like, good to know. Good to know. Meanwhile, I'm like, suburban city boy that's just like, I grew up in the suburbs, live in the city, and I'm just like, whoa, icky, I don't want it. I'm better. I'm a little bit better about that now, but I used to be really bad. Where it's just like, hey, can you come and kill this? Can you come and kill this mouse? I can't do it. I can't do it. No, your take is most salient and mature. It's hard to swallow, but it's the truth. We have to pick the candidate that is easier to direct. And it's so easy to demonize this. Well, I don't want to do the lesser of two evils. It's like, no, that's what we fucking live in. Unfortunately, we do not live in this perfect society where we can have the candidate that speaks to everything that we love and everything that we agree with. Because I can tell you right now, I'm 38 years old and I have never once, not once, in my political, like in me being involved in politics or interested in politics, have I ever agreed with somebody 100%. Bernie Sanders, I do not agree with 100%. He had bad takes on Gaza. He honestly, like during his first campaign, some of his messaging was a little off, like not off, but it was like, I don't know. He would have benefited from having maybe like a Riz director or something. I don't know. Like, and this is coming from like the age of like when Hillary is the one, Pokemon go to the polls, and somehow that didn't do it. And yes, I get it. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the DNC fucked him over. They did. There's no rewriting that history. But you also have to ask, why didn't he push back harder? How come he didn't start fucking vocalizing against the Democratic Party after that point? I've always asked myself that. How come he was not one of the most vocal people going against the DNC at that point? It's almost like he's the one who should have been mad. Sorry. I know that this is not popular. Like, this is probably my least popular opinion that I can have. I've had people legit tell me, they're just like, oh, so you're going to play into the centrist bullshit game? It's like, no. I mean, I guess if that's how you're going to frame it, fine. It's like, I think it's disingenuous to frame something that way. I think that it's also like short-sighted to be like, oh, you know, these small victories are the things that we should be fighting for. Like, I'm going to be completely real, and I know I've said this before. I never thought I would see legalized marijuana. I used to be part of NORML, right? If you don't know what NORML is, NORML. I forgot what the hell it actually stood for, but all I knew was that they were advertised in High Times. They had a local chapter that I was like, hey, I can go to, like, you know, Congress and my state house and have these petitions. You know, I would get high with my friends and we would go and do that. A lot of petitions. One of the worst ones that I hate, like I absolutely hated, because I was promised a decent hotel stay at in Springfield, Illinois. That did not happen. I ended up sleeping in my car. So that sucked. But you know what? It was worth it because, I don't know, at that time, it didn't feel worth it. And I felt like I was, you know, just kind of shouting into the wind. But now that we have it, I'm like, you know, pats on the back. I contributed a little bit. Just a little bit. I did speak to my local. That's how I found out what district I even lived in. It was because I wanted to talk to my like local congressman, and it's kind of funny because at that time it was a Republican, and he could be less interested in hearing any of our bullshit. Trust me, I'm sure he even said, he's like, get those hippies out of my office. I don't even want to see him outside the office. Get him out of here. But for real, man, like I did not think I would see legalized cannabis in my lifetime. I didn't think I'd see legalized gay marriage in my lifetime. For real. Like, gay marriage was passed after I was, like, I think after I was out of high school. Yeah. It was after I was out of high school. Like, that shit, again. But these are the things that we just take for granted. We literally, because this is what really pisses me off about the messaging, is that's forgotten in that messaging. Not once, like, in a bunch of, like, these popular spheres, have I heard that, where they're just like, yeah, you gotta take some of the good with the bad. Like, you have to acknowledge that we have had some major strides, and then immediately, when I make that point, somebody is right there to just be like, nah, you know what? No, these are so much fucking worse. It's just like, God damn it. It's like here, it's like, no. Some people, like, for real, I think that they get off on feeling rage. Like, that's their baseline, is always just feeling rage. And this isn't, like, politically exclusive to any party. This is somehow, some people just function that way. I guess they're, you know, they might have had dysfunctional families. Like, I kind of, like, I'm speaking from maybe I can smell my own. Maybe, because I do kind of thrive in, like, chaotic environments. I'll admit that. You know, my childhood was a chaotic environment. So when I get into something like that, that's why I think that's honestly why I am decent at doing this, is because I kind of thrive at it. You know, you can say whatever the fuck you want to me, and I don't care. I really don't. When I talk about Teflon, it's just like, I do not give a shit. Now, if it's one of you guys, and it's a genuine critique, or it's something that you're, like, disappointed in, those are the ones that I take to heart, but I also try to do better. You know, I'm not going to just hear a criticism and immediately just go like, fuck you. Now, if I think about it a little bit, you know, weigh the back and forth and then decide that you came at it in bad faith, yeah, maybe I will. But overall, if you came at, like, if you have a critique, it's a good faith critique. I hate that, the overuse of that term, but it's true. Then I'm much more apt to just be like, yeah, you know what? Let's discuss this. Voting in federal elections is like taking the bus. You know, the bus doesn't always take you to where you need to go, but it gets you closer. Actually, that's a great way of putting that. I mean, I do the train, but I like Chicago's train system, by the way. I'm not sure if I've said that before. I know that I've talked about Amtrak. God, I really am turning into Biden with this one. You guys like trains? I like trains. Trains are cool. Yeah, Jack. They are, though. We got the Metro in Chicago, and I love it. I absolutely love it. You know, without the Metro, I wouldn't be able to go see concerts. And, you know, well, funny enough, most of the concerts that I saw this summer, they were all in, like, the far off suburbs where I had to, like, take transportation or drive, which, driving. I used to love it. I used to love driving, but now I hate it. I'm not gonna lie, he was not perfect. No. Very much not perfect. Who is? This is my point. Who is? Who's perfect? Who? Nobody. People would, like, they get excited about the new shiny toy who's saying the right things, but then all it takes is for them to say one disagreeable thing and immediately they, like, this is what, and I don't want to make this a broader critique on the left, but it is true. We do this kind of exclusively as far as politics are involved, where we will abandon somebody that we agree with over something that we will perceive, like, in that moment as a super disagreeable take, and just be like, nope, can't even entertain it. Nope, not based. I've been a lot more careful with that lately. You know, and I've caught myself doing it with Brian Tyler Cohen. I'm going to admit it. Like, with the chorus stuff, I've been watching a lot less of his content. I know that a lot of people have. I know that hurt. Like, that didn't just hurt him, but, like, David Pakman, same thing. But David Pakman, I was already on the outs with. Like, David Pakman was organic, where it was just like, I didn't even need to know about chorus with him. He's a shithead. He's a shithead about fucking Israel and Gaza. And he's a massive shithead when it comes to trying to pretend that he is an arbiter of the left. This is why it sucks when you hear people like Anna Kasparian just be like, I guess I'm the leftist representative. It's like, well, then just admit that you're not. Because honestly, Anna's she is a great example of this, where she went too far. Like, some people can go too far, where you're just like, listen, like, again, she has agreeable takes on Israel-Palestine, but she has enough anti-trans takes where I'm just like, no, I can abandon that one. I can just, like, I can take the good with the bad. So when you're on Piers Morgan, I can admit, all right, good argument. I can admit with the Julianne Michaels one, good argument. Because I'm not that petty where I'm just like, oh, her face, Anna Kraft-Sparian, I can't agree with her ever because, you know, she said something bad. God. I think that I said this once before where it's like, and this is one of my least popular takes, is even Donald Trump has probably said something I agree with. I can't think of it, but I'm sure he has. Yeah, stop watching BTC as much. There are some things that only he posts, though, so I gotta watch his stuff. Stop. It's not about gotta. Sometimes he's good at what he does. He's good at packaging the media the way that he does. There's a reason that he's as big as he is. There's a reason that he grew throughout the Facebook era. Like, no. This is why it was disappointing to some of us to just be like, come on, man. It seems like you're a little compromised, and it's like the DNC stuff, like that definitely comes through. Ideas stand and fall on their own. That's true, but also you got to give people the leeway to change their ideas. I feel like we are guilty of this, where we tend to hold people to their worst takes and then not let them grow, not ever let them apologize, not like, you know, this is why I like Hassan, because he has gone out of his way to say that he's all about redemption. And this is something that I 10,000% agree with him on. And I'm glad that he reiterates it as much as he does. But I feel like a lot of his audience does not listen to him about it. They don't apply that to their own lives. Again, because there's also something about being browbeaten by, like, you know, the opposition that is in power, that sometimes you do feel like you don't even have the energy to give charity. Like, it's always pushback. It's always like you just have to meet it with like all the outrage. So sometimes you lose clarity where you're just like, I'm so angry. And then it just happens to be a leftist that points this out and you're just like, you're going to be the target of my ire. I can equate this to like, there are days where, you know, in a relationship, you'll have a really bad day at work, right? Or, you know, your significant other will have a bad day at work. You know that they're coming at it with a lot of animosity from work, but it sounds like it's directed at you. And sometimes it can even be directed at you because they're just channeling that emotion. So that's like taking them at that face value and then just being like, you know what? I never want to talk to you again because you just said something in a fit of rage that I cannot abide by. Like, sometimes some people, and I will say this, say some unforgivable shit. But if they are just saying something that's disagreeable, that just kind of pissed you off, that's the difference. You know? Because I don't want anybody to conflate that. Some people are just pieces of shit that will get under your skin. They'll use their narcissism, or they'll use that to just rile you up and constantly just keep you in that moment. Like, this isn't exclusive to the right either. Like, some people thrive on that even on the left. You know, I hate to say, I will not watch a Pac-Man. Yeah, I stopped watching him privately. I'll watch him here occasionally to just see, like, almost, I hate to say, he's almost opposition at this point. It is crazy. But he's a good example of one who did it organically. As much as he wants to go out there and just say that it's like, oh, this is because they were mad that I was taking money from Chorus. This is like, they're mad because I had a bad take on Gaza. It's like, not more than one. It's like, no. Like, even if we were abiding by the 3 strike rules, dude, it's like, you struck out. Sorry. But then he plays into that thing where he's just like, the left is coming for me, you know? And like, it also is, once you realize that he talks exactly like Donald Trump, it is kind of crazy, where you're just like, huh, there's really not much difference between you two. Just less bronzer and, you know, but same level of disingenuousness, in my opinion. You guys remember when he was like crying that he was afraid that he was going to get deported to Argentina? Pepperidge Farm members. Whatever, man. You know who Pac-Man said he sees as the ideal Democratic Party? The congressman he said should be the Democratic Party. Who? I'll be right back. I got here. Type that up. I gotta pee real quick. Oh. Woo. Who'd you say? Richie Torres. His delusional choice? Nope. I watched him a few times, maybe a couple years ago. I only spit facts, no printer. That's sad and concerning. Yes, it should be. It really should be. The way that Hakeem Jeffries goes out there, you know, with his big dopey ears, and he just, in his stupid fucking smug smile, pretending that he is somehow, you know, we're so popular. You don't know. The polls they're not right. You know what? You know who's even less popular than us? Those weird lefty people that, how dare they still use terms like socialism, weirdos. No, the one thing that I'm comfortable seeing is, again, we are in a time that, with all this fascism bullshit, there's going to have to be compromises on both sides, as far as, like, the liberal and the left. It's just a fact. Unless we want to continue to just have Trump as this dictator-in-chief, we're going to have to make some fucking we're going to have to capitulate a little bit, okay? Just be prepared for it. Let's just hope that we don't have to do too much of it. Because what they were asking of us with the Kamala shit, in retrospect, no, they were gaslighting the shit out of us. It's more than just the primary. It was the way that she, like, pivoted, and then they were just like, no, accept this. It's like, no. And then the Liz Cheney shit, no. And then just the whole way that, again, if you didn't say her name right, oh my God, you hate women. You hate her. You're a bad person. Like, that shit was annoying as fuck. I'll be completely honest. And like the language police. I was just starting streaming, and I got a lot of that. You can go back to my, like, earliest streams, and you can see a bit of that where I was just like, shut up. The fact is, she sucked. She really did. If she didn't have her stuff preempted for her, she was just beyond milquetoast, because she's not good at speaking to like your average person, and you feel like she's genuine. Legit, after seeing what's in her book and hearing her call with Trump, she could have won, and she was too stuck up to do what was needed. Yeah. Realistically, yes. Had she actually shown a backbone and, like, just a little bit of genuine, you know, personality, showing that the prosecutor, because I never saw that. Everybody kept talking about her, you know, her days as a prosecutor. It's like, I never saw that. Where's the fight? The fight was it was literally like, Kamala. We're going to win this election with that. I'm glad I get to make fun of this and be right about it. You know, maybe this also teaches us a lesson where it's just like, stop policing people's fucking... It wasn't even language. It was the way they pronounced it. Well, you're being disrespectful. And honestly, I see it as being a little chauvinist. You know, no forgiveness for having an accent because, again, I'm a fucking Chicagoan. I might not say it the way that, you know, everybody else does. My bad. And then you're going to say, oh, yeah, you're mispronouncing it on purpose. Meanwhile, a southern accent, Kamala, don't you dare make fun of that. That's a southern accent. Why would you even dare? Or a Boston accent. Wait, how's a Boston accent say it? Kamala. Kamala from Boston. I can already tell that this pissed some people off. It's okay. Not even trying to browbeat you guys. That's my biggest thing is I do not want to do that. Support your local DSA candidate. Wicked. She was wicked pissa. Wicked pissa. Yeah, go see the Bruins. I can't actually do like a really good Boston accent. But for real, man. After this election, it really did kind of like give me a little bit of clarity with that kind of shit. Because I also get it. I get it. I was young and stupid too. Or young and stupid's not, that's not fair. You know what? That's not fair at all. I was young and very set in my ways. And I could not look deeper or like past a certain point to analyze it from a different perspective or even a future perspective of how will this affect me, you know? And that's where I look at the rest of the country and be like, oh, it kind of makes sense where they all were at, you know, in their noggins at that point, which that's why I'm not somebody that's going to go browbeat everybody in Michigan that did vote even for Trump or didn't vote in general, specifically of the, you know, part of the Palestinian or Muslim community. I will admit that it was like, yeah, it's fucking stupid. And they do need to at least have like, they need to reconcile with that. You know, that's where I do hate where they're just like, well, that's for you to reconcile. It's like, no, you actually did more damage to the community that you wanted to help by doing like what you thought would be the way to help. Sorry. That's where you have to like look at a failure and just go, well, that didn't work. If you keep doing the same thing, what do we call that? What's this thing that we like all kind of have like an agreement on, where if we don't change our tactics and we keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over. The Republicans spread the wrong pronunciation of her name on purpose, so they had an excuse to make fun of her. I know this because Trump said her name correctly. The thing is, Sylvie, if you didn't react, then they don't have anything to troll. If people did, like, you do realize that this is where I'm pissed off. The left does half of the legwork for getting outraged for the right. So the right will do this thing strategically and masterfully, where they will just be like, haha, well, yeah, pissed you off, right? I actually had this thing with the old slur for trans. Because, trust me, I get like the little pit in my stomach every time I hear it. The same way that when I hear the F word, it sucks. But I've always wondered why it's like, how come you didn't just take it back? Like, how come you just didn't own it? Like, own that word. Just be like, no, I am. Okay. Whoa. it loses its power the second that you don't give it power. We did? Well, then how come when Nancy Mace uses it, the news still goes like, well, she said it. Are you offended? I say it all the time with my friends. No, Sylvie, this is where you need, like, and I'm going to actually say this. This is where you need to tell people to shut the fuck up and just be like, stop it. You're giving them power. Because if you're using it like with your friends, then take it back. Make it uncool. Like, dude. There's a reason that they still say the N-word, you know, but like but they're bringing back the R-word. They're bringing back everything else, you know. And then they're doing this thing where they expect you to be like, are you mad? Like, that's why Nancy Mace did that in Congress. And I will say, she was just like, the trannies. And then sure as shit, it's like clockwork. You don't get to say that. And there she is sitting there, like she's literally sitting there smiling with every tweet that she reads that's mad at her. I don't know. I grew up with that whole sticks and stones thing. Maybe that's the difference too. Like, and I just have a tougher skin too, where I'm just, all right, fine. Say whatever the fuck you're gonna say about me. I know the truth. I can't believe she may be governor. Who? Kamala? Who's saying that? She's literally said that she's not running for president, and she said she's not running for governor either. Stop giving them power. Stop, like, because again, oh my God. You're giving, like, the MAGA moms all the power to just be like, we love her. I don't think that's a solution, because when you're advocating for someone saying it in Congress, that gives them the permission to whitewash it. Not necessarily, because again, if you just say like, yes, I'm part of like, and I'm using this as an example, just say, yes, I am a tranny. I'm part of the, like, oh my God, you added an IE to it. I am trans. Okay. So somebody says it with a little bit of a little, you know, they add the IE or the EY, however you know, perceive it. And then all of a sudden it gains all this power just because it's a hateful fucking person using it. I think this is actually a broader conversation like that I want to have. Like, when do words stop having power? When? Because this is it. The broader conversation I'm trying to have here is the fact that they are very good at getting you riled up about the dumbest shit. Or at least the left, or the perceived left, the Democratic Party. Like, my example being the Kamala thing. That was one of the dumbest things ever. We know what it was. We know what they were doing, and we still played into it. Trust me. They still played into it so much that I had people unsub from me. That I had people tell me that I was being a prick. And honestly, that was when I was trying my best. And they were saying that I was being like Trump, and I was actually giving Trump power. Whatever, man. That's where I was like, oh, I'm the problem. I'm the reason that this orange idiot got elected, huh? Cool. Either way, that win, you just condemn it and move on. Don't do it like this perform at an outrage. Just condemn it and move on. I have many friends that have been assaulted. The person using the word while they were assaulting them, it's literally a problem. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, now all of a sudden, that's like me saying that they're calling me hippie. And now all, like, because they beat me up when I was a hippie and said, dirty hippie, dirty hippie. And then me giving them the power saying, oh, you know what? I don't like it when you call me hippie. That's derogative. I don't like it. I don't like it. How dare you? I know this is rich coming from a fucking white cis dude. Not lost on me. But it could be if that's a common occurrence. It was a common occurrence, Sylvie. You do realize that hippie was used that way to bash hippies. You realize that protests in the 60s were broken up and, like my mom was arrested in Madison for being a dirty hippie and she was thrown in jail for protesting. But it's not common. It was common in the 70s. They didn't have social media to make it that fucking, like, to make everybody aware of it, but yes, it was. There's a reason that there is a connotation with dirty hippie. Trust me. But this is my point, like right here. It's like, okay, so do you want to give them that power? Is that it? You want them to have that power, because that's essentially how I'm viewing this. You're giving them the power of the word because they may have used it while they were doing something else that was obviously horrendous and a crime. But then we're focusing on the word itself. I don't know, man. I think that, like, what I said about sticks and stones, maybe this is where I'm a little bit different, where I'm just like, okay. But like I said, I also recognize my privilege here, and this is where I'm willing to step back a little bit. But my broader point is stop giving them the power. Stop being outraged at every fucking thing these people do. Fuck. I play into it because obviously it's like, oh, well, here's what they're saying. But I also tried to do it with a degree of, hey, we shouldn't be freaking out about this. This is them trying to freak us out. This is them trying to throw us off. It gets exhausting sometimes, to be completely honest. Because this is where it turns into it. This is where it becomes a semantical argument. Then it becomes, oh, well, I had this disagreement with you, and then, you know what? I now have a hard line. I'm not going to watch this content anymore because, you know, this such and such. It's fucking frustrating. Jay, people are still attacking people using that, the word. Yes, they are still doing that with other words, too. My God. You understand that they're doing the same thing with Nazi? Like the right is? They're trying to make it a slur. But we want to tell them, like, because with all due respect, when they say tranny, if you're trans, aren't they calling you what you are? What am I missing here? I mean, all right. So this is where I'm trying to apply it to F it, like the F word, which that one. Yeah. Is this where like the George Carlin thing, because it like has the G and T, that it hits harder? It's the same thing with the fuck, and like when you say the C word and all that. It's like literally just like having those hard just. But Sylvie, I'm, with all due respect, try to see where I'm coming from with this, because I can already see that you're getting mad at it. But I'm asking you to explain why give them the power to use that as this hateful word when in general I'm kind of actually like wondering, because like at what point does calling somebody trans become derogatory? As a cis white guy, I'm genuinely asking this. Is there a time frame on that one? Because, you know, this is actually my true, like, hot takes time here. Where I'm like, oh no, I'm actually asking the uncomfortable questions, I guess. I'm just sick of giving them power. We're so good at it. We're so good at it. We're so good for falling for the outrage. We're so good at not being able to fight back because they come at us with like the most, you know, bad faith representation of our arguments and then throw it in our face. Look at the way that Piers Morgan fights. Like, look at the way that he debates. Well, debates. Look at the way that he will frame shit like that. Now, if this is like a totally terminally online take too, then... But honestly, you know what? This also comes from the fact that I don't know the history of the word as much. I have like a convoluted version in my brain where it's like in the 80s, 90s. I never saw that as being anything but just an identifier where it's just like, because we used to call them transvestites. Right? Is that, and then and I'm just saying, in my stupid view as a kid, because I probably learned about this in 5th or 6th grade. Because I remember learning about hermaphrodites and then going into transvestite, and then they were just like, yeah, but sometimes they're called the slur. I cannot have this convo while I'm at work. Just know that this isn't a new convo. It's the same thing they excuse all the time. What? What convo? What to excuse? This isn't an excuse. This is actually like, this is almost, how is it an excuse to talk about trying to empower yourself by taking something back and using it as something that isn't like, it's almost like repurposing an arrow. Like the way that I see this, it's like if you're in battle, right? And you get hit and it hurts, right? But if you have the ability to pull that arrow out and then lob it right back at them, wouldn't you do that? I don't know. They use the same excuse for the name word, the N word. Not necessarily, because it doesn't work. I don't know. It's a little different. Nah, it is a little bit different. Because the way that we use it during like the history of slavery and all that kind of stuff, whereas this is where the mix comes in. When I saw the trans community using that term for a long time, and then all of a sudden it became like, oh, you can't, that's a derogatory term for being trans. It's like, I had a moment like as a cis dude where I was just like, since when? Like I had that moment. And again, I'm respectful enough to be like, okay, well, if you don't want to hear it, then fine. This is why, again, I'm not throwing it out there. I'm not trying to bring it back. I'm not trying to be like the R word on this one. I don't give a shit. If it truly is a no-no word, fine. Fine. Just don't be surprised when you have assholes like Nancy Mace sitting there weaponizing it, waiting for you to have a reaction, a negative reaction, and go, how dare she? It's an identifier. It's just what you are, right? Again, said in the context of not being an asshole. It's kind of like calling me, you know, whitey, or calling me, you know, the C word. I don't give a shit. But that's why I use the term dirty hippie. But you said that to me. Oh, I said that? Well, okay. Am I wrong, though? I'm not even trying... Listen, don't do that, because I'm not trying to say that you are the slur. I'm literally saying, like, I am asking in the best of faith, if you're trans and somebody just adds that IE, all of a sudden that means that you're not trans? Again, how is this not fair to also ask, when do they start using trans and then you're just like... Or stoner. It's the same way with being called a stoner, okay? Like... The bottom line here is when you give words too much power and you let that word like become something that just hurts you, like definitively hurts you, I don't know, man. I think that that's giving the opposition the ammunition, which I'm not exactly thrilled about doing. especially in this atmosphere that we're in. I'm also genuinely curious why is this like a forbidden line of questioning? Again, lefty is made, like radical left is used to dehumanize us right now. Are we going to ban us calling each other leftists because they have decided to call us leftists as a derogative term? It's meant to be when someone says it, you know it's malice. No, that's actually where I'm going with this, is because I have people that are of a certain age that say it and they mean nothing by it. They literally mean nothing by it. But then they get confused when they are met with somebody that is trans and they're just like, how dare you? And they're like, what? Like, I'm actually standing up for somebody in my real life who is a Gen Xer. You know, he's 50. And we had this conversation. And he kind of posited this line of questioning to me where I was just like, huh, I didn't think of it that way. And that's what made me curious about this. Because I understand where you're coming from. I do understand where you're coming from. I get it. But they did the same thing with a whole bunch of, like, this is where taking out some of the, you know, the daggers from these words makes them a lot less painful. What I see happening is there's almost like this willingness to like give them the atom bombs, like to just constantly hand them over and just be like, here, you know what? I'm offended by this. Have fun. And then we're surprised when they're, you know, spamming this shit on social media. And then we're just like, oh. Again, Sylvia, I hope you're not conflating this as a way for me to want to say the word, because that's not what this is. And honestly, if that's how you're taking the argument, then this is kind of proving my point where I'm like, hold on, there it is. Because I'm willing to even say that, yeah, 1,000%, you guys, if it becomes an exclusive thing where you just say, we can say that, you can't. Again, I grew up in a pretty mixed community where, yeah, that was inherent. And then you learned the finer nuances about, can I say the A? They're like, only if you're singing a song. I'm like, Then you become a corny ass white dude who, you know, seriously, at what point do I get do the right wing thing and get mad at you calling me cis? And I start seeing that as, you know, oh, well, you're minimalizing my existence by calling me cis. I'm straight. Even though I've always thought that, like, I remember asking that question when I learned what gay and straight was. I was just like, how come we call it straight? And they're like, in my Christian community, they're just like, well, because straight is, you know, that is it's the perfect line. Whereas, you know, the squiggle line, I was like, oh, that's kind of fucked up. So, I can only push this stuff out when, I'm at work. This is a bigger topic than I can handle right now. Well, I am sorry that I overloaded you on this topic. My bad. You know, sorry that my curiosity came out at the end of stream here. You'll be smoking in just one moment. But I would ask this of Anna. I would ask this of anybody that is trans in my community. This isn't just exclusive to you, Sylvie, by the way. kind of like honking your horn in traffic. You can mean it in a variety of different ways, and people take it in a variety of ways. This is, hey, you know what? TK, well said. Well said. Because, like, the way that Nancy Mace uses it was obvious. I mean, she even does it with that, like, the tone. And, like, yeah, she's doing that on fucking purpose. But the thing is, you have to also understand when somebody shitty like Nancy Mace is not even worth the outrage. You know what I mean? Like, don't take the bait. And that's kind of where, like, the crux of this conversation comes from, is, like, I feel like they're using it as just a baiting tactic. And and the thing is, this is why I get pissed at it, is because I've seen it work. And that's a problem. Stay. Lay down. I don't know. This just also reminds me, and I'm going to just say it, back in the day when I was like in 6th or 7th grade, when we would talk about this, because, well, let's be fair, actually. I think this was in high school. It was right before high school ended. Where we were talking about the R word, right? And I remember we had a teacher that was pretty early in the, don't say that, like, that's very much, the equivalent of the N-word in this community. And I was just like, yeah, but the difference is we're not calling mentally challenged people the R word. We're calling our friend. Like, that was a hard one to, like, wrap my head around until I was just like, what the fuck ever. At one point, I just grew up and was just like, who cares? But it is a broader thing where this is where, like, comedians and a lot of people who are apolitical, they feel like there's language police, like, and it's more than this, by the way. It is way more than this. This is where the Kamala thing, this is where I brought that up. They feel like language policing is, well, before the Donald Trump thing, because, now they clutch their pearls at everything. You said a meanie boat beanie thing about Charlie Kirk. How dare you? But they would always say that. They're like, the left is the language police. Do you like the lefty language police? Do you like walking on eggshells? And that's where Joe Rogan gained a whole bunch of his stupid audience with it, where they're just like, no, I like thinking like a 6th grade boy. It's always wrong to honk your horn unless you're in an emergency or a joke, otherwise it's hateful. They want to be able to say these things without pushback. No. That's where you're wrong. And I will say this full-heartedly. They don't give a fuck about the pushback. They want the pushback. Sylvie, this is where my point lies. You give them everything they want when you get outraged by them calling you a name. Period. I am just giving you the same advice that my mom gave me when I would placate to my bully. She always it's kind of the same thing. Don't feed the troll. Early version of don't feed the troll was don't give him the ammunition. Don't react. Just don't react. Or one of the best things my mom ever taught me was to be funnier. Like, thank you, Mom. I love you so much. I miss you. But that was one of the best pieces of advice she ever said. She's like, unless you have a good joke that will embarrass him, then say that. That's kind of where I learned how to do my stuff. They want everyone to see us as less human. No, but the thing is, we already don't. Like, we already do not see you as less human. I don't see you as less human. Even if I hear that word, I don't see you as less human. This is where I'm trying to also push back, because you see, like, that the guy, like, the puffy, bee-stung face asshole on Piers Morgan last night. It's the same thing. They do the same thing where they're just like, oh, you're calling me a cis white guy. I don't like it. It's funny you assume that I would be outraged. I would just tell her she's a piece of shit and move on. No, I'm not. Sylvie, this is where, like, I don't mean to make you like the representative of the trans community. You just happen to be speaking for the trans community in my chat right now. But without being the arbiter of all things, I don't assume that. In your case, I actually assume you to just be like, fuck you. Because that's what you should do when they say this stuff. You should just say that they're a piece of shit and move on. Yes. Or, like I said, be funnier. See, in this case, in Nancy Mace's case, and this might be a hot take here. Actually, this might be a... Hold on. This is a downright spicy take. In Nancy Mace's case, I will tell you, saying that she could be easily confused as trans wrecks her life, because she knows that she has a bit of a mannish neck. She knows that she has a bit of a mannish jaw. She knows that she has definitely been made fun of by her male colleagues and sexualized by her male But I don't know, man. What do I know about getting back to some of the shittiest people on the planet? It's almost like where this darkness and this fucking bullshit comes from in them. Comes from a place of deep self-loathing and also misunderstanding and also jealousy. Because, like, the other thing that I'm gonna say is she's mad because she saw trans women hotter than her. And that had to break her silly little brain. I remember Sarah McBride calling that chairman madam. That was great. Like how some of you guys are just like, whoa. But like I said, am I wrong in that though? Think about it. Think about someone like Nancy Mace. Someone who's had boob surgery. Someone that's had a nose job. Yeah. Gets Botox. Again, the gender affirming care, because it's fine for her. And these are the things that, like, I would just say, put these in your arsenal, because that's the shit that works, especially against MAGA heads like that. Pointing out that dudes be gay for Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I've been using that a lot. Do you know who's gay? Like, the gayest people on the internet right now are the ones that are still talking about how we need to have, like, tattoos and we need to do all the memorials for Charlie Kirk. It's like, dude, we get it. You had a crush. Holy shit. Like, I don't know how to explain it right now. So that's the simplest thing I can say, is that your argument is the same argument they use to say these things. How though? How? Because, like, this is where I'm getting lost, where it's like, I actually I'm having a good faith reason for saying this. Like, I want empowerment. I don't want you to feel less human. This is weird. Where it's like, that's where I'm genuinely curious about this, because it's like, doesn't context matter? Like, I don't know, man. No. Ooh. A nice little stretch there. So let's see. Are you just kind of like saying it's specifically the IE argument, where it's like me saying that's kind of, you are trans, therefore this is the perfect example of why debates over keyboard just don't work? Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, Sylvie did want to call in today, but we didn't have time. Well, I didn't have time. I was too busy getting this fucking shitty internet installed. and regretting my life ever since. I'm still mad about that, which it is way too late to call them now, so I'm going to have to wait till tomorrow. Great. Tomorrow might be scuffed too. Woohoo! I don't know. My broader point is, when do words lose their power? You know? Obviously, right now, we can play this game with them because they are butthurt when we call them Nazis. But the thing that really gets to me about that is, deep down inside, I think it bothers them because they know how fucked up that is, but also that we're kind of right. Because, especially if you were to, like, give them the knowledge behind it, where you're just like, here's the historical context of why I think you are indeed acting like a Nazi. Doesn't always work, though. Trust me. But yes, this is actually a good example of why we do not debate over keyboard. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I am also still, you know, I'm not trying to win this. There's no debate to be had, even, really. I gotta be completely real. Wait a minute. Ideology versus identity. One's about identity. Oh, okay, that's fair. All right. No, that's fair. So, like, how do you feel like when these white douchebags on the right start talking about how you're going after their identity as white dudes? And then you see, like, Piers Morgans of the world fucking sitting there just being like, yeah. Listen, again, as a cis white dude, I think there's nothing lamer. But it is funny, to me at least, but they genuinely believe it. They genuinely feel that they are being oppressed, you know? How dare you? I think it's actually way more disrespectful to dead name and then just, you know, call you this opposite sex of what you identify as. Which, again, do you know what works with these assholes? Misgendering them. But I've also had this argument where they're like, well, I can't bring myself down to that level. It's like, well, I don't know what to tell you, but for real, like, there's a reason that they're so comfortable doing that, is because they're uncomfortable having it done to them. Meanwhile, I have literally been asked if I am trans by so many trolls, where it's just like, look at this long-haired asshole. Are you trans? It's just like, I don't know. Am I supposed to be offended by that? Because I don't even see that as a problem. What if I was? Who cares? That will bring it into a racial conversation I'm not equipped to have. That's where I'm saying, like, that's where it becomes a thing where it's like, no, stop. Listen, I get it. Having an identifier of somebody being a hateful dick is always great. But, like, we know that they have that, right? I don't know. So, to make this more constructive, what is the counter to this? Because you see the way that they're disingenuous about using their identity. You see the way that they're also, you know, disingenuous in the way that they even use the fucking slur. Because that's another thing about fucking Nancy Mace, is notice how she, like, when she started using it, by the way. A dwarf every time you see them. If they told me to stop, no. But do they not have dwarfism? So if I say, hey, you know, if they say I want to be called a little person, I will call them a little person. But most of the time they want me to call them by their name. and not identify them based on the fact that they are indeed different than me. Oh, I would just call him Jim. No, but this is where I think you're missing. I think this is where you're missing that, though. It's not about finding an excuse to label you as that or to bring that back. What I am saying specifically is taking out the ire, taking out the sting, like literally taking the stinger out of the fucking right anytime that they use that, because again, that's what gives them the power. Being offended by what they are saying and saying that they are essentially winning by using the dehumanizing language, and then by us going, yeah, you know what, you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say the dehumanizing language, because again, they react like children. When you tell them not to touch a fucking hot stove, they go and touch the hot stove. We are living in that reality right now. So, how in fact do we turn the fire up on the stove so those little fuckers burn their hands? Like, in a way that they definitely don't forget. The counter would to be mockery and joy. It is. It is. Like, and this is where I'm going to use this as the example where it's like, okay, I'm a tranny. Whoa! But I also understand where Sylvie's coming from, because these people tend to use that slur, like Nancy Mace in this regard, to also propose some legislation that will, I don't know, not only dehumanize them, but take away their rights. But I also, again, I lived through the gay arguments where they were just like, oh, if we let the gays marry, then bestiality will become legal. You know, slippery slope. They use that one a lot. The slippery slope argument. Why does anybody but your doctor and your partner need to know your sex? It's so silly. Yes. But again, this comes from a lot of cis white dudes on the right that are afraid that they're either going to get... Like, for real, you need to acknowledge how much this is a real thing. They are afraid that they are going to go on a date, and then, God forbid, their date might be trans. They really are. There's also the concept of oppression in being in a minority group. If Nancy Mace calls me a tranny and I call her a bitch, I get more consequences? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. From who? From who? The thing is, why are you worried about what they think about you in general? They already hate you. Like, are you trying to prove them wrong? Because that's not the way to do it. Because you're literally doing the thing where there's, see, you're doing the thing. You're being hysterical. Instead of just literally being like, okay. You know, my favorite thing is if she called you a tranny to your face, I would expect you to just be like, and I'm still hotter than you. But instead, we do this thing where, nah, we need to... Sorry. I see way more consequence in the way that they're talking about, you know, trans people and fucking guns. And mental illness. You know? Oddly enough, because I can also identify with this one because they're trying to conflate it as just being part of the left. Leftist ideology. Notice how they started using that with the Tyler thing. Or I keep forgetting his last name. Still. That's easy. You just make non-sex specific stalls and bathrooms. Everybody gets a handicap stall. Also, you know what's weird? The bathroom bill thing. You know what that's produced? A bunch of dudes walking into women's bathrooms demanding that they show their genitals. It's almost like, I don't know, it's a rife. It's a for abuse. Weird. Get rid of urinals. Dude, whoever designed the urinal and never figured out the splashback needs to fuck, like, seriously. Like, can we just, I don't know. Like, there's been, like, 1 or 2 urinals that they were properly designed where I remember even being like, oh. I cannot have this conversation. If you have these questions, look them up first. Okay. Because I just can't. Okay. I'm going to respect that, but at the same time, I'm going to question. Like, okay. If you can't have these conversations with a ally or like somebody that, you know, wants to stand up and protect you, like you, and I don't know. I am going to at least have this harsh criticism that it's like, this could be a little bit more difficult than I thought. It's not a fun conversation to have about a slur is dehumanizing me. It's not about fun. Yo, like, okay, fine. You know, now it's going to become a broader conversation about like, oh, cool. So this is what happens. Okay. Okay. This isn't even agree to disagree. This is legitimately just like, oh, so we're, oh, all right. I guess I'll just go Google it, guys. Does this mean that, all right, I don't want to be a dick, but does this mean that you're done, like, chiming in on it if I do continue? No, all right, Sylvie, I'm sorry. I understand. Brother, this is how conversations work. I can't do it right now. We can come back to it. Okay. Well, that's fine. Sorry. And this is where, back to that point about having these types of things in chat. Yeah. That could get lost there. I'm still thinking back to this, though. I'm just like, oh, shit. Defang. Desting. I just realized I was using the wrong term. It's defang the right. At least get it right. It's hateful speech and you should feel attacked. It's hard to say how to fight back when somebody uses it like an attack. Well, the only people that I've genuinely seen using this are people when they are in large groups, like at a country concert, and they're totally comfortable with saying it. Or people in the media. I hate country music, by the way. You ever gone to a festival, like a, it's like a broader concert festival, and then you realize that you accidentally came on Country Day? Been there. But that might be an even hotter take, is the fact that I hate country music. Yeah, I just realized that this really does come down to like the whole, just me, where I'm like, I think that I genuinely am just like, I don't get it. But again, words don't hurt me. Intent does. You literally sounded like Andrew when you said, if you can't have these conversations. Sorry. Damn. First Pearl Jam, now Chris Stapleton. No. Who is that? Oh my God. Luke Bryan. That guy. That guy's music sucks. Sorry, Tony. If that one's too spicy for you, I don't know what to say. And sorry that if I did sound like Andrew. Not trying to. The thing is, Sylvie, this is where I was actually coming at it with the intent part, where it's just like, there's difference there. Andrew is trying to prove a point, and he's trying to put you down, and he's also trying to, like, make sure that there is a reason, like, a solid reason that he can do that. Whereas I'm just genuinely like, okay. If I wanted to continue having the conversation, but I also understand if it's making you uncomfortable. Plain and simple. I also feel like it's a little unfair to classify me in that way because, again, are you questioning my intent here? Genuinely asking. If you're going to question my intent, then we might actually have issues. Ooh. Like I said, that might be an even broader conversation that I need to have, like, just in general. Because I'll tell you who I don't want to have this conversation with is somebody like Andrew. I don't want to have somebody... I don't want to debate somebody like Piers Morgan, Andrew, or any of these people. I felt like you were debating debate broing. I'm not trying to. My bad that every once in a while something comes across like that. I'm also, like, I don't know. I do this a lot. You know? I think I'm going into 7 hours? 8 hours almost? Not an excuse, but... But that's also not where it comes from. Like I said, intent matters here. Context matters. No. And I respect that. Just telling you my feelings. I got you. And I'm telling you mine. So, cheers. I just thought about this, though. And it's a hole in my argument, so I got my face in this one. Because I was just thinking about how, like, feminism, right? You can't... Could you picture feminism, like, especially in its early days, trying to reclaim the term broad? Just... Nowadays, I could see it, where it's just like, broads for Broadway, or whatever the fuck. And they would just be like, yeah. I'm tired. I'm at work. I need to pee. I can't do any of this. Well, go pee. I'll move it off the part that's making you feel singled out, but I am not going to move off this whole, like, language policing thing, because if we can't move past this, where the perception of the likes of Joe Rogan and those idiots, where it's what led to the Jimmy Kimmel thing, and that's why there is all this, like, whoa, now all of a sudden the people that were like, oh, comedy's legal. I need sleep to be able to do this. I haven't slept in 2 days. Ooh. I actually slept really good yesterday. Maybe that's not why I'm in, like, rare form where I'm just like... Because, again, I hope that this comes through, and I hope you understand. I'm genuinely curious about this stuff. And I will admit if I'm wrong. I will also just be like, okay, whatever. Like, the bottom line is, whatever. If it offends you, and defend, and the bottom line is, okay, no word, fine. I literally gain or lose nothing there. This is where I can speak from that podium of privilege. Listen, I did not choose to be born who I was born to or how I was born. So that's one thing I will say. That's my only like defense against being like a white cis dude, where I'm just like, listen, I make these choices. Did choose the long hair though. I had a cop make that argument to me once. He's just like, because I remember being like, yeah, you know what? But I've been profiled. Please stop stun locking on this. It's not even stun locking. I'm just having a conversation at the end of stream on this. I have no other topics. And this is what I want to talk about. Sorry. Don't know what to tell you. Because for real, like I was just saying, I had this conversation with a cop once where I made a pretty stupid comment where I was just like, yeah, you guys profile me. And he just looked at me. He's just like, you literally fucking ask for it. Look at you. Comparing you to Andrew might be the biggest slur tonight. You know, I was a little hurt by it, but you know what? I also know that Sylvie's not trying to fucking, hurt me. Oh my god. It's happening. Do you really want to hurt me? I mean, if she's gonna do it. The Andrew quips. Especially if it's like, oh, you're about to meet Andrew, or take his crown. It's like, oh. The one thing the only capitulation of any that I want from you is just for you to admit that you know that I'm not coming from a bad place. That's all. If you say that much, then I'm good, and I will shut the fuck up about it. But am I a little defensive? Yeah. It's almost like, I feel, even with you being tired, that it almost came across like, don't cross that line. Which I also know that's not the case. Like you said. You're tired. You're tired. I'm old. I'm tired. I work with kids. Fuck this. Oh, wait. What was... CM Punk literally said this. Oh, no. He's like, I'm old. I'm tired. I work with children. I don't want to be here anymore. I know you're not coming from a bad place. Thank you. That's all I care about. Or it's just like, no. My line is directly calling me the word or calling me the word behind my back. Which, again, fucked up. Like... Trust me, I am not losing the context of any of this, that it is still the slur. I'm not looking, like I said before, I don't want to use this. It's not like I'm trying to bring this into the lexicon of my vocabulary. I don't need it. It's the same with the R word. It's like, I have made the stipulation here that it's like, I want, when I use it, to have impact. So... I only save it for the real stupid ones where you're like, ooh, I can't. This one hits too hard. Because you also have the George Carlin bit where you just have to admit where it's just like, ooh, it hits. It just hits the R, the E, the like, every once in a while. But like I said, same thing with the C word. My mom was very, very big on me not using that word. Every time that I do say it, I have that moment where I look up at her portrait and I'm just like, I'm sorry. I remember the one one of my favorite conversations I ever had with my mom was when I found out, and to this day, I'm not sure if this is true, that the C word meant, friend in England. And they're like, yeah, that's how you identify a friend in England. I was just like, oh. So I just remember using that to my buddy, or just like, hey, what's up, you guys? And my mom was just like, what the fuck did you call it? Like, what? And I remember saying to her too, I'm like, what? He's not a woman. And she's just like, it doesn't matter. So trust me, I kind of get where this comes from. I kind of get the broader repercussions of this, where it's just like, just shut up. It's like, ow. That's a good line to have. I'll be honest, I think I told you guys about this, that I stopped using the F word when I was playing hockey. And I didn't know that one of our, teammates was closeted. So I was just like, I remember telling a joke, and it had, the F word, and I was just like, that was the last time I ever used it, because he walked out of the locker room mad. Mad. And then I got an email saying that he, because I was the team captain at the time, and he just told me, he's like, I'm not going to play anymore on this team. And then, I found out why, and that it mortified me. I was absolutely fucking mortified that I caused that, and that I didn't even know it, because I had nothing but support for him, and that was it. That was literally the last time that I was just like, there's no. There's actual repercussions. So I understand. Trust me, I understand. Still not proud of that. That one sucked. 'Cause he was good too. He was a dude. I played on the same line as him. He was really good. So that was a hit. I made amends though. I signed up for being a sub goaltender. And when I say sub, I mean substitute goaltender for the Gay Men's Hockey League in Chicago, which it's always awkward. You're like, oh, you got some ringers on this team. Holy shit. I remember one game I got lit up 13-0. I was just like, oh, fuck me. Oh, could have used a better choice of words. No, that was dude, I had so much fun though. That was God, I miss playing hockey so much. This is why I don't talk about my hockey days a lot, is because it kind of it sucks. I really want to play again, but head injuries are one of those things I'm not willing to screw with anymore. So you go to Australia, yeah. Well, it's the same as Britain, yeah. Although Australians say it a little bit funnier, and I like that because of the off speak. You can't. Oh no, the best one. I'm sure we've all seen the same videos where it's this dude chasing the spider. And, yeah, get over here, you big fucking. So funny. No, but my broader conversation here, and I'll wrap this up. You should stay retired. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I know. Yeah, yet my GAA was still sitting pretty at 91. Hey, I had bad games. What can I say? No, they were that good. So, they were different levels. This is why I'm just gonna say they were semi-pro. When I was still in high school, one of my best friends online was Australian, so I'm no stranger to that word. Or just not offend me at all. Well, yeah, but this is where I'm saying, just because it doesn't offend you and other people, and this is where I'm willing to recognize it. The one that I'm not willing to recognize is saltines. Like, what in the actual hell and what in the faux outrage was that? Where all of a sudden they're just like, Twitch needs to ban this. I don't like being... It's like, come on. How lame can you get? My God. These motherfuckers trying to take... Like, dude... I cannot get over that. When I saw that become a thing, I remember watching the first YouTube video where I was like, oh, this has got to be fake. And then they were like, no, they banned the C word. I was like, the C word? They're like, yeah, now we have to call them saltines. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. It's like, what are we doing? Oh my God. You know, yeah, that was it, though. That was the moment I just realized, I'm like, oh, this has gone too far. What are you doing? Because I also remember asking my friend who was trying to argue this, like, genuinely argue this. He was just like, yeah, man, it's not cool, you know? Because he also tried to use the George Carlin logic against me. He was just like, yeah, you know, it's got the k and the I was like, that's, no, again, dude, it's the connotation. You know, do you get mad when you get called Wonder Bread? And he was just like, what? I was just like, oh, you didn't live in a black neighborhood. That's how I knew that one. I was just like, ah. Yes. Q-Tip, Wonder Bread. Those were names that I heard quite often. Especially when when I was a teenager and I was so tall and lanky, I called Q-Tip a lot. Didn't offend me, though. I didn't give a shit. I thought it was hilarious, man. Because nobody ever said it like they were, you know, threatening me or any of that shit. But then again, I've always, like, I've always had this thing where, like, outside of my Christian, like, my, you know, stupid school, I got along with everybody. Like, one of the most insulting things, and it only insulted me specifically because had I known it sooner, I probably would have fought to not go to my school in high school, was one of my buddies was just like, yeah, dude, you would have been the most popular kid in the school. Like, hands down. He's like, you could hang with anybody. I was just like, well, that fucking sucks. No one ever called me names like that. Never been called any... Oh, really? Kind of disappoints me. Listen, there are certain places, yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's see. I haven't been called any of those names in a long time. Pretty much, like, since I was in, like, early high school. Like, moved out of a certain, like... My mom lived in a neighborhood where... Yes, I think that we might have been one of 4 white people in the entire neighborhood, so it was okay. I didn't give a shit. One of my favorite memories ever was teaching a bunch of the kids that, like, had never played hockey. There was a church across the street from where we lived, and that church had a bunch of, like, what do you call them? Like the intramural hockey sticks. They were like the plastic ones that you play in like gym class. And when I found that out, I just asked, I was like, hey, can you put that stuff outside? Because one of my big things was like, you just couldn't afford to play hockey. Trust me. And this is what happens with like divorce. It was kind of like, I lived in 2 different worlds, you know, and the one where my pops, where it was like suburban land, you know, and then had the one with my mom where it was just like, her apartment had roaches, you know. That sucked. That sucked. I'll never forget that when we had to like get it fumigated and shit. Oh, dude, that sucked. But yeah. It's one of my favorite memories, though, was like actually teaching people how to play hockey. And like I was the same age, if not younger. And that felt awesome because I was also, you know, a little bit better. And there were plenty of jokes there. Trust me. It's just like, oh, look at Wayne Gretzky over here. Good times, good times. On the opposing side, there's only been 2 times online that someone's asked if I was black. Really? Yeah. I don't know. This is why I get mad at people, like, specifically in my area, too. Where they start talking about, like, Chirac bullshit. It's insane. Because, again, they're such scared little snowflakes. And MAGA killed that term, like, dead, but they really are. In the context of just being like wilty little whites. Yeah. That shit's insane. And I have like a special anger reserved for those people because it's just like, also they are robbing themselves of actually enjoying, you know, life, number one, because being scared of everything is so much fun. God, being a Republican has got to be wild. Having that psyche where it's like you're always prepared to be the victim. I don't know, man. It's wild. But, oh, man. God, that reminds me of the joke that Sean... Just thought about this. Wait. A cop says the same thing to minorities lately, or likely. I don't know how I missed that one all the way back there. Either way, guys. Sorry. Now I am still unlocking the pseudo slur that we're being called recently is whitey. Oh, I see. Like what they... Oh, come on. That's almost a little bit funny, though. Like... God damn it. This is my problem. I just hear stuff like that, like, ah. Oh, my God. What was the... Recently, somebody had a really funny slur... Or not even slur. It was a term for me where I was just like... That's why you called it a pseudo slur. Okay. Yeah. I mean... I admit it, though. I'm kind of an immature idiot that, you know, if, like I was saying, if somebody actually got, like, offended, I'd be like, oh, I would ask why. And I'd hope for some kind of just like, oh, I mean, come on. God damn it. What's the name they called me? It was really fucking funny. Wait a minute. Was it Zach? No, it wasn't Zach. I don't know why this, like, I can't think about it. Either way, sorry. I'm not going to focus on it too much, but... I'm just trying to think, like, what the, like... I don't have much... I don't think I have anything, really. Like, when people, like, make fun of my friends, I get more pissed. Actually, it's the same thing like here, where it's like when people attack the mods and shit, that's when I get mad. You can say what you want to me. Crap. Dweebus. Hey, I like that one. Hey, that was one of mine. I'm sure that you guys all called someone dweebus, but I felt like I coined that because I was the one that coined it with my friend group, so. I just realized that it is late. And it is, well, you know what? Nah, I'm good. I can chill for about 20 minutes or so. Because I'm having fun thinking, just... I shouldn't admit my weakness where it's just like, don't you go for my mods. I mean, realistically, guys, I hope you do know that if you have something that bothers you in the community, you can always bring it up to me. I'll be the principal. You know, I do value you guys being comfortable in the community more than, you know, somebody trying to be an asshole, except for there's one case, there's the special case with Zach where I'm glad that some of you understand. I know some of you don't. He reminds me a little bit of someone that I knew, and you know, he has gone out of his way to admit when he is wrong. He has apologized when I've asked him to, and he has also respected certain boundaries. While, you know, I also have to say, committing 3 strikes within a Discord where I was just like, holy crap, dude. I was at a concert and I just come back and I'm like, oh my god, there's a tribunal. What did I miss? And everybody's just like, hey, we need to have a community chat about this this cat. It's like, all right. Yes. I don't know. Like I said, one of my big things here is letting people grow. And he did do something pretty effed up. No, I know he did. I'm well aware. That's why he has been timed out and banned from Discord for an extended period of time. He'll be, and any time that he's let back, it's going to be strictly probationary. But he's learning. Yeah, again, when he said that he was 20 years old, and I was like, I kind of, oh man. And I have to, double secret probation. Yes. Double super secret probation. But it's not even like me knowing somebody like that. I knew somebody like that. I was a shithead when I was 20 years old. I was an absolute shithead. So if anybody held me to the standard of me when I was 20 and didn't let me grow, you know, I would probably be stuck in conspiracy land and almost become like, you know, angry MAGA. And that's the kind of shit that, you know, I'm trying to stave off from these fucking idiots. But I mean, realistically, because that's what MAGA thrives on. They thrive on like white angst. You know, the perceived, well, more than perceived, I guess, in their eyes, where they're just like, no, we are victims. Do not diminish our victimhood. I've said pretty effed up things in the past, and I totally understand if someone didn't want to even be around me. And that's the thing. I understand that too, but it's not about sitting in your self-loathing and just feeling like shit about saying it. It's about growing. It's about, like, do you know how many cringy, douchey moments I've had, but I've learned from? You know, there's the real embarrassing ones, like, and I don't know why. Why is it the simple ones? I recently had this. I was just at a festival where I thought this person was waving to me, and I did the thing where I was like, and they were like, ooh. That shit. I was like, oh, still mortified. I was like, oh my god. Unfortunately, your view on life is very much shaped by your material conditions, which is vastly different person to person. Yes, that's true. That's also why I try to be a little bit, you know, more understanding and kind of ask about those types of things where it's just like, oh, like I think that is something that I have had, and I've had this for a long time, like pretty much since my parents got divorced, where I started to notice that it's like, oh, okay, I have a lot more in common with my friends that have divorced parents, number one, but also you start learning how to communicate and how to like actually like talk about like heavier things at a pretty young age too. But like here, I'm looking back at Twitch right now. The last comment, how would you deal with the public bathrooms? You know, it's always a reminder of where these fuckers' heads are at. It's either trans in sports or it's either the bathroom bills, all this shit. Because they always have this thing that they're afraid. Which, again, what are they afraid of? That's where they get uncomfortable, man. I'm telling you. When you just start asking, it's like, why? Why are you obsessed with this? What are you insinuating? I don't know. Why? Listen, dude, you think about this way more than other people. It's the same. This is where, with Piers Morgan, if I went on his show, I would say that in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. The second that he started getting in on that shit, it's just like, Piers, I have to know. Why do you care so much? Why? Well, I have a daughter. Hold on. But you've also made it about bathroom bills and stuff. My daughter, it's like, no. Take the dog whistle out of your mouth and tell me why you have this thing where your brain is just like, I am a good person, but I can't humanize these people that want to live the life that they want to live because when people get past the age of about 19, you got to be extremely patient with them, because it's around that time that your neuroplasticity starts becoming harder to achieve. So it's harder to create new neural pathways. Yes, but at the same time, I kind of feel like I wasn't set in any ways necessarily. Well, okay, hold on. Because I never really thought about that, but when you said 19, that kind of clicked. Where I was right about that age, where I was getting, like, know-it-all. You know, where I was just like, oh, I learned this, but you know what? This makes so much more sense, so this is how it is. And then I had certain people check me on that, where they're like, dude, you have... This is always my favorite one. You have a good head on your shoulders, but you got a lot to learn. I was just like, what do you fucking mean? You know, way to be condescending, dick. But yeah, to your point about the new neural pathways, I can see that. But I did have like this awakening moment when I was like 23, where I got like way more curious. Like, dude, I read a lot of books. I'll be honest, I listened to a lot of books, okay? Audiobooks are books too, okay? But I did some learning. But this is where I also was making my point about Zach. If I held myself to that standard of being 19, I would have... You guys would never watch Pep at 19, trust me. I was a pompous little just... God, I made Vosh look like he had fucking humility. I was that bad. Your epiphany moment? Yeah. I had one of those. Is that what that is? The eureka moment? Oh. I remember my dad saying that once, where he's just like, yeah, I don't know, you got to like this certain point in your 20s where you weren't such an asshole anymore. And then he's like, then you turned 30 and you were pretty cool. I was like, okay, the cool part, all right, that's cool. But really? I was like, wait a minute. My dad has a way with words, what can I say? He recently was saying shit like that. He's just like, yeah, you know what? You're all right, even if you have the politics you do. I'm like, what's that? I know what that means, but you know, I kind of called him out on it, where I'm like, you don't even vote, and all you care about is like your tax bill. He's like, yeah. Like, so shut up. If I ever hear my dad start talking about trans people in sports, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'll just tell him to be like, it's like, oh, wait a minute. You found Piers Morgan on YouTube, didn't you? Time for those parental controls. Dude, we're literally doing that to a family member. Unfortunately, they have dementia, and their psychiatrist, their therapist said that we need to get them off Fox News because it's actually like causing them to have paranoid delusions. It's also kind of like, I don't know, there's a special type here. So they have this thing where they think that they will keep out Antifa by safety pitting their curtains together. Yeah. Kind of sad, but... Ooh, I just realized that it's 7:20. Oh my god, I should probably sign off here at midnight. But I liked this conversation, even though... Sylvie, apologies if I did take it a little too far and wasn't trying to make you uncomfortable or anything. I mean, that's what's going to happen when you watch a network that constantly demonizes others and makes you think that they're coming after you. Yes. Yeah. And that is why we are... we're putting the parental locks on. We're just worried that she's going to consistently call the cable company to come out and just be like, can you come out? I don't know what's going on. I remember when I worked at Radio Shack, I had this moment where, because I worked there during the age when they started trying to pivot towards phone sales, so we like sold every carrier. It was weird. I had this guy come in, this old dude, and he was mad. He was so mad because he's like, my wife's phone will not work. And I couldn't get a straight answer for a minute. And then finally his wife walks in, and I'm just like, oh, hey, miss, we were talking about your dilemma here. And I'm like, can you, in short, can you explain what's going on with your phone? And she's just like, my Facebook. And immediately I'm just like, uh-oh. And she's like, my Facebook doesn't show my family anymore. I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe it's a setting. She's like, can you check that? And immediately, I need to add that this was like after close, by the way, because they walked in 2 minutes before close. We had a policy about last customer in, you have to close the deal. God, it sucked. But yeah, so either way, I ask her like about her settings, and I'm looking through it. I'm like, everything's fine. And then I'm like, what's your daughter's name? I go to see it, and it was obviously blocked. I'm just like, oh boy. I had to think about it strategically too, and I was like, I just want him out of here. So I was like, all right, this is going to be a hard question to ask you, but do you post a lot? And she's like, yes, and I also like to comment on my my kids' photos. I'm like, oh boy. Unfortunately, it seems that your daughter has blocked you, because I think that, maybe you were spamming, and she, what? Dude, she wasn't, like, I felt bad because she looked, like, so sad. She got it, but her husband did not. And her husband started just, like, in on me, dude. What do you mean? You can't fix this? And I just I remember getting a little smartassy with him because it's already, you know, past close. I know I'm not making a sale. So this dude's bad breath is just it's like halitosis just city being thrown at me, and I'm like, all right, bro. It's like I can't control Facebook. I have apps. I'm like, actually, I was being nice by even checking that for your wife. I'm like, we technically have a policy where I'm not supposed to do that. I'm not supposed to go through your apps. But she signed in. I made sure to cover my ass on this one. They left so pissed. Like, you could hear them arguing on the way to the car, too. I just, like, slammed that door closed. Like, oh, my God. I remember getting off that shift and just getting into my car and just ripping this bowl. Just like, oh, you're deserved. Do not miss that at all. I don't miss that job at all. That job sucked dick. The customers did. The actual job itself, had they, I don't know, you know, I essentially got paid to hang out with my friends. That was nice. You watch the show Clerks, and it's very much the same. Who is this guy? Baked Taro. I got recommended his channel. Tarot, politics, makers, and craft. Like the vibe of the channel. Yeah, whenever he's live, maybe I'll raid his channel. I was kind of looking over on Twitch. I was just like, oh shit. There's quite a few people actually live right now. None of them. Oh, Skid. Good. When I was working at Best Buy, an old couple got mad at me because they had to go to type in their social security number to verify their card because they didn't bring their card, and I can't control that. Yep. I got that stuff too. The biggest one I had was track phone. Oh my God. If you guys don't know what track phone is, it's a, you know, it's an old person's just flip phone that had maybe like 5 numbers in it and a set amount of data and stuff like that. I did not sell track phones. So what would happen, and they sold them exclusively at Walmart for this period of time. What would happen is Walmart would sell these fucking phones and not activate them. And they knew that there was a fucking Radio Shack right down the street. So they would always say, go to Radio Shack. It's just like, I remember, okay, this is embarrassing to admit, but I'm just going to tell the story anyway. I found out exactly who was telling these customers to come to us. I went to that Walmart after my shift and I found them and I was just like, do not ever send another customer to me with a fucking track phone. If you do, I will personally walk them back to this store. He's just like, I explained to him, I'm like, you remember this guy? Yeah. Dude. I don't know why I have so many of these stories specific. Well, yeah, I do. I know exactly why. We had a nursing home pretty much right across the street from our location, so that's why. But we had a lot of old people come through that, you know, were not exactly pleasant, but this dude took the cake. Oh my God. You ever had to help somebody when they're like, they have a head injury and it's not just a small one. He had like this gash on the side of his head, right? He comes in and he is just like leaking. And we were like, sir, we're going to call the ambulance for you. And he was like, no, I want you to fix my phone for me. And we were like, oh, no. And like, I remember like looking back at my manager. He's like, I got this, man. Ooh, I had a track phone at one point. Well, did you get a guy at Radio Shack to set it up for you? Because if you did, got a special place reserved for you in hell. It's just me and a whole bunch of dudes in their old Radio Shack shirts. It's just like, we were waiting for you. You never got past that, did you? It's like, nope. I reserved a special part of my spirit just to be there for you. You track phone using assholes. I'm so kidding. Oh, man. I hope you understand that it was specifically the fact that it's like, no, you don't understand how many hours of pain were caused just by that one person doing that. Also, my favorite part was it worked because his manager, like I did threaten to get his manager involved, where I was just like, oh my God. I was just about to say, you reserved your spot in hell on your track phone. You typed 666. Star 666. Oh my God. Nah, or maybe it was the website. Well, at one point they did let you like activate it at home, but no, at this point it was like when it was still kind of new, they needed, because they were bouncing off of I hate that I know this. They were using Boost Mobile's towers, so it's like they had a special activation code that only Walmart had. So yeah. And then we also got in trouble because, you know, corporate. So we were doing the right thing by helping these people because technically it's like you're supposed to help every customer that comes through, blah, blah, blah. It's a potential sale. But no, then we had a district meeting about it where they were just like, no, you can't do that anymore. It's like you send them right back there because they're costing us money. It's like, we were saying that. Sure as shit, that's right around the time that Walmart started getting the activation, or giving the activation codes online. Good times. Oh, Best Buy. You know, it's funny, like, because I worked at the smaller, like, cousin to Best Buy, I always had, like, this special, you know, like, you get it. The people that work there, it's just like, yeah, tech, huh? Oof. Customer is always right until they cost us money. Yep. No, that's what it was. It very much was that. And the thing is, this was Radio Shack, so you can tell that they weren't exactly great at that one. Had they been, they might still be around. Who knows? That was depressing. We found out that our store was closing so like, number one, this was after like the national news story that they were like going into bankruptcy, and we were just like, oh, okay. But we had a district meeting where they told us that our store was safe, and we were just like, hell yeah. Because they're like, yeah, you're one of the top performing stores. You actually like, as far as like any store in the district, you still pull a profit. Yeah, we found out that we were getting like that our store was closing on the news from, we had Dish Network that we like sold. I don't think we ever sold a single subscription, but yeah, we used to watch like the news together, and yeah, we found out, and it was weird because we heard the news story, and then we got a phone call from our district manager like right as the story broke. We're just like, oh, what in the hell, man? Why they were going out of business. It had like 6 different CEOs, and then the long and short of it is a what do you call them? Venture capital firm bought them out and just let them tank because it was cheaper, or like it was more profitable in the way to like have them declare bankruptcy. Like I remember it was something weird like that. It was some. I remember the same deal was essentially what killed Toys R Us. I think it was the same company. But it was like the last Blockbuster. I mean, got it. Yeah. Blockbuster did it to themselves, though. When you find out what they did with Netflix, you're just like, you guys Fucking idiots. It's like, you guys could have still been a household name. You know? Especially now, like, could you imagine if they had, like, in the alternate universe where they actually did have Netflix, where it's like they could start selling, you know, the t-shirts, the freaking, the popcorn. Like, honestly, just having having a collab with the popcorn alone would have been a fucking business model. Which, honestly, they should still do that. Because the popcorn was one of the best parts about Blockbuster. They actually had, like, the best, like, you know, home popcorn that tasted like a movie theater, in my opinion. What do you mean we're going out of business? We're still here. I gotta say, there's nothing more depressing than having a liquidation company come in and they just kind of treat you. They even tell you too. They're like, "Oh, we're from the when they use the term, "We're from the liquidation firm," I was like, okay. Yeah, we got around that. We got around some of the stuff where they were just like, employees cannot keep or like hoard certain things. My manager was just like, yeah, go grab your stuff. I was like, yes. Yeah, no, that shit was wild, dude. That was, to this day, one of the wildest, like, losses of a job I ever had, where I was just like, what? Especially because, like, I don't know, we were idiots. We actually tried at our jobs. I remember talking to one of my coworkers about that, where I was just like, you ever feel stupid for actually trying here? He's like, all the time. Like, but there's a pride in being good at this. It's like, I guess. We don't really get much, like, for it. I remember, oh my God, the one time that, so he would, when I started working there, he told me, he's like, yeah, my goal is to make assistant manager, and I want to make this certain amount for the store, because they had like this conference that they would invite you to, right? And you got to, oh wait, no, it wasn't a conference. It was the Consumer Electronics Show. I think it was CES, the one that was in Vegas. So you get a special like invite there. He more than met the goal. He got told like, yeah, this is happening, only for us at a district meeting to find out that they were no longer doing it, and he was just like, wait, what? He went from being a company man to just like showing up and just being like, whatever. Okay, so we're watching a movie tonight. Oh, he had this thing where he was into like super old movies, or well, super old, like he was into like old obscure 70s films, specifically like noir films. So I got to see like a whole bunch of random stuff, and that's how I saw The French Connection. And I'd never seen The French Connection before. He's like, you gotta see The French Connection. I was just like, Gene Hackman's an idiot. Like, I don't know. Who watches that movie and wants to be Gene Hackman? Gene Hackman was a certifiable dipshit in that movie. Hot take. I swear my friend is such a good worker that I think she got fired from one of her jobs because she was making the manager look bad. Yeah, that happens. That happens, especially if you start moving up. Yeah. Yeah, dude, retail sucks for like so many different reasons, but that is the fact that they do this mini hierarchy thing for you, like to you, that is, yeah. That's a thing. Yep. What up, Ryan? Morning. Good morning. That's right. Oh shit, it is literally morning for me. Should probably get going. Oh my God. But I'm hanging. Honestly, I got the dogs down here. They're both sleeping. I think we're good. It happened within a couple weeks. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking back, it's like, yeah, there was another job that I had. This one I cannot name. But yeah, it was very much the same thing, where I started doing too well, and then I noticed that my hours started getting cut. Yeah, there was like a weird thing there. Getting ready to go to the army. Ooh. She's just so freaking fast. Work at Jimmy John's freaky fast. Don't. Jimmy John's is like one of the original places where I was just like, I am not jazzed about eating there, but occasionally, oh my god, I need a loaf from Jimmy John's. I get the day-old bread, and I'll make like French toast casserole out of it. It's 50 free. I think that it's like 50 something cents. Usually they'll just give it to you, but after my nice long weekend vacation at home, this feels like the first day of school somewhat. Ew. Ew. I always hated the first day of school. I always hated it. And I was one of those guys that like especially the older I got. Oh my god, one of the most embarrassing ones was when I got into middle school. And again, no big change. Same kids that I've been going to school with since I was fucking kindergarten. I just remember in 7th grade, I was like, I'm gonna reinvent myself. Just like going home and feeling so defeated, where I was just like, I did not reinvent myself. I'm still this. They think I'm still the same weenie that I was in last year. I hated school, and then I got here, and now I somewhat miss school. I hated school too. I never thrived. I thrived in the social environment, but I didn't thrive in like the actual academic environment. I hated just like the whole, structure of everything. Then the homework thing. Come on, man. I remember talking to my dad about that, where I was just like, hold on. I miss having friends I saw daily. Yeah, conscription is stupid. Yeah. Easy for us Americans to say, though. No, sorry. Didn't realize that I yawned. I remember this one time when I first started doing this. Somebody said, God, I forgot even who it was. It might have been a content creator, or it could have been told to me. But they said specifically, when you yawn as a YouTuber, that for each yawn, like the bigger you get, the more it's like you'll lose a certain percentage of your audience. So I was like, huh. But then I also realized, I'm like, what a dumb way to just conduct your life if you're thinking about that all the time. So I try to have that healthy medium. Somebody called me on that. They were just like, don't look at your analytics, man. It's unhealthy. I'm like, yes, you are very correct about that. If they leave you because you yawn, F them. That's kind of how I feel. Let's see, though. Where are we at? Oh, dang. Okay. I see you. Very cool. Stream did pretty well today. Hell yeah. Especially after all the frickin' shenanigans that I had going on today. My fucking internet. Still mad about it. Not gonna lie. It was very disappointing to think that I was going to have this great internet experience only to be met with more problems than I have had in a long time. But wouldn't this be a bitch if it was just my computer? You do it. You don't need that judgmental toxicity in your community. Yeah. No, I don't. And that's honestly, like, I do a good enough job avoiding that. And also, like, realistically, my community is awesome. We are pretty somebody said this recently when they discovered the community. They're just like, you have a really chill space here, and I just kind of doubled down by saying, like, yes, I'm aware of that. I'm not joking when I say I have one of the chillest corners of the internet. Like, your soldiers have to fly overseas for months at a time. Here, you get to enemy territory from any given point in the country in 4-hour driving tops. That's a lot different. But also, yeah. Oh, watch America try to conscript. They're probably going to. Like, once Fox News buys TikTok, they're gonna try. They're gonna try and get all these 18-year-old, you know, MAGA heads that voted for Trump and they're still disenfranchised in some way. You know, the 17 to 18-year-old who got really emotional about Charlie Kirk. Yeah, they're definitely gonna try and convince them. Or, I don't know, what got a lot of people to join the military in, you know, the early 2000s? It's almost like something happened and they used that cynically to throw a bunch of cannon fodder out there and do absolutely nothing of substance to show that it was worth anything. It's almost like we all knew. Sorry. Yeah, I'll save that for the show tomorrow. Okay. I was looking for a update on the news from today just to see if I can close out on any better news, but no, it looks like they're still running with this narrative. But this is the problem when you go just based on even ground news or any of these, like, you know, legacy news outlets, or you start to miss. It's like, Yep. Nope. Still going with the, oh, they're doubling down on the family angle now? Oh, that's something we're going to have to cover tomorrow, too. Yay. Bernie Sanders, there are two Americas. Yes, there definitely is. Yeah, it's pretty chill here. That's what try. I know it can get a little heated sometimes. Disagree sometimes. We have some debates in chat sometimes. Not even with me. Like, sometimes you guys go off on... Like, that's my favorite, is when I will just see chat popping off and immediately I'm like, I'll go from reading all your comments to just like, I'm going to let you guys have fun with that, and just kind of turn to a video where I'm like, let's do something else. Not that I mind it. I actually love the fact that you guys have spirited conversations. Not just because it helps me with engagement, but honestly because, yeah, I like to see that you guys are trying to learn from each other. You guys genuinely do seem to have good debates in chat. So that was the one time I was not chill, and it's because I was up for like 4 straight days, maybe a tiny nap here and there. You were still chill. It's okay. No, I mean, I'll even admit it. I was on a roll talking about it. That's why I kept going. I hope you understand. It was nothing personal. There was nothing there. It was just like I was on a roll with the thought process, and I didn't want to abandon it because I was like, if I do, then I'll never know. But the engagement is a nice bonus. It is. It grows the channel. It's not bad. You know, I don't mind seeing when I see the chat logs. It's like, oh, cool. I like that. Chat rates are, I like seeing that boosted chat rate. That's always fun. But you guys know how it is. Ugh. Nah, this sucks. I was actually just about to say, I'm like, I can tell you guys this, and I don't mind being on mod. I do have to like start clipping my videos, and I was thinking about recording my stream today, but I'm so glad I didn't. Specifically because I don't know what the fuck is going on my internet, so that would have been a pain in the ass to get through. I know how it is, but I also don't really know how it is. Well, I mean, you know how it is as far as a chill community that cares. Ah. They also give a shit about you. Like, man. Hmm. Wait a minute. Really? Hold on. Okay. I might have just figured. One big, slightly parasocial, chill family. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. I actually get kind of upset when people like dog on parasocial stuff, because it's like I had parasocial like there's toxic parasocial relationships, especially like, you know, online communities. They can turn toxic, let's be real. But I grew up like, again, being part of a parasocial community with like the Howard Stern show and Opie and Anthony, like that type of shit. It really was like a parasocial thing. You start feeling like you view these people, you listen to these people every day. Now the real parasocial is the people that do not interact with the show at all, but they're still like, you know, doing the thing where they're hanging out, which I'm totally all for. I got you. I used to be that way. But now I like to interact. I don't know. I get Majority Report. This is the reason you'll see me in chat a lot. Majority Report, Angry Ginger, you know, Jake over on this space and Letterhack show. Like, you guys will catch me in those chats because I genuinely enjoy watching those shows and I want to interact and be part of that shit. But there are other shows that, yeah, I'll never interact with. Like, I'll never interact with Hassan. I'll never interact with Vosh. I'll never interact with any of that shit. Am I open to in real life or like in, you know, having a conversation? Yes. Although I will admit, like in the Hassan case, I'd be like, oh man, I'm not ready for that kind of smoke. You never know. Oh, I'm here. I'm literally streaming to you guys right now. I can tell you right, like a year ago, that would have been, well, yeah, actually a year ago. That would have been nuts to me. Yeah, that's right. I forgot that I didn't even get to my 500 until about October. So, which also brings me to my point that I need to start clipping videos, man. That's how I kind of thought about that. I'm like, how did I like find like my niche? And then I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I used to make, you know, short dash long form videos. Yeah, then I started live streaming and I was like, oh, I don't want to cut this anymore. Nah, I do. I need to start like clipping my stuff from my stream and getting on that. It is just such a pain in the ass to hear my own voice. You ever had a moment where you like disagree with yourself on a recording and you're just like, this guy's an asshole? Wait a minute. Been there. You want to talk about a level of introspection that you're not necessarily ready for? but it has, to be real, given me, there's been a few times where I had like either a spicy conversation or I wanted to make like the AG one, wanted to make sure that went well, so I went back and listened to that, even though that was painful for myself, where I was just like, oh my god, I've got to learn to stop interrupting people. It's hard though, because there's a delay. Like, I'm not sure if I told you guys that, but there is a delay here, so it's just... I reread my text sometimes, but never on video. Yeah, it's something. That's how I knew to do this. I think I told you guys once. Like, I'll just... this will be one of the pep lore things, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I started doing this because my therapist was like, you need to start taking journals. And I was like, I don't want a journal. Like, I'm just like, I don't like writing. I'm lazy. But then they told me, they're like, have you ever thought about video journaling? I mean, you got your phone. I was like, oh, yeah, not a bad idea. Started doing that. And then I remember I had a moment where I was playing back my video journal, and I had like it wasn't, all right, I don't know, I'm gonna be fair to myself. It was a minute. It was about a minute where I forgot that I was even watching myself, and I was like, yeah, that was a good point. Then I was like, wait a minute. I was like, wait, what am I doing? Maybe I should try this. Rest is history, folks. Video journaling with company. Well, I mean, I have verbal diarrhea, you know. If I have a thought, then I kind of just... You know me, I'm not one to really hold back. Is it autism? Is it ADHD? I don't know. Is it both? Probably. ADHD, I have had, like, you know, formal diagnosis on. I don't know. The more that I have understandings about like YouTubers, I'm like, oh, you have a little bit of that. Anything is possible. Well, watch yourself. Yes, good point, my dude. I don't know what happened. Man, this guy makes good points. I like his look. Oh, wait a minute. This dude's pretty cool. That's how I found self-confidence, where I was just like, hey! There's a small part of that was like, you know, cope laugh, where I'm like, haha. Alright, guys. I'm hitting 8 hours on stream. Once that happens, I'm out. Because I gotta call it. Otherwise, I'm gonna continue to be just a silly goose. There we go. But tomorrow, damn, I wonder what shampoo he uses. Wait. You know what's sad? I don't even know the name of the shampoo I use. I just know that it's like this. It's like black when it's like got special minerals for your scalp. The wife got it. It's very good stuff. Is it a good way to see if you have conflicting beliefs, to see how consistent you are? I'm pretty consistent in my beliefs, but I can also change like certain opinions and also, you know, grow in certain ways. I don't know. That's where I'm also not hypercritical on myself. Maybe that's why I have that attitude I do about, like, hey, we got to be charitable with, you know, people growing and changing their opinions, because it's like, I know me. Not just from my 20s either. Like, you know. Now, here's the thing. When a right-winger hears this, the problem is when they start conflating, like, oh, well, that means that we can bring you to our side, and like all that kind of weird shit, where it's just like, listen, no, you're not gonna change like I hate calling it bias. It's just like, no, that's like trying to say that you're going to change the whole like way that I fundamentally look at the world. That's not happening. Am I willing to possibly see you not even on the middle, but like to just kind of give you to be a little bit more charitable, like for MAGA? It depends. It really depends on how they engage. Like, that's a match energy type of thing, so. Core beliefs. I've never really articulated my core beliefs. I just kind of know they're there. I'll have to work on that. Trans rights or right bites? Be excellent to each other and party on, dude. I learned my morality from Bill and Ted. I wish there was more of a joke in there, but unfortunately, it's like, well, I wonder. Hey, listen, I acknowledge Clanker. Like we got to stand up for the Clankers because Johnny Five is alive, people, and don't forget, you know. I'm definitely too tired right now. The letters on my phone are getting wiggly and floaty. Yeah, I've been on for 8 hours. I'm getting tired too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take on off. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. A little bit later, though. Oh, wait. I don't know what's going on tomorrow. Crap. All right, this one's going to be, we're going to play it by ear. Look in the Discord, and also keep your alerts on. Because I might be on at 4-ish. Oh, no, it won't be at 4. It'll be more like 5. Crap, no. All right. I'll figure it out, guys. But either way, I love y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow. And that's not it. See you. One of these days, I'm going to have a great outro. Like I said, love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. That's not it. That's not it either. Oh, my God. I am so over this shit. Oh, my God. Sylvia, I think I'm right there with you. I think I finally hit that point of just being tired where I'm like, oh. All right, y'all. Outro time.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.